An Suho struggled to rise, his body battered and bloodied, the weight of failure pressing on him. He faced the group of elite hunters, Alex Morgan, Suzuki Endo, Hex Hood, and Isabella standing atop the rocky cliff, their presence commanding and unyielding. Despite his skill as the legendary sword god, his hand was trembling, his sword broken and his strength nearly spent. Alex Morgan, the warrior, glimmered with power as he observed Suho, noting the resilience hidden beneath his injuries. Suzuki Endo, the mage, manipulated dark energy with a serene confidence, her aura marking the difference between innate talent and raw determination. Suho clenched his fists, unwilling to submit, though his body screamed in protest. As the group advanced, Suho's hand ignited with a strange blackened energy, signaling a spark of renewed strength. Shadows and light clashed violently as the hunters engaged in combat against the monsters emerging from the gates. Each strike revealed the delicate balance between destruction and protection. Healer Isabella watched with calm resolve, reminding him of the consequences of leaving monsters unchecked, while Hex Hood outlined the reality of a world without hunters. Suho's resolve hardened. He refused to compromise humanity's safety, confronting the hunters with unwavering eyes. Despite their combined power, he prepared to face the incoming threat, his spirit unbroken, determined to change the outcome of fate. An Suho's body ached with poison and wounds that refused to heal. Suzuki Endo's venom coursed through him, leaving only one path: survival by sheer will. With every breath, he calculated his next move, knowing he had little time. His hand gripped his broken sword, determination igniting in his eyes. Surrounded by Alex Morgan, Hex Hood, Isabella, and Suzuki Endo, Suho moved with precision. The battlefield erupted as he unleashed a torrent of energy, targeting the monsters emerging from the gate. The hunters reacted in shock, witnessing a display of strength beyond their expectations. His attacks tore through the opposition, saving allies who would have otherwise fallen. Isabella struggled to heal her comrades, yet Suho's injuries defied conventional restoration. Hex Hood and Alex Morgan braced themselves against his overwhelming assault, unable to fully comprehend the speed and force of his movements. Finally, Suho mastered the intangible sword, a form he had never wielded before. Light and energy swirled around him as he gained new mastery over his power. Exhausted yet triumphant, he collapsed, only to awaken later in a safe zone. The battle had ended. The immediate threat contained, and Suho's resolve strengthened. Though weakened, he had ensured the survival of those around him and prepared for the challenges yet to come. An Suho stood amidst the chaos, rubble and fire surrounding him as monsters overran the city streets. Explosions tore the ground apart, and civilians fled in terror. Suho's focus sharpened. Despite exhaustion, he moved with calculated precision. An axe clattered across the ground, and he seized it, turning it against the advancing monsters with swift, clean strikes. Each movement was precise. Suho neutralized threats with minimal effort, discovering that his attacks caused no injury to humans nearby. Proving his control and skill, the monsters fell one by one, succumbing to his strategy. As the battle subsided, the system recognized his potential. Light and energy enveloped him, marking his awakening as a player. Suho felt his strength surge, the interface prompting him to choose a power to pursue: warrior, mage, archer, or healer. He observed the city around him, its destruction a stark reminder of the stakes. The awakening offered not only survival, but the chance to grow stronger, to protect humanity more effectively. Suho's eyes burned with determination. Each challenge had prepared him for this moment. He was no longer just a swordsman, he was a player with endless potential, ready to face whatever threats the world would throw his way. An Suho stood silently, as the system interface flickered before him, presenting options for his power class. His hand hovered over the archer selection, and instinctively, he nearly chose it. Suho paused, overriding the prompt, delaying the selection. The system obeyed, granting him time to consider the situation. He glanced over the battlefield, assessing the advancing enemies. Despite the chaos, Suho's calm expression revealed confidence. The goblins approaching were minor threats compared to his true strength. As the monsters lunged, Suho moved with precise efficiency. Arrows of energy and bursts of force erupted from his strikes, cutting through the goblins with controlled power. He anticipated their movements, countering every attack, avoiding unnecessary exposure. Each enemy that approached was met with swift and decisive action, leaving them incapacitated before they could react. One goblin attempted a desperate charge, but Suho's reflexes were unmatched. With a single calculated swing, he neutralized it, the ground beneath showing marks of his swift movements. He remained composed, observing the aftermath of the fight. The smaller foes were insignificant to him, their presence only a prelude to greater threats. An Suho's eyes scanned the horizon, ready for the battles that truly mattered. unshaken by challenges meant for novices. An Suho moved with deliberate calm across the battlefield, the remnants of fallen goblins littering the ground. His sword had cut through them with precision, leaving only silence in their wake. Despite the carnage, Suho's anger remained restrained, each movement measured as he reminded himself not to act impulsively. The air shimmered with faint traces of his power, yet he walked among the destruction as if surveying the aftermath of an ordinary skirmish. He examined the system interface, realizing the time loop had returned him to the past. Suho recognized the opportunity to start over, refining his skills from the beginning. Notifications appeared, detailing his mastery of sword techniques, and he felt a cautious excitement as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Choosing a path, Suho selected the healer class, aware of the balance it would offer him in future battles. The system confirmed his choice, awarding bonus stats and teaching him the healing light skill. He tested it on a nearby ally, watching as the wounds mended instantly. Suho adjusted to the new power, summoning the beginner's sword in his other hand, ready for both offense and support. With measured steps, he surveyed the battlefield once more. His resolve firm, the world awaited, and Suho was ready to face it with skill, patience, and control. An Suho gripped the beginner's sword, its weight familiar yet promising. The system confirmed his acquisition, and he felt a renewed determination. He stepped forward across the ruined battlefield, the remnants of goblins scattered under his feet. Every movement was deliberate, controlled, as he reminded himself to act with patience. Suho knew that rushing would only lead to mistakes. His goal was survival and growth. Surveying the surroundings, he reflected on the opportunity the system had given him. Returning to the past allowed him to retrain, master skills, and avoid the errors that had nearly ended him. Notifications of mastered techniques appeared, affirming his swordsmanship and the new path of the healer class he had chosen. Suho tested the healing light skill, watching wounds mend instantly, and adjusted to the synergy of offense and support. Walking steadily, he recalled the premonition gate that had once nearly killed him. This time, he approached it with calculated resolve. His skill level was sufficient, and his swordsmanship allowed him to strike while preparing to heal when necessary. Suho raised his hand, the gate's energy enveloping him as he entered. A strange forest unfolded, marked by the system's alert, green-red. Alone but prepared, An Suho advanced, ready to confront the unknown, blending sword and healing with disciplined precision. An Suho stepped into the dense forest, his sneaker cutting through the shallow water as sunlight filtered through the canopy. The aftermath of the previous battle was clear. Creatures that had rampaged outside the gate were dead within it, fleeing from some unseen threat. Suho moved silently, his senses alert, scanning for movement. Among the shadows, he spotted the fleeing goblins, their movements desperate and frantic. The forest floor was littered with fallen enemies, and the ominous red glow of the gate hinted at the danger that lay ahead. Suho's grip tightened on his sword, prepared to intercept the creatures that had escaped. The goblins were revealed, two formidable hobgoblins, their eyes glowing red with aggression. Suho assessed their strength, calculating each step and strike. With swift precision, he struck the first hobgoblin, his blade a blur of motion. The second lunged, but Suho sidestepped, finding its weak point and exploiting it with calculated force. His movements were fluid, controlled, and lethal, a testament to his skill and instincts. Even against multiple threats, Suho's calm focus allowed him to dominate the battlefield, eliminating the goblins with efficiency. He paused, surveying the forest, knowing more challenges awaited beyond the gate. An Suho moved silently through the dense forest, his sword at the ready. Shadows shifted as hobgoblins emerged, their eyes glowing red, teeth bared. The forest floor was littered with fallen enemies, remnants of prior battles. Suho observed them, analyzing their strength and movements, preparing to strike with precision. The first hobgoblin charged, its blade swinging. Suho dodged instinctively, narrowly avoiding the strike. Each attack from the creatures was met with calculated parries and swift counters. With every dodge, he absorbed the patterns of the hobgoblin's assaults, mastering the motions and learning to anticipate their next moves. An Suho struck decisively, eliminating one enemy with fluid precision. Another lunged, but he parried expertly, his blade meeting the opponents with a resonant clash. A system notification confirmed his mastery of dodge, bay, and parry, B, signaling the growth of his skills in real-time combat. He paused briefly, scanning the forest for remaining threats, his focus sharpened, understanding that survival relied on constant observation and adaptation. Each move, each counter, honed his abilities further. With the enemies dealt with, Suho readied himself to pursue the others, ready to face whatever dangers the gate would reveal next. An Suho stood at the edge of the cratered battlefield, watching the chaotic energy swirl above the gate. The explosion and destruction left scorched earth and fallen debris in its wake. Hunters and civilians alike froze, staring at the spectacle, questioning the identity of the mysterious figure who had barged in without permission. Despite his injuries, Suho moved with calculated precision, his eyes scanning the area. He had healed partially, and now entered the gate, determined to complete the mission. Reports from the others revealed disbelief. A newly awakened player had single-handedly defeated a group of goblins, and even a healer had managed to survive. Suho's calm composure contrasted with the astonishment around him. His presence demanded attention. The hunters' conversation confirmed the incredible feat they hadn't arrived in time to witness it. Yet the aftermath spoke volumes. Suho's skill, strategy, and determination were evident in the cleared battlefield, and his ability to confront dangers alone emphasized his mastery. Even as questions arose how he had healed, how he had defeated enemies, and his identity, Suho remained focused. The chaos of the gate and the monsters within were only temporary. His resolve to protect humanity and continue advancing in strength remained unwavering, a silent force amid the confusion and awe. Suho stood among the remains of a catastrophic battlefield, reflecting on humanity's final stand. Once a high-ranking civil servant hunter, he had witnessed betrayal and ruin during the final gate event. As fire engulfed the horizon, only death and regret remained. Yet, at that moment of despair, time reversed, giving him one more chance, transported back. Suho woke up in a lush forest crawling with monsters. Without delay, he charged, slicing through demonic creatures using perfect swordsmanship. Each swing eliminated multiple enemies, confirming his extraordinary combat prowess. System notifications rang out the results. Monsters fell one after another. Momentum pushed him deeper into enemy lines, carving a path of devastation. His movements were precise, efficient, and relentless. Suddenly, a fearsome red beast emerged, towering above the rest. Suho confronted it steadily, unshaken by the monster's presence. Rather than ending it, he offered a chance to flee, daring it to return with reinforcements. As the creature ran, Suho considered his stats. Balancing them had quickened his growth. His level, strength, and magic had risen quickly through consistent grinding. While managing skills, a glowing red shard manifested nearby. Recognizing its significance, Suho didn't hesitate. Though unsure of its origin, he knew this artifact was vital to his mission. After collecting the red shard, Suho identified it as a magic stone, useful both in trade and power. Though once ignored by him, economic necessity now made every shard worth his time. He saw the gem's potential value and decided to scour more thoroughly through the battlefield. One by one, he gathered stones from fallen foes, each one a step closer to stabilizing his wealth. Holding the final piece in hand, Suho calculated the total gain, satisfied with the result. Before he could plan further, heavy vibrations signaled the approach of more enemies. He shifted into a combat stance. Dozens of goblins and beasts surged through the forest, drawn by the earlier massacre. Estimating their number at around 30, Suho predicted that defeating them might trigger the appearance of a boss monster. He embraced the opportunity. The enemies recognized him and charged in fury. Without backing down, Suho moved decisively, cutting through the horde with swift, accurate strikes. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as enemies fell in groups. Amidst the chaos, his system displayed verification, level up, achieved, stats increased, and 1 bonus point earned. As corpses piled around him, Suho stood tall, unmoved. He acknowledged the overwhelming number, but to him, it was simply more experience gained. Suho advanced with sharp precision, cutting through the remaining monsters without pausing. Blades swung in controlled arcs, each movement removing another foe. As the last wave fell, he prepared to conclude the fight swiftly. Before he could relax, a sudden strike broke his rhythm. A powerful red-skinned enemy emerged with intense presence. This was no ordinary opponent, it was the boss. Suho faced the chief hobgoblin, level 20, signaling the actual battle had just begun. The real challenge now stood before him. A new threat surfaced as the green-red gate materialized deep within the forest, signaling danger. Without hesitation, Suho descended with overwhelming speed, crashing into the zone and launching a swift strike that smashed a hobgoblin before it could react. The forest echoed with the creature's cry, and Suho immediately felt an abnormal presence. Multiple enemies closed in, but he remained unshaken. His blade slashed through the air, cleanly cutting down advancing monsters. While larger foes attempted to overwhelm him, he maneuvered with practiced precision. From the rear, a powerful chief hobgoblin revealed itself and triggered a fear skill. The sudden wave of pressure gripped Suho's body, locking his limbs as the system confirmed the state of fear had taken hold. Though paralyzed, Suho maintained awareness. His mind quickly analyzed the situation, identifying the boss monster's threat. As tension rose, he gritted his teeth and enacted a painful countermeasure, stabbing his own body to trigger physical shock. That sharp pain disrupted the status effect, freeing his movements once again. Now back in control, he turned toward the enemies surrounding him. With fresh focus, he slashed across the battlefield. The small fry would fall first. Every step he took reaffirmed that fear alone would not determine this battle. Not today. Suho's sword cleaved through the last hobgoblin, and the system confirmed the area's cleansing. With the immediate threat cleared, he activated a healing skill, releasing a radiant burst that fixed the wounded terrain. Restored energy flowed through the ground, erasing the remnants of corruption left behind. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the chief hobgoblin still standing. Though outnumbered, the boss exuded raw strength. Suho stepped forward, resolute. While the enemy bared its fangs, he calmly judged the situation. A smirk crossed his face before launching into another attack. Each clash sent shockwaves across the forest, but Suho's attacks weren't breaking through easily. The difference in stats made each hit feel shallow, yet the buildup of damage gradually began to show. Rather than give up, he refined his strikes, targeting weak points from earlier wounds. After a sudden shift, he struck directly at the exposed flesh, landing a deeper blow. The chief hobgoblin reeled and responded by using fear again. This time, the effect failed. Suho stood firm, unaffected. His will hardened from experience. Now immune to the tactic, he seized the advantage. His sword danced around the monster, carving with purpose. As he closed in for a final finish, Suho whispered to himself this would be the final strike. Suho unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, pushing his body to its limit. Each strike carved deep into the chief hobgoblin, who howled in pain as the attacks broke its stance. Surrounded by streaks of energy, Suho drove forward, his assault relentless until the towering enemy finally fell. Without wasting time, he initiated a healing skill, casting radiant energy over the battlefield. The chief hobgoblin writhed in disarray, unable to grasp Suho's calm expression. His power surged, fueled by clarity and control, as his voice signaled the end of the threat. System messages filled the air, skills evolved, swordsmanship efficiency increased, and ranks were raised. His growth reflected the intense combat just finished. Instead of resting, Suho advanced again. The healing light flared once more, its glow lighting up the stunned expression of a surviving hobgoblin. Victory didn't slow him. Rising from the glowing ground, he stepped forward, eyes sharp. With one final blow, he sent the last monster hurling toward certain death. Suho stood quietly, as the system confirmed the death of the chief hobgoblin. New messages arrived. Master Perception reached rank. B new stats were awarded, and additional skill upgrades followed. The interface displayed the details: increases in strength, agility, and stamina. Among them, 2 new skills were unlocked: Healing Light 2 and Cure 2, both focused toward more advanced healing and resistance. Assessing the map, he noted several locations and goals now available. With his objectives met, Suho held the red crystal fragment, the gate's core reward. A calm look crossed his face as he considered his next move. Surrounded by swirling energy, he stepped into the fading gate. Beyond the distortion, people stood waiting, puzzled by the sudden shift. A figure slowly emerged. From the chaos, Suho appeared, walking with confidence. His sudden return caused a commotion. Familiar faces watched as he approached the crowd, catching everyone by surprise. Soon after, news of the gate's clearance reached the South Korean Hunter Association. Inside an office filled with tension, officials reviewed the event data. A man in a black suit scrolled through a report, stopping as Suho's name appeared. The screen paused. Silence lingered, but the weight of his return had already begun to spread. Suho approached Young Chulman, a representative of the South Korean Hunter Association, and introduced himself directly. Though his tone stayed casual, his unexpected presence immediately sparked curiosity. The two shook hands, and Suho casually mentioned his plan to obtain a hunter's license. Despite having just emerged from a high-level gate inside the association office, confusion grew. Staff reviewed Suho's request and realized it wasn't a license renewal. He was unregistered. The shock intensified when they processed his test results and confirmed he was a healer, class, one of the least offensive roles. The fact that he had solo cleared a gate as a newly awakened healer defied usual expectations. Schulman initiated an informal interview, digging deeper into Suho's background. Suho admitted he dropped out of college and studied physical education. When asked why he became a healer, he replied, "Simply, it was to avoid getting hurt." This contrast between role and action only increased the mystery. Pressed to explain how he defeated the monsters, Suho kept it basic. There was no strategy, just instinctual survival. To back his claim, he presented the magical crystals harvested from the hobgoblins and their chief. The evidence silenced doubts, confirming that the impossible had happened. Chulman could only nod and begin the process officially. Chulman questioned Suho's will to become a hunter, surprised by the sudden commitment. Suho confirmed his intention, claiming it was a decision made right after awakening. Although his answer seemed abrupt, he admitted even he wasn't sure why he felt so determined. Moments passed before Suho shared the truth behind his drive. He had lost his entire family in a gate-related incident and blamed himself for not being strong enough to protect them. Since then, he had faced monsters alone, seeking purpose in his survival. The experience left a scar, but it also gave him aim. Suho realized his role wasn't just about fighting. It was about preventing tragedy. From that moment, his goal became clear: to protect others through the Hunter Association. Suho sat steadfastly across from the examiner and expressed his decision to become a hunter for the South Korean Hunter Association. The official responded with a mix of admiration and caution, reminding him of the lower pay and rigid duties compared to private guilds. Yet Suho's resolve was firm. He didn't seek wealth, but structure, justice, and duty. He wished to serve where discipline counted and laws protected the people. The official, surprised by such conviction, questioned if he truly wanted to follow this difficult path. Suho affirmed his intent, noting that despite its flaws, the association upheld integrity unlike dishonest guilds. His passion stunned the examiner, who recognized Suho's rare mindset, summoning genuinely driven by public safety over personal profit. While most civil servant hunters avoided danger and preferred administrative work, Suho voluntarily chose the front lines. He was a rare applicant, not only competent, but deeply loyal. The interviewer, overwhelmed, quickly moved to handle his documents and explained the 3 required exams: aptitude, written, and practical. However, registration had already closed. Even so, since Suho had just cleared a gate alone, the official offered to submit a late entry request. Suho accepted without hesitation, showing no fear despite the short time to prepare. Suho calmly accepted the tight schedule, seeing the exam as an opportunity, even if he failed. With confidence, he requested to take the test tomorrow and asked about checking his aptitude result that same day. Although he lacked the registration fee, he asked the official to process the magic crystal he had turned in earlier. The staff member agreed, startled, but cooperative, preparing both the crystal appraisal and test paperwork. Meanwhile, Suho reflected inwardly, admitting there was only one man he truly trusted: team leader Chulman. His support eased Suho's nerves, and the aptitude result shocked them both. It revealed an incredibly high score, confirming his potential. Still, Suho knew passing would demand more than talent alone. Hoping to prepare, he asked for access to the association's library. Chulman allowed it without delay. Once inside, Suho reviewed available resources and reference books for the upcoming written test. Though time was short, he remained focused. As Chulman saw him off, he wished Suho luck, genuinely backing his effort. As Suho walked away, memories of the past returned. He remembered Chulman's unwavering kindness and faith. While acting unaware of the future felt unnatural, he knew revealing too much would raise suspicion. Still, Suho pressed forward, determined to create a better outcome this time. After entering the library, Suho searched for a particular book he remembered from his past life. Although he had knowledge of major events, his memory lacked exact detail. Hoping to gain a crucial skill before the exam, he searched the shelves with determination. Eventually, a large aged volume caught his attention. Its size and condition matched what he had been looking for. Upon touching the book, an unusual reaction took place. A phrase revealed that the book came from another world. The moment he began to read, strange symbols appeared, confirming its magical nature. Holding it over his head as described in the texts, he followed the correct method to activate it. Suddenly, a message indicated that the Library of Memories had taken interest in him. Without warning, his surroundings changed. Light enveloped him, and pages fluttered into the air. Moments later, Suho stood inside an enormous, mystical library with a towering tree at its center. He had been given entry into a hidden realm of ancient knowledge. Within the vast magical space known as the Library of Memories, Suho approached a glowing seal containing records of the past. This place preserved not only facts but also painful emotions people longed to forget. Despite the mind's natural tendency to erase trauma, the library safeguarded even hidden truths. Suho's objective was clear: recover a crucial skill that had once belonged to a former elite of the Hunter Association, a woman named Hexagon, known for her research and commitment. Her past work became a valuable lead, thanks to her archived efforts. Suho uncovered information about an advanced memory, linked skill, facing the mystical archive. He chose to donate his own memory in exchange. Upon approval, the library reacted, pulling him into its core to log his experiences. Light surged around him as memories rewound and visual data locked into place. The sealed records opened, unveiling glimpses from Suho's final moments before death. He re-entered the battlefield of the past, surrounded by allies, some of whom had betrayed him. Determined, he relived the sensations and emotions of his last stand. While descending through fragmented scenes, Suho recalled the traitors who sacrificed others to survive. Despite the pain, he vowed never to forget them. Regret flickered across his face. Perhaps a different memory would have been simpler. As Suho's consciousness drifted within the library of memories, an unexpected system alert interrupted his thoughts. Floating panels revealed a surprising message. The system was initiating a reboot for player. On Suho, caught off guard. He watched as digital particles covered his body, signaling a forced transition. His surroundings began to distort, and everything faded into a familiar emptiness. When Suho regained awareness, he found himself alone at the library's center, now quietly still. Reflecting on the past, he realized the library hadn't just shown him memories. It had sparked something far greater. Confirming his suspicions, he recalled acquiring a rare transcendental skill, one connected to time and reversal. Moments later, he emerged in a different place entirely. A car stopped nearby, and as he stepped out, the truth became evident. He had returned to a moment before his downfall. The opportunity to rewrite everything was now in his hands. Not only could he change his future, but he could also stop the catastrophic consequences that followed the uncontrolled gates. Resolved to act quickly, Suho approached the Nexus Academy, a famous institution from his past life. With a smile, he walked inside, aiming to gain influence and wealth. His first move, meeting someone with whom he once had unresolved business. Suho attempted to meet the academy director without an appointment, but the receptionist initially refused access. Calmly, he revealed his title as the sole conqueror of a catastrophic gate, a claim that carried undeniable weight. The name alone granted him immediate entry. Inside the office, Director Kim Si-hye greeted Suho with interest. Seated across from each other, Suho declared his intent to earn a scholarship through the Hunter license exam. His sudden awakening that very day caught the director's attention. Despite the short time frame, Suho presented his registration to prove his eligibility. Known for defeating a major gate alone, he confidently aimed for the highest score. In exchange, he requested to be admitted as a special scholarship student if he succeeded. Suho boldly stated that receiving a scholarship should be expected, given his capabilities. Internally, he acknowledged that becoming the top scorer in the Hunter test was no small task. However, with his experience in clearing countless gates, he believed it was possible. Rather than beg, he left the decision in the director's hands. The director remained wary. Suho's accomplishments were impressive, but the Hunter test had a notoriously low pass rate, with less than 20% success. Even skilled candidates often failed. Despite this, the director saw potential. A proposal was presented, a suggestion that hinted at a mutually beneficial deal. Suho responded with strict terms. If he didn't take first place, his request would be void. Nexus wasn't his only choice. Academies like Hexagon and Prime existed yet. He chose Nexus because it was in a difficult position, lacking recent top performers. That truth troubled the director. Realizing Nexus's declining status, the director saw the opportunity. If Suho succeeded under their name, it would restore the Academy's reputation. The potential benefit outweighed the risk. Suho's plan to gain money and status while boosting Nexus was sound. At last, the director agreed. If Suho ranked first, he would receive 300 million. With the deal set, both sides prepared for what followed. The sheer size impressed him. It matched an amusement park. Confident that enrollment would guarantee comfort, he expressed gratitude to the guide who had shown him around so late. Just as they walked by the training grounds, Suho spotted a lone figure on the playground. The man intensely training at night turned out to be Kang Daehan, the Academy's most dedicated student in Suho's previous life. Daehan became a top-tier tank in the nation, earning vast respect. However, now he was still developing. Suho quickly noticed that Daehan was using an axe, not a shield, hinting he hadn't found his ideal class yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, Suho decided to establish a relationship early. Since Daehan would eventually join the Great Hunter Association, building trust now could benefit both of them later. Upon introduction, the two exchanged greetings. Curious, Suho asked about Daehan's preferred weapon. Daehan explained his goal to become a melee fighter, and that the axe was recommended for his style. Although he had been training with it for 2 years, he admitted he was still learning. Despite his modesty, Suho recognized Daehan's potential and thought about guiding his path forward. As morning arrived, the hunter exam day began. Suho observed the academy's anxious atmosphere. While others nervously prepared in groups, he calmly waited alone. Unlike the rest, he had already visualized every outcome in his mind with precision. At the examination center, civil service applicants are summoned forward for drug testing, ordered by test number. Suho calmly joins the line, unfazed. Although the test is meant to curb pressure-based abuse, he knows it's ineffective. Real cheaters don't use typical drugs. They use skill buffs, which are much harder to detect. Suho activates his enhanced senses, watching as blue energy drifts around examinees. The visual manifestation confirms his hunch. Many are using illegal buffs. Even the woman ahead displays a magic signature far above her level. He frowns. Clearly, these results won't reflect actual abilities. Then a notification appears. He's mastered magic detection, B, sharpening his ability to see through their deception. Magic detection fully activated. Suho looks out. More cheaters than expected. The test center glows with tainted auras showing the widespread abuse. It's been a long time since he saw such a shambles. But thankfully, one man seems honest. His magic flow natural and unaltered. Suho quietly observes him. Later, as results are processed, candidates joke about how unusually hard the written test was. One recalls using a memory buff and feeling like a cheater. Suho is approached by team leader Jing Chulman, who casually asks about his test experience. Suho plays it cool, but tension remains. Chulman compliments Suho's confidence, noting the exam's difficulty. Suho asks why buff checks weren't conducted. Chulman seems perplexed, having never considered it. Suho, thoughtful, explains he sensed something strange, hinting at widespread cheating. Their conversation shifts, but the implication hangs heavy. Suho notices what others can't. Suho urges team leader Jing Chulman to observe the examinees with magic detection. Together, they view the swirling auras around each candidate. Despite the exam's drug tests and clothing changes meant to prevent cheating, many are clearly using hidden skills. Suho subtly suggests they aren't monitoring for skill buffs properly. Chulman, now aware of the fraud, agrees to inspect the examinees before the practical test. As Suho prepares to depart, Chulman calls out to him. With sincerity, he says he hopes Suho passes, because he personally wants to work alongside him. Suho, surprised, but composed, nods in acknowledgement. They part with mutual respect, and Suho feels a rare sense of encouragement. 30 minutes later, candidates gather at the test location due to equipment issues. The practical exam is delayed. Suho watches calmly as the examinees are told to wait. He muses that the organizers acted quickly as expected. Out of 1,200 applicants, the passing rate will be incredibly low, especially if the cheaters are caught. True talent will shine through the chaos. Determined to find promising individuals, Suho scans the crowd. Suddenly, a bold candidate demands a sparring match. Suho, uninterested, brushes him off. Insults are hurled. Suho stays relaxed, refusing to fight needlessly. But before the confrontation ends, a third party steps in, attacking the challenger mid-sentence with ruthless precision. Suho watches as chaos unfolds, the air now filled with danger and hostility. As tension rises, Suho calmly steps between the aggressive candidates. One attacker lashes out, but Suho neutralizes the situation effortlessly. The troublemaker, caught off guard, is stunned by Suho's composure. Despite not being an officer, Suho controls the scene. He assures everyone he'll handle it and urges them to avoid getting involved in unnecessary trouble. The challenger, annoyed, demands to know why Suho is interfering. Smiling brightly, Suho introduces himself as An. Suho, if the man truly wants a sparring partner, Suho volunteers. The response is mocking. Suho is dismissed as too weak. The challenger walks off, claiming Suho's earlier luck won't help him again. But Suho doesn't retreat. He taunts him lightly, questioning if he's scared to confirm whether it was luck. His words dig deep. The challenger snaps, boiling with rage. Suho's calm confidence stings more than any insult, triggering him into accepting the duel. The match begins in a flash. Suho counters swiftly, flipping the man to the ground with ease. Observers gasp. The brute had no chance. Suho watches him struggle, unfazed. The crowd is stunned. Suho's strength speaks volumes without arrogance. With a grin, Suho acknowledges the challenge was accepted. He leads them to the sparring arena, following official procedure. Despite the crowd, no one steps in. Suho quietly notes how even the staff allowed the mock fight to escalate, but he'll ensure things don't go too far when it gets serious. The match officially begins as the proctor signals the start. Without delay, the challenger charges in aggressively, swinging with brute force. Suho calmly deflects each strike, countering with precise movements. As the clash intensifies, the opponent's wild attacks reveal his lack of control. Suho, observing closely, remains composed and waits for an opening. A quick maneuver disrupts the enemy's stance. Seeing frustration build, Suho prepares his next move. Unbothered by the threats hurled at him during the heated duel, Park Yong, famously called the Mad Swordsman, stood encircled by a threatening red aura, sword unsheathed. Fueled by an endless hunger, he sought out battles not for survival, but for growth. Each triumph intensified his fixaton on sharper technique and immense power. Years later, Suho noticed Park Yong's name during civil service martial evaluations, a place where strength met regulation. Without pausing, Suho challenged the notorious duelist, intent on testing his improved skills in this timeline. Park Yong reacted with sudden aggression, sending an opponent flying across the arena. Suho calmly evaded the strike, unimpressed by the raw power shown. His actions precise, he countered smoothly, suggesting experience far beyond the current rank test. Park Yong grinned, fascinated by Suho's composure and untapped potential. Recognizing he had miscalculated his opponent, Park Yong vowed he'd fight at maximum capacity. Energy erupted again. The arena dimmed as crimson power consumed him. In turn, Suho accepted the bout, ready to fight without holding back. Colliding blades created shockwaves as both warriors moved with alarming speed. Suho blocked a heavy strike, meeting force with sharp, efficient precision. The duel intensified fiercely, each clash cracking the floor beneath them. Park Yong delivered heavier blows, forcing Suho to react with tighter focus and better defense. Irritated by Suho's calm, he boosted his aura, trying to dominate through sheer violence. Suho stayed observant, noting that Park Yong's power increased with each emotional flare-up. The ground shook as Park Yong launched a massive strike, shouting with fierce resolve. Certain of his own success, he misjudged the final attack's impact. Suho coolly deflected the blow, shocking both Park Yong and the observing crowd. Disbelief filled Park Yong's face as Suho parried with measured force. He mocked the slow, predictable attack, stating experience had honed his reflexes beyond anticipation. Enraged, Park Yong launched another wave, pushing the duel into a brutal exchange of steel. Suho moved swiftly, repositioning himself while avoiding a fatal hit. Park Yong's sword glowed with red energy as he swung down with all his might. Instead of retreating, Suho caught him mid-motion and counterattacked immediately. Wounded and dazed, Park Yong stared in shock as his body hit the ground. Suho remarked simply that the strike was too slow, concluding the fight. Park Yong collapsed entirely, beaten by speed, accuracy, and superior discipline. Observing Park Yong's state, Suho decided to finish it before the man's ego broke completely. With Park Yong now focused solely on beating him, Suho expected fewer future interruptions. He turned quietly toward the approaching staff, signaling the situation was handled. Surprised by the result, the supervisor rushed to respond after being summoned. Without protest, Suho handed over Park Yong and left the stage without a word. Elsewhere in the facility, injured candidates were carried out for medical care. Noticing the higher number of gifted applicants, Suho analyzed the new environment silently. Since his gear differed from the norm, he was led to a separate testing area. After taking his spot, he nodded at the technician and reclined to begin. The system started rapidly, connecting his mind to the simulation's main interface. Progress rose steadily as circuits processed neural data and stabilized the link. Once fully synchronized, Suho's consciousness entered the digital world of the virtual portal. Amid a ruined cityscape, pleas for help rang out from under the debris. The urgency of the task became evident as he spotted civilians in peril. Determined to act, Suho moved toward the chaos with intent. At the core of the Hunter test lies the practical exam, evaluating each candidate's true compatibility. The test scenarios change annually, with conditions adapting to better match real combat roles. Performance is typically judged by survival duration and the total enemies defeated. However, healer evaluations follow a distinct standard, focused less on combat and more on sacrifice. Candidates who risk their lives to shield others earn greater recognition during the exam. Suho, aware of this bias, observes how most healers lack strength to defend effectively. He walks into the danger zone, retrieving a hidden blade as chaos breaks out ahead. Rather than hesitate, Suho calmly prepares to neutralize the threat approaching the target. Protecting the mission subject becomes his primary priority, ignoring distractions around him. Kneeling beside the wounded girl, he checks her state and ensures she remains stable, though frightened. She listens as he promises her that help is on the way. For Suho, the real objective is surviving long enough to shield her until rescue arrives. He takes position ahead of her, determined to block anything that threatens her safety. The scenario ends, fading back to the white simulation chamber filled with observation beds. While praised, Suho quietly reflects that he still believes he should have done even better. Suho gave a quiet nod of thanks, his steps steady despite the lingering fatigue. With curiosity, Director Shin checked the result. Just 9 minutes and 4 seconds had passed. Contrastingly, another examiner pointed out he'd been inside for over 30 full minutes. A double check confirmed the duration. Suho had indeed lasted longer than most participants. This performance, though unexpected, sparked doubt due to his sword-wielding appearance. Clarification followed immediately. He wasn't a warrior at all, but officially registered as a healer. Inside the simulation, healing energy flowed from Suho's hand as he aided the fallen woman. Rather than flee, he stayed beside her, facing waves of attackers directly. Despite constant danger, he fulfilled every condition by never leaving the patient's side. Each moment, he balanced offense and recovery, refusing to retreat. His actions left no room for disqualification. He followed every rule without hesitation. Recognition spread quietly. The highest scorer had already made his mark. A massive beast lunged, jaws open, but Suho moved before it hit, sweeping through enemies with precision. He cleared the way in seconds. At the center of chaos, Suho stood firm, unshaken, alert, and resolute. Realizing his performance wasn't enough, Suho pushed himself to act with greater urgency. A sudden burst of power ignited beneath his feet, accelerating him toward the enemy line. Moving with precision, he slashed through monsters without breaking rank or losing control. His sword returned to his hand, ready for the next wave already closing in. Monsters fell in rapid succession, each strike clean and unhesitating. Within seconds, glowing strikes crossed the field, leaving behind a clear path of destruction. Victory was secured as the area cleared, confirming the simulation's end. Text notifications marked his successful completion and exceptional survival time. Rather than celebrate, he quietly reviewed the results projected before him. Multiple sword techniques appeared on screen, suggesting possible future combinations. System approval followed. His custom swordsmanship style would be formally acknowledged. With calm resolve, Suho registered the title, Guardian Sword, a symbol of his unique path. Beneath a burning sky and crumbling ruins, Suho faces the final moments of a doomed scenario. A mysterious interface appears, presenting one last opportunity to rewrite fate. Without hesitation, he accepts the system's offer. Energy pulses through his body as the item in his hand activates. The system reacts instantly, detecting his intent to change everything. Light bursts outward as a skill triggers, Sword God Mastery. Reborn from a lifetime of combat and sacrifice, across the battlefield, an enemy smirks while releasing a horde of monsters. Their orders are clear: wipe out everything. Suho draws his blade quietly, eyes fixed on the oncoming threat. No fear remains. Steel flashes as he advances. There's no delay, every enemy will fall. At the control center, shocked observers witness a complete sweep. The test ends with Suho eliminating every creature. Even the injured are restored under his care, surprising the staff further. One official quietly admits, rankings are irrelevant now. Elsewhere, Hexagon instructors confidently extol Ki-hun, certain he'll top the list. Bragging about their investment, they await confirmation. Then confusion spreads as unforeseen data flashes on screen. The result stuns the room. An Suho is the lead candidate, whispers Ripple. Who is he, and what occurred to Ki-hun? Just then, a phone rings. The guild master is already reaching out. Suho answers the call, addressing the team leader with steady calm. Recognition quickly follows. The leader expresses belated congratulations and acknowledges Suho's top-ranking success with sincere admiration. Instead of focusing on praise, the topic shifts. Suho's results helped reveal a group of cheaters. With those cheaters exposed, future test rules are expected to become stricter and more secure. Suho supports the decision strongly, stating that fairness in evaluation is vital. Asked about his future, he discloses plans to eventually join the Great Hunter Association. As the call nears its end, the team leader advises him to eat during the lunch hour. Suho ends the call, briefly smiling in silent gratitude. without wasting time. He heads down the steps, deciding to find a meal. Riding in a taxi, Suho ponders the earlier conversation, sensing unease. That tense voice from before echoes in his thoughts. Just then, another call comes in. He answers calmly. The caller congratulates him and confirms successful payment from a previous agreement. Kim-soo, A of Nexus Guild, offers him a job, highlighting exclusive benefits. In response, Suho asks how far they're willing to negotiate to meet his demands. Suho politely refuses the Nexus Guild's invitation, explaining he already has personal plans for the day. From the car window, he considers how joining Nexus might fit with his scholarship status. The guild representative responds promptly, vowing to adapt to his schedule and secure his consent. After ending the call, Suho smiles, noticing the other person's excitement through the phone. Upon arrival, he reflects on passing the test and formally receiving his license and report. With formalities finished, he heads into the next phase of work, focused now on farming. Lighthouse General Market stood imposing as Suho finished gathering his vital supplies. Glancing at his checklist, he confirmed that all required items had been obtained. Determined to find suitable gear, he made his way toward a quiet spot called Toyang Ironworks. Upon entering, Suho greeted the blacksmith and mentioned his need for a lightweight weapon, explaining he had recently become a hunter. He sought something functional and efficient. Directed to a neglected section, he walked over to examine older, cheaper weapons. Dust coated the racks, but one weapon grabbed his attention with its faint glow. Although lacking formal identification, it emitted a subtle aura unlike the others. Moments later, a system message appeared. His magic detection had spotted a hidden relic. Blue energy swirled around the polearm as he firmly grasped it. A small smile appeared. Suho realized he'd found something valuable. With weapon in hand, he stepped outside. Certain the shopkeeper had underestimated its worth. Without delay, he activated the weapon's core. Power surged intensely, surrounding him in arcs of energy. As the weapon awakened, a forgotten consciousness began to stir. A sudden surge of energy struck Suho as the weapon rapidly absorbed his magic power. Barely holding on, he staggered under the pressure, surrounded by crackling blue lightning. With a final push, he released the weapon to prevent total exhaustion and fell back, kneeling on the ground. Suho evaluated the aftermath of the weapon's overwhelming draw. He concluded that only those with high mana levels could handle such a demanding tool. Not ready yet, he vowed to grow stronger and fully unlock its potential. Meanwhile, the morning sun shone brightly over the PBS building's glass exterior. Inside, a reporter worked quietly until a sudden beep interrupted his focus. Surprised, Jo-jin, we answered the call and was met by Suho's introduction. Recognition dawned. Suho was the top hunter candidate from this year's national test. Memories of the Sinodam Gate raid flashed through Joe's mind, confirming Suho's identity. He admitted, finding Suho's blog, impressed by his resolve, despite modest beginnings. Joe made it clear he wasn't offering submission, but proposing equal partnership. Collaborating, he argued, could benefit them both in credibility and exposure. Though cautious, Suho considered the offer seriously. It aligned with his goals more than expected. Jo-jin. We questioned Suho's intent, doubting someone would reject major guilds for public service. He mentioned large organizations like Prime and Hexagon, viewing Suho's goal as unrealistic. Without hesitation, Suho affirmed his plan to join the Hunter Association and serve directly in the field. Joe expressed disbelief, wondering if Suho's choice came from past trauma or rejection. Suho clarified his identity as a Gate orphan, committed to ending Gate-related tragedies. The reporter paused, recognizing the seriousness in Suho's answer and reflecting on his own thoughts. Instead of debating further, Suho proposed a bet to prove himself through action. He revealed plans to conquer the Tower of Challenge alone as a demonstration of skill. Confident in his abilities, Suho claimed success would earn Joe's respect and recognition. Known for his immense integrity, Jo-jin Hdoy stood as both a top player and a powerful reporter. His fearless exposure of corruption caused discomfort among powerful figures who labeled him a growing threat. Eventually, he vanished from public life, silenced by those he dared to challenge yet not entirely forgotten. Suho approached Jin Hwy with an unusual offer, exclusive coverage if he conquered the tower solo. Intrigued by the confidence, Jin Hwy hesitated but admitted the possible benefit of such an alliance. With cautious consent, he agreed, curious whether Suho could truly surpass expectations. Annoyance flashed across Jin Hwy's face as he reviewed the bold request on his phone. Despite his frustration, Something about Suho's manner and resolve made him pause. He couldn't shake the feeling. Suho wasn't lying, and his words didn't ring false lying back in his chair. Jin Haegui doubted his own sanity. Still, he accepted the uncertainty and decided to follow through. After all, this gamble came with no actual risk. At the tower's base, Suho arrived alone, ready to tackle the challenge. He presented his ID without hesitation, receiving a curious glance from the gatekeeper when asked. Suho confirmed his goal. He would climb the tower alone. Suho inquired about solo attempts, prompting the staff member to respond warily with hesitation. After reviewing Suho's newly issued license, the gatekeeper questioned his preparedness for independent entry. Instead of backing down, Suho stated his desire to proceed alone, confident in his approach. Permission was granted with a warning and reminder of the entry fee to be paid later. As he walked toward the tower, Suho noted the advice, but showed no fear. He considered the tower ideal for advancement, especially with his level reset to the beginning. Upon stepping inside, he was surrounded by glowing energy as the gate sealed behind him. Blue panels appeared mid-air, explaining withdrawal conditions and entry rules within the tower. With determination in his eyes, Suho stood ready for whatever awaited beyond the mist. Suddenly, a green monster appeared, signaling the start of Suho's first real challenge. Dodging swiftly, he read the creature's movements and prepared his counterattack. Rather than panic, he analyzed calmly, planning each action with calculated precision. Recognizing the danger of being overrun, Suho remained grounded and patient. Instead of retreating, he struck back hard, slicing into the creature's exposed side. Momentum shifted as his blade connected, pushing the beast back with force. Suho realized defeating the monster wouldn't be hard, but something about it felt off. Stepping forward with intent, he raised his sword, only to see multiple copies emerge. Rather than panic, he noted this duplication was exactly why many avoided solo entry blades clashed with slime. As Suho moved quickly through the growing swarm, without losing focus, he struck down clones, maintaining control over the intense battle. Momentum stayed in his favor, though more enemies rose from the floor with each strike. Launching into the air, he dodged incoming attacks and prepared a strong counter. With agile movement, he twisted mid-air and plunged his sword into a core body, surrounded by a magical aura. Suho's final blow triggered a brief pause in the enemy's assault. Facing a massive limb, Suho seized it confidently as it tried to strike. With a smirk, he anchored his body, using the creature's own mass against it. A burst followed. He threw the monster over, crashing it into the horde. As slashes cleared the area, the tower announced his success in finishing the first floor. Advancing toward the next gate, he noted the arrival of the second floor challenge ready to continue. Suho faced the next level with steady focus and sharp resolve. Legends tell of a time when challengers attained the 48th floor of the tower. That achievement, long past, was reached through coordinated party efforts. Today, even the 29th floor requires teamwork, but Suho decides to go alone. After clearing floor 18, the system expects his decision for the next trial. Rather than rest, he silently steps forward, eyes locked on the path ahead. A glowing circle activates beneath him, marking the start of the 19th floor. Instead of waves of enemies, a lone creature protects this level. Its solitary presence suggests far greater strength than those before. Suho charges with purpose, aiming to end the fight swiftly. The monster appears mid-air, fierce and imposing. Without hesitation, Suho strikes down, focusing full force into the first blow. His blade lands cleanly, cutting through the beast before it responds. Blood spills as the creature falls, signaling victory. Suho postpones the next challenge, eyes narrowing at the corpse. It remains intact, strange, hinting at a hidden reward yet to be claimed. Suho examined the curved horn tightly held in his hand, an unusual item with specific value. Rather than using it directly, he activated mana detection to reveal its hidden purpose. A bright glow emerged from the corpse nearby, drawing his attention to a concealed location. Blue energy pulsed through the air as part of the wall gradually opened. He had discovered Red Gain's secret cave, a hidden reward from the previous battle. Inside, he recognized the layout: Fortress King Jang Pyongo's legendary subspace house. This subspace wasn't created with common materials. It held unique properties unlike any other. Suho reached toward the entrance, and its energy reacted immediately to his presence. Living beings could freely enter or exit, making it far more versatile than standard items. He stepped into the glowing portal and found himself inside a cave-like room. A notification confirmed the original owner had passed, offering Suho ownership. With no hesitation, he accepted the deal, reaching forward to complete the bond. The system granted him full control, He now possessed the subspace house unlike a normal object. It registered as a skill bound to his mana. Curious, he wondered if the space might develop further under his power. A sudden surge of light forces Suho to shield his eyes as the structure changes. The subspace house transforms into a modern interior, brighter and far more spacious than expected. He realizes the house responds to mana levels, growing and adapting to the user's traits. Memories surface of Jang Pyongo, who used this space for illegal dealings and smuggling. Suho recalls his past efforts tracking him down, filled with sleepless nights and frustration. Now in control of the subspace, he ends Jang's ambitions and resumes climbing the tower.
Media reports emphasize An Suho's background at Nexus Academy and his history as a solo conqueror. Standing outside, Jojin HW observes the headlines, confused by Suho's sudden public fame. Although Suho once intended to become a civil servant, news outlets suggest he is joining Nexus instead. A system alert indicates Floor 30 has just been cleared, grabbing Joe's immediate focus. Crowds gather as Floor 31 begins, with whispers debating which guild might be leading the charge. Only moments later, Floor 31 is finished, leaving onlookers amazed by the incredible speed. Joe watches the screen, wondering if the climber might be the formerly famous An Suho. Despite his doubts, he understands the chance it hasn't been long since Suho retired. Confirmation arrives. An Suho has beaten Floor 31 and is advancing to the next level. At Nexus HQ, executives respond with disbelief to Suho's rapid tower progress. Real-time updates verify his streak, creating a sense of urgency among the leaders. To sign him, they consider offering deals beyond standard negotiations. One official suggests improving the offer before competing guilds can step in. Outside, the tower glows. Suho is now beginning Floor 48 without a break. His unrivaled pace leaves, no doubt. Recruiting him would be a historic achievement. A sudden call disrupts Jeong Cheol, Min's thoughts, surprised that the vice president is calling him. He answers, stating his location at the Tower of Challenge in Pangyo immediately. Though he claims only a minor connection to Suho, the caller insists familiarity is sufficient. The vice president unexpectedly gives Cheol, Min the task of bringing Suho in right away. Caught off guard, Cheol. Min asks whether this is for recruitment into the Hunter Association. To his regret, it's simply for a photo opportunity with the current president. Annoyed by such superficial orders, Cheol, Min reflects on the incompetence of current leaders. Sitting on a bench, he mumbles complaints about unqualified officials ruining the association's name. Looking at the glowing tower, he finds it hard to think of a convincing reason to approach Suho. Meanwhile, Suho strikes his sword into the ground, clearing Floor 48 with pure power. His breathing heavy, he rests momentarily while the system confirms the record update. Bonus stats are granted, but constant climbing has started to tire him out. Despite the fatigue, Suho checks his status. Level 39 with high attributes lifts his mood instantly. Reaching this level and getting stat bonuses brings him both satisfaction and a sense of reward. With points distributed, Suho rises again, determined to keep moving without slowing down. Suho steps forward as the crystal triggers. Starting the final trial of the tower, a surge of energy surrounds him while the system confirms the start of Floor 49. From the shadows comes the final opponent, the master of the tower. The tower dragon appears in a powerful burst, its level shown as 49. Suho approaches steadily, locking eyes with the massive beast standing over him. Recognizing the dragon's danger, he assesses its power and prepares to attack. He remembers previous battles and feels the challenge here far exceeds anything before. Drawing his weapon quickly, Suho charges with firm determination. He leaps into the air, starting his attack toward the dragon without delay. A massive dragon barrels through the battlefield, throwing debris as it crushes an unfortunate man underfoot. The creature's constant charge sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving ruin in its path. Staggering back, the young man watches in shock at the monster's speed and extraordinary agility. The dragon initiates another assault, claws raised and shining with violent energy. Wind pressure sweeps across the area, knocking the man off balance and dragging him closer to danger. Flung helplessly, he spins midair, unable to resist the pull of the beast's immense presence. Landing roughly, he rolls to safety, barely avoiding being swallowed whole. In one movement, he rises and draws his weapon, eyes fixed on the beast. He slashes with precision, but the attack only makes the dragon recoil briefly. Its retaliation comes quickly, forcing the man into a desperate retreat. Dodging left, he scrapes his blade along the ground, but the creature remains unmoved.
He notices his strongest strike failed to leave even a noticeable mark. A glow from the beast's chest flares before it lunges again. The collision trembles the ground, sending him crashing into ruins. Bruised but conscious, he sees this monster isn't just fast. It is almost invincible. Hidden among the debris, the man collects his breath as the dragon prowls just meters away. He assesses the conditions. Only his high stats kept him alive after the previous blow. Although, it's not a high-level dragon. Its natural toughness makes normal attacks ineffective. Remembering his training, he identifies the dragon. Type monster's universal weak point, the reverse scale. Because this creature isn't level 100, it likely can't hide that vulnerability completely. From behind cover, he spots it glowing faintly on the tail. The weak point is revealed. With a target in sight, he quickly figures out the angle and prepares to engage. A swift leap off the rock pushes him forward as momentum builds. He slashes through the air, weaving between obstacles, closing in on the reverse scale. His blade hits the glowing spot with precision, sending shivers through the dragon's body. Its eyes stretch in pain, a clear sign. The hit struck effectively. The beast howls and struggles, forcing him back. This fight won't end quickly. Realizing time isn't on his side, he rushes again toward the weakened scale. One goal drives him. Finish it before the creature recovers or heals. With another strike aimed straight at the eye, he commits fully to ending it. The dragon lets out a roar, activating dragon fear, sending waves of magic across the field. Caught in the effect, the man stumbles as hallucinations cloud his mind and his body stiffens. Even after attempting to clear it, the fear lingers. This mental attack surpasses normal resistance levels. Still recovering, he's struck again by the burst of overwhelming energy streaming from the dragon's mouth. Regaining some control, he sees the oncoming danger, too late to respond effectively. The dragon's follow-up strike lands directly, throwing his body into the dirt with crushing force. A frightening creature burst forth wrapped in swirling purple light as it screamed into the void. The shock wave hit Suho's body, sending him staggering backward from the sheer force. Clenching his jaw, he quickly recovered himself and shouted the command to enter. Lightning surged as the beast attacked, driving Suho violently into the ground. Momentum threw him across the battlefield, his body sliding with brutal impact. Ignoring the pain, he moved toward the glowing device, desperate to reach it in time. A massive roar froze him, dragon fear pressing down like a heavy weight. With trembling hands, he opened the potion and forced it down his throat. As its effect took hold, the hallucinations faded, and his mind became clear. Inside the subspace house, he slumped, breathing heavily. Relieved the beast couldn't follow, he saw the potion from Dongdemon had proven effective. Still catching his breath, he felt the situation was harsher than expected. Even after removing the fear, resistance hadn't formed. Retreat and rest seemed to be his only options for now. Faced with limits, he considered one last choice, seeking help from the Mad Grinder. Glowing magic symbols ignited as Suho absorbed the lowest tier combination formula through a skill book. Next, he called the combination jar, an essential tool for merging junk grade materials, though commonly viewed as worthless. Suho knew hidden potential stayed in those seemingly trivial items. He placed the thief's socks, the musician's instrument, and the janitor's broom into the jar. With all pieces in place, the combination began, an event few would ever try. A sudden glow flashed as the jar reacted unexpectedly, then confirmed success. From the blinding light, a rare treasure showed up, a ring named the First Mumumu. Holding the SFA-ranked item, Suho gained bonus stats from the system's recognition. This advantage reminded him how strong the regressor's privileges truly were. He reflected on how first items, often rank, increased in power with their users. The ring attached itself to Suho, its energy surging violently as it activated. Purple light covered his hand, completing the link between wielder and treasure. Suho recalled how the differentiator's past knowledge revealed this hidden formula's existence. Calling up his status window, he checked his current stats and planned his next move. 4 points were put into magic, finally raising the stat to an even 100. Suho's magic stat passed the threshold, officially reaching the red rank for the first time. He recalled his previous life, where red was only reached near level 50, yet now quicker. Understanding the ranking system, he knew 700 points were needed to break into purple tier. After setting his stats, Suho turned to the next task awaiting his attention. An old spear lay before him, encircled by energy, as he began the awakening process. Channeling magic into the weapon, he waited for the consciousness within it to rise. As the flow grew stronger, the spear's dormant spirit stirred,
starting its long-awaited revival. Energy spiraled wildly as Suho endured the strain of merging power and intent. Although difficult, he pushed through, determined to finish the bond no matter the resistance. Magic fully filled the weapon, granting it form and awakening its identity. Ghost Spear, rank of Fey. Now using its full strength, Suho stepped forward with the spear tightly in hand, with resolve burning in his eyes. He announced the start of the next confrontation. A forbidden tool forged from divine beast bones, the ghost spear glowed with ominous purple energy linked to Suho upon awakening. The weapon granted shadow-based abilities and advanced regeneration. Its ancestry traced back to the Shadow King, once feared as the true Lord of Darkness. Without delay, Suho summoned the spear using the skill Ghost Shadow. Pulling power from his shadow, dark energy coiled and solidified, forming the spear piece by piece in midair. After grabbing the completed weapon, he confirmed its form was intact and combat-ready, with firm steps. Suho approached the battlefield where the sleeping dragon remained still. Its massive body stirred as round 2 began, testing him once more. Lunging from the subspace, Suho aimed accurately at the exposed reverse scale. Snow crunched beneath his feet while he moved into position near the beast's side. A surge of energy flowed around his arm as he prepared to strike. Lowering his posture, he readied the ghost spear for maximum impact. Suho dashed forward in a flash, spear cutting through the air with deadly speed. Black-purple power erupted violently as the tip neared its target. The dragon's eye opened wide in shock as the blow struck dead center. A loud roar exploded from the dragon as Suho charged straight at its heart. Without hesitation, he pushed the ghost spear into the exposed scale, with fierce force dust. Settled as he landed back inside the subspace, breath steady and stance firm, thanks to his timing. The fear-inducing aura had failed to take hold of his mind. Careful planning and quick retreats had chipped away at the beast's stamina. Victory felt within reach, and Suho sharpened his focus for the final blow. Cautious strikes were no longer useful. The dragon kept its guard high still. Suho noticed the beast's strength had dropped far from its peak. Momentum built as he sprinted forward, committing fully to an all-out battle. Attacks exchanged rapidly, echoing through the chamber in bursts of impact and sparks. With nimble movement, he ducked low, sliding beneath the dragon's striking claws. Upward he rose, spear glowing with dark energy as he prepared to strike again. A precise thrust broke the glowing green core embedded in the creature's chest. As the beast collapsed, its final roar faded into silence and crumbling stone. From high above, Suho watched the results unfold, a faint smirk forming in relief. An explosive strike shattered the ground beneath Suho as he launched downward with full power. The dragon, wounded but furious, charged forward through the falling debris and broken terrain. Despite its injuries, the beast moved with relentless speed, forcing the battlefield into chaos. Quick footsteps sounded as Suho closed in again, refusing to give the monster any room. A clash followed as he hit its weakened body, sending shockwaves across the arena. Overwhelmed by damage and pain, the dragon unleashed a fear-inducing shout across the chamber. Suho's spear stabbed the last vulnerable spot, fully breaking the creature's reverse scale. Blue messages confirmed the dragon's energy fading as Suho activated a purification potion. With status cleared, he advanced again, fully ignoring the fear effect this time. Leaping high, Suho gripped his sword tightly and drove it down on the beast's head. The strike landed cleanly, ending the dragon's resistance with a final crushing blow. Notifications announced victory as Suho stood tall, having defeated the tower dragon at last. The tower dragon fell, its blood pooling beneath its motionless form as Suho stood victorious. A system alert confirmed his achievement, clearing the 49th floor and setting a historic record. In recognition, he received extra stats, while the system initiated a thorough evaluation of his run. Leveling up instantly, his attributes surged across the board, reflecting his rapid growth. Among the rewards was Healing Spirit, a rare support skill once deemed unattainable. The system acknowledged his exceptional performance and granted access to a hidden reward. Dragon Blood's ranks appeared in his storage, an ability tied to ancient legends. Suho recalled Yangma mentioning this power, once found deep in the Dragon Mountains. Even without a dragon's bloodline, he now possessed its strength, with future upgrades hidden for now. Grinning, Suho approached the fallen beast, determined to gain every remaining benefit. Ghost Shadow emerged, ready to consume the creature's lingering essence. It surged forward, reacting naturally to the remnants of the dragon's shadow. Violet tendrils spiraled outward as Ghost Shadow ate the towering silhouette. The process ended with complete integration,
blanketing the area in pulsing energy. Now upgraded to S rank, the skill unlocked hidden traits, surpassing known descriptions. As Suho poured energy into Ghost Shadow, part of its consciousness unexpectedly awakened. New information appeared on the screen, indicating the item's properties had undergone a dramatic change. Reviewing the update, he discovered the weapon's rank had risen and gained new functions. Among the additions was Shadow Restraint, a skill capable of trapping targets through their shadows. Shadow Bleed followed, inflicting constant damage as long as the fangs were embedded. Pleased with the results, Suho began to leave but stopped, after spotting something on the ground. At his feet lay a large white fang, clearly not an average item. Identifying it as a dragon fang with a fatal S-rank curse, he grasped its rarity. This confirmed the truth. The tower dragon had been a pure blood all along. Ready to depart, Suho turned as the tower radiated light, signaling the end of the trial. Suddenly, players were pushed into the open, flung from the collapsing challenge zone. The event caused a commotion, drawing attention across the entire city. Onlookers stared in wonder, murmuring about the man who conquered the tower alone. All eyes eventually settled on Suho, standing calm amidst the chaos. To the gathering crowd, he no longer seemed like a civil servant, but a legend. Cameras and microphones crowded around Suho as the media swarmed in for a statement. Despite their insistence, he showed clear signs of fatigue from the earlier battle. Realizing his injuries were more serious than expected, he focused only on recovering. Meanwhile, a reporter standing outside the chaos tried capturing the unfolding scene. Suho's sudden approach surprised him, confirming the rumors of his survival and success. Before the reporter could respond, Suho closed the distance and addressed him directly. Surprised by the encounter, the reporter asked how Suho bypassed the crowd. Suho explained that he had hidden his presence using a specialized stealth technique, Jojin. The reporter, composed himself and prepared to start with the interview. A brief handshake solidified their mutual intent to work together, moving forward. Suho offered one last chance to withdraw, testing the reporter's resolve. Without delay, they entered the car, leaving the curious crowd behind. While Suho drives across the bridge, a call from team leader Jeong Cheol, Min arrives. Cheol, Min commends Suho for clearing the Tower of Challenge, showing regret they couldn't meet in person. Choosing privacy, Suho explains he left to rest and turns down an offer for a ride. Rather than insisting, Cheol, Min casually invites Suho to stop by the association if he's not too exhausted. The tower, long thought unbeatable, shocks the association by being mastered unexpectedly. Due to its size, they now plan a full study, treating it as more than a simple gate. Suho listens in silence, promising Cheol, Min he'll ask for data if needed. After hanging up, he suspects higher officials forced Cheol, Min to contact him. Although he pities the team leader, Suho refuses to be controlled. He pictures Cheol, Min facing backlash and silently vows to shield him someday. Curious, Jojin Hdoi asks why someone of Suho's level chose civil service over money. To him, Suho could easily prosper in private guilds with unlimited freedom. Suho counters that government guilds hold unmatched authority despite less fame. Power alone means little, even a coup leads to no lasting gain. Ultimately, Suho's aim remains clear, ending the gates completely, not seeking glory. To reach his goal, Suho admits he needs an organization, not just personal strength. By joining the government, he secures strategic influence and long-term access to critical decisions. Jin Hwi recognizes Suho's unmatched dedication, praising him as exceptionally driven among all players. Mentioning the open hiring, Jin Hwi questions whether Suho will apply for such a low rank. Rather than aiming high, Suho reveals he's targeting level 5, surprising his companion. Completely amazed, Jin Hwi stares, eager to hear Suho's reasons behind the unexpected decision. With a light warning, Suho promises to explain, provided it stays off the record. He proposes a mutual benefit, release news through Jin Hwi to increase his internal influence. Instead of refusing, Jin Hwi accepts with a smirk, ready to use the opportunity. Talk turns to Suho's destination, prompting Jin Hwi to ask if he's heading home. Since his location is likely known, Suho casually mentions using a past trick. Offering an alternative, Jin Hwi invites him to stay at his safe, spacious home. Outside, a towering luxury complex, Kaiser Cheongdam, looms as their destination. Upon arrival, Suho wonders at the elite, level property. Speechless at its opulence, Jin Tui gives him a tablet, encouraging him to relax as if it were his own place. Jin Hui shows how the community app functions, highlighting its usefulness for meals and shopping.
He also points out the emergency healer option, which can be called if medical attention is needed. Suho's clean appearance amazes him, but Suho explains he slowly healed himself while riding in the car. Still in disbelief, Jin Hdui admits. He read Suho's information but hadn't accepted it as fact. Most healers depend on guilds to grow stronger, making Suho's solo success even more unforeseen. Before leaving for work, Jin Hdui reminds Suho about the code, trusting him with the apartment. Now alone, Suho opens his status window to distribute stat points earned from the tower. He balances health with other stats, focusing on perception to boost his awareness. His stat screen shows great growth, especially for someone in the healer category. With the points spent, Suho prepares to test his improved sensibilities. He scans for spying devices, confident in his perception but wary of unknown risks. Though he trusts Jin Hdui, Suho uses his abilities to ensure complete safety before resting. At the apartment entryway, Suho observed the elegant interior decorated with artwork and sleek lighting. The massive scale of the main room amazed him. It rivaled even high-level guild halls. Content after checking the area, he sat onto the couch, relieved by the lack of surveillance. Vibrations from his phone broke the silence, drawing his attention to the screen. Countless messages arrived, from news outlets to strangers, all responding to his recent feat. Irritated by the breach, he considered Jin's advice to switch to a more secure platform. While resting on the bed, he balanced the need for privacy against convenience. A quick configuration later, the new device was ready, dedicated purely for personal matters. Despite his efforts, his old phone kept ringing. He reclined, intending to rest before leaving. Inside a data center, rows of buzzing servers stood quiet under cold fluorescent lights. A glowing portal opened, and masked figures appeared quickly through the breach. Without pausing, the group split up and began inspecting the facility. One agent set down a black duffel bag, showing the explosives inside. Tools in hand, another operative attached devices onto the server hardware. Final checks finished. The countdown was started under a watchful gaze, armed and ready. The bomb lay in place as the intruders completed their preparations. A sudden voice broke through the tension, casually lecturing them for planting explosives indoors. Turning quickly, the group spotted a lone figure approaching, catching them entirely off guard. With steady steps, Suho noted that the building was supposed to be empty. Still, he mentioned this moment was exactly why he chose to appear, rather than fight. The intruders panicked and hurried toward the active portal. Suho raised his hand, glowing with energy as he obstructed their retreat. Purple force surged outward, scattering several members before they could escape. One masked woman fell to the ground unexpectedly, puzzling even her allies. Scrambling, an agent picked her up, preparing to retreat through the gate. Another operative stopped, unsettled by her sudden collapse and unknown condition. Without delay, dark chains emerged and restrained them. Suho had activated his shadow abilities. Attempts to struggle failed, their tools and skills proving useless. Panic growing, one man wavered to leave the unconscious woman behind. Silently furious, the leader's gaze narrowed. This fight wasn't over. To speak even once with them, Suho knew, was already more than they earned. In a desperate move, the attackers charged together, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer force. He countered easily, sending them crashing down before they could touch him. A chill passed through the room as Suho's aura darkened with intent. By activating intimidation, he forced every remaining enemy to the floor, held by invisible pressure. He recognized them immediately. Banshee, a once dismantled terror group now operating from the shadows. Without hesitation, Suho named their identities, exposing details none expected him to know. Guakdu, Ho managed brute tasks while hiding behind the mask of day labor. Seo Kyo, a science teacher by trade, secretly built deadly bombs. Kim Hyun, Min posing as a courier, handled transport through spatial movement. Last was Gu Yoon, student, strategist, and source of their EMP disruptions. Shocked, she demanded answers. Stunned by his information, smiling slightly, Suho asked if she hadn't realized who he was yet. Though no lives were lost, he reminded her that property damage was still criminal. While police remained unaware, he had already finished the entire puzzle. Suho revealed he understood their attack tactics and how they removed every trace afterward. He added that he knew their locations and those close to them, intensifying the pressure. Manhwa paused startled, as Suho calmly stepped forward, knowing she was now willing to talk. Descending from above, Suho calmly stated he wasn't linked with the government or there to hurt them. His sudden entrance eased the group's tension, making them rethink their defensive stance. Faced with suspicion, he gave an ultimatum: cooperate or be turned over to the authorities. Rather than escalate, Suho proposed relocating and defusing the hidden bombs to ensure privacy. Confusion appeared in the silver-haired man's eyes, shocked by how much Suho already knew. Without hesitation, Suho opened a swirling portal, showing a shortcut beyond normal means. Once inside their base, he offered them comfort, even though he was the one in control. Mask still on, the group avoided revealing their faces, cautious of Suho's intentions. A firm order from him finally moved one of them to comply. Though reluctantly, flustered, the leader claimed it was due to discomfort, not Suho's influence. Leaning back, Suho casually revealed their gait, clearing activities with alarming accuracy. He explained his appearance and insight were the result of a specific personal ability. Calling out their secrecy, Suho admitted he also hid skills of his own. Rather than threaten, he suggested cooperation as a mutual path forward. His intention became clear: join the Great Hunter Association and help with society's safety. Accusations started as one of them asked if Suho planned to trade them for admission. Raising his hands calmly, he explained his intent to take the level 5 exam on his own. Rather than rush entry, Suho aimed to earn his spot in the elite special unit. Without hesitation, he acknowledged their resentment toward the special unit and its past actions. Their attacks weren't random. He understood those acts came from unresolved pain and betrayal. Opening up, Suho shared his own trauma growing up as a gate orphan during the devastation. Tragedy, he discovered, hadn't been accidental. It was planned for political and financial gain. Cleared zones increased land value, and those in power used the chaos. With quiet resolve, he stated he knew the names of those behind the scheme. Vengeance alone wasn't enough. Suho intended to lead the very system that failed him. He highlighted the special unit's unmatched authority and power across government sectors. Finding allies with discretion and talent was crucial, and that's why he approached them. Support, he said, could wait until they witnessed his strength firsthand, but another act of terrorism would end all talks. He would show no mercy. Even in his past life, Suho admitted banshees remained a mystery too difficult to capture. In his past life, Suho had caught banshee members and learned a painful truth: though called criminals, they were victims too, reflecting his own history and scars. Lacking direction, their misplaced anger had pushed them into infamy. No one corrected. Determined not to repeat that error, Suho vowed to guide them before corruption ruined them. Confidence in his skills left no room for doubt. He believed Gu Yanhua would agree. Rather than rush, he left them with time to think, trusting patience would bring results. Before leaving, he reminded them to reflect carefully and choose their path wisely. Meanwhile, at the Great Hunter Association, pressure grew behind closed doors. Aya Superior scolded team leader Young for failing to handle a critical task involving Suho. Warnings followed. Another mistake would not be allowed, even with excuses. Dismissed with a final order, Young left the office with regret filling his thoughts. His internal struggle grew. He questioned his job, doubted his path, but forced himself to continue. A sudden voice interrupted. Deputy Chief P spotted Young in the hallway. Surprised and annoyed, Young tried to avoid notice but failed. With a grin, Pai Sungyale, chief of the special unit, approached, teasing him playfully. Sharing a laugh, the senior officer dismisses the tension with casual small talk. As they walk, the topic turns toward An Suho, whose actions have triggered quiet discussions. Rather than ignore the issue, the senior offers unexpected help, catching his colleague off guard. He suggests a tactic: summon Suho by filing a temporary charge, framing it as routine. With calculated ease, he minimizes the consequences, insisting it can later be called a misunderstanding. Smirking, he leans closer, hinting that the chairman could fix things if needed. An Suho's goal of entering the Great Hunter Association is mentioned as leverage, presented as mutually beneficial. The plan is painted as an opportunity for everyone involved. Though hesitant, the junior warns of potential blowback, clearly troubled by the suggestion. Mocking the hesitation, the senior questions why prosecutors should fear hunters. He reminds him of their power, emphasizing how players once respected their authority. Advising flexibility, he urges the team leader to act accordingly and use his position. Before leaving, the senior stresses the value of practicality over rigid rules. Left standing, the team leader watches him depart, thoughts filled with uncertainty. What once felt like respect now feels like regret as doubts start to grow. Doubt remains in Jung's mind as he reflects on how much Suho actually knows. An ominous realization sets in. Knowledge itself makes Suho dangerous to those in power. Overwhelmed by conflicting thoughts, Jung excuses himself, choosing to take a short break alone. Memories return of Suho once stating his intent to join the Great Hunter Association. Back then, his attitude seemed helpful, even friendly toward the association's goals. However, everything changed suddenly when Suho began distancing himself without warning. Jung stares at the sky, wondering what plans Suho might be concealing now. Meanwhile, city lights blur as a taxi travels through the quiet night streets. A figure steps out and walks alone. Determination evident in his steady pace, Suho activates his ability Colorless Solitude, swirling with raw, contained power. Though once unsure, he's now mastered the skill through countless trials in the tower. With resolve in his eyes, Suho steps forward, his mission clearly defined. A familiar building appears ahead as Suho arrives at his target location. Without hesitation, he leaps over the barrier and lands with silent precision. Now at the facility entrance, he prepares to discover what lies inside. Suho scans the area carefully, believing the hidden objective must be nearby. He activates mana detection, sending energy rippling through the air to find any anomalies. As expected, traces of mana begin to appear from a concealed structure nearby. Red energy surges outward, signaling the presence of a hidden gate forming within the space. This specific type of gate appears only under unique conditions rarely met. With caution, Suho steps forward, understanding that each hidden gate holds distinct triggers. Drawing a blade, he prepares for the gate's condition, a sufficient sacrifice of blood. He cuts cleanly, letting his blood fall into the gate's core to activate it. In response, the gate begins absorbing the blood quickly, glowing with dark energy. As the requirement is met, the system confirms the hidden gate has been found. He earns bonus stats for the achievement and gains exclusive information. Before him, the bloody tower opens, a mysterious gate with unknown limits and entry conditions. Inside a dark cave, Suho activated luminous powder, lighting up the jagged stone walls ahead. The eerie glow showed the rough terrain of the first stage. Without hesitation, he began moving. A quiet drip drew his attention. Glancing upward, he wondered whether it was stalactite water. A red substance fell from above. Suho quickly realized it wasn't water. It was saliva. From the shadows, dozens of blood-sucking bats appeared, their eyes glowing crimson with hostility. Rather than panicking, he stood firm beneath the swarm, smiling at the unexpected welcome. Energy flowed from Suho as he activated his intimidation skill, radiating force in all directions. Several bats struggled mid-air, crashing violently to the cave floor under heavy pressure. One by one, the weakened creatures fell, overwhelmed by the aura surrounding him. A bat screeched, but Suho responded quickly, striking with a dark, glowing weapon. Shadow energy surged as he invoked Ghostly Shadow, triggering a wave of consuming force. Spiraling darkness spread, trapping enemies and silencing their movement in an instant. The storm of shadows vanished. Suho remained still, surrounded by the remains of destruction. He summoned his status window, checking stats with calm precision and evaluating his combat performance. Seeing the combat log, he noticed the enemy's high tag level. This dungeon was far from over. Surprised by the combat log, Suho found an unexpected entry among the defeated enemies. A blood slime, unintentionally caught in the chaos, had perished alongside the bats. Although amused, he admitted that relying on intimidation alone made things too easy. Monsters with higher levels, he remembered, are rarely shaken by fear, unless specifically vulnerable. With quiet steps, he advanced deeper, undeterred by the silence surrounding him. Before him, an ornate door appeared, clearly the entrance to the next stage. Crossing the threshold caused a sudden shift in atmosphere, revealing the vast boss chamber. No sound came at first, only a faint glimmer of red eyes in the distance. Suho held his weapon, calmly inviting the hidden threat to show itself. Without warning, a giant bat leaped forward, screeching violently as it attacked. Recognition flashed in Suho's eyes. It wasn't an ordinary enemy. He rushed forward, prepared to counter with precision. A thunderous impact broke the floor as a second threat revealed itself. Reacting quickly, Suho avoided the shockwave and repositioned. Now facing both the 100-year bat and a level 72 blood golem, he prepared for battle. Judging the golem as a mid-level foe, Suho decided to dispatch it swiftly. He darted forward with speed, narrowing the distance while both enemies loomed above. Swinging with precision, he delivered a strong blow as the bat approached from behind. Maintaining momentum, Suho dodged and countered with a powerful strike aimed at the golem's flank. Another strike followed immediately, hitting a weak spot on the golem's shoulder. He spun his blade in a wide arc, keeping both monsters at bay. A surge of blue energy erupted from his sword,
as he launched a finishing move. The impact shattered the enemy's defense, leaving the golem unable to move. Suho watched calmly as dust filled the chamber, signaling the battle's end. Relieved, he let down his guard briefly while catching his breath. The bat twitched unnaturally as nearby blood began to flow upward. A second phase began. The enemies revived, triggered by a hidden resurrection system. A powerful surge rips through the battlefield as Suho launches a series of precise strikes. He clashes blades with the beast, but the impact fails to leave a single scratch. Recognizing the monster's durability, he notes its resilience rivals that of the blood nooses. Rather than wasting energy, Suho uses the contingency plan he prepared earlier. Glowing energy forms at his side just as the enemy charges once more. An explosive blast stops the creature's momentum, briefly engulfing it in light and fire. Despite the fiery assault, the monster stands uninjured, its flesh showing no visible damage. Suho swings again, this time at short range, but the result remains unchanged. He concludes that ordinary attacks alone won't be enough to bring the creature down. Still composed, Suho recalls the creature's known weakness, pure silver infused with holy attributes. He activates the silver sword's enchantment, flames wrapping around the blade's edge. Single empowered strike lands, causing a holy explosion that visibly wounds the enemy. With the beast downed, Suho steps forward. Confirming the creature's vulnerability to divine power, he analyzes their reaction, watching them break under the sword's enhanced blessing. Another foe appears, and Suho calmly wonders if it will share the same fate. In a swift motion, Suho's blade arcs through the monster, slicing deeply with radiant precision. His feet land firmly as the beast falls, lifeless, onto the blood-soaked floor. Satisfied, he observes the system message confirming the blood collector's defeat. Using a healer, exclusive ability, he buffs his weapon with holy energy. When silver combines with divine force, critical strikes become inevitable against the undead. His attention shifts as heavy footsteps signal the arrival of a greater enemy. A tall figure steps forward, clothed in darkness, exuding overpowering malice. Identified as the Cursed Prince, the enemy expresses anger at the loss of his minions. Unmoved, Suho calmly states his objective, to capture the boss of this domain. With blood erupting, the prince unleashes an angry barrage across the throne room. Suho evades encounters, blades flashing against surging crimson energy. He speaks into his earpiece, asking the prince's readiness to continue. A sinister orb forms in the prince's hand, pulsing with dense curse magic. Red mist coils as he raises the energy high, prepared to retaliate, crashing downward. He begins his counterattack with deadly force and fury. Surrounded by a rising curtain of blood, Suho charges toward the source of the disturbance. He quickly realizes his vision is blocked, and the thick aura distorts his perception. Pausing, he readies himself, preparing for the prince to emerge from any direction. A sudden strike comes from the side, and Suho instinctively lifts his sword to intercept it. The Cursed Prince is surprised by Suho's reaction speed and ability to block. With sharpened focus, Suho explains that his enhanced sensing helped anticipate the attack. Though confident, Suho notices his attack didn't land properly as expected. The prince shrugs off the blow and retaliates with a powerful blood-based skill. He hovers midair, dark energy flaring, preparing a lethal move to end the duel. The Cursed Prince unleashes Bloodskull, a deadly power swirling in crimson, targeting Suho. Waves of red strike into Suho's body, tearing his flesh and forcing him to the ground. Refusing to fall, Suho draws on his inner strength and uses the healing spirit skill. A surge of blue energy floods the battlefield, catching the prince unprepared and halting his advance. Suho steps forward, his hand glowing with radiant light as the healing completes. The Cursed Prince recoils, sensing strange energy and demanding to know what Suho just did. No wounds remain. Suho stands tall. His body completely restored by the spirit is power. Despite his calm demeanor, Suho raises his sword, prepared for retaliation. With quiet confidence, he teases the prince by offering to heal him as well. Suddenly, the prince's body reacts uncontrollably, his form twisting from within. Suho tightens his grip, ready to show the truth behind his mysterious healing. Raging, the Cursed One launches another attack, unwilling to accept defeat. Dark energy spirals wildly, releasing monstrous shrieks into the air. Suho dodges with precision and focuses energy into his blade. He strikes fast, cutting through the prince's defenses in one decisive motion. With a sharp swing, Suho breaks through the Cursed Prince's defenses and lands a solid hit. Red energy flares as the prince reels back, his arms shaking with rage. Launching forward, he counters fiercely, claws wide, and aim to rip Suho apart.
Rather than retreat, Suho charges head on, glowing blade ready for another strike. He slips past the attack and carves through the enemy's side without pause. Blood sprays from the prince's mouth as he stumbles, eyes wide in disbelief. Suho leaps again, targeting the chest with flawless timing. In desperation, the prince calls forth a massive red form to turn the tide. Their powers clash mid-air, locking both in a violent explosion of energy. The blast sends shockwaves through the chamber, shattering stone and silence. Smoke clears slowly, revealing Suho standing while his foe lies defeated. Not a word is spoken as Suho steps toward the collapsed vampire. Approaching carefully, he watches the unmoving body on the floor. Kneeling beside him, Suho assumes the fight has ended. Without warning, fangs sink into his neck. He's been bitten by a royal vampire. Sinking his fangs deep, the vampire mocks Suho and demands his blood as tribute. Gripping the attacker's face, Suho retaliates, shoving him off with a powerful strike. Calmly wiping his neck, he mutters that biting him was a desperate move, collapsing to the floor. Suho groans as a strange transformation begins inside him. His vision blurs while an overwhelming thirst and headache take control, though the voice in his head insists it is too late. Suho refuses to submit. As transformation progress hits 50%, Suho searches his inventory without hesitation. With holy water in hand, he prepares to purify before full conversion takes hold. At the critical moment, he breaks the vial, hoping it works in time. Unexpectedly, the purification fails, revealing that the domain itself is manipulated by the enemy. Observing his surroundings, Suho realizes the entire area and even the corpse has regenerated. Unshaken, he readies another plan. Understanding this is only the first phase. As corruption rises, Suho activates a hidden card stored within the system. New traits unlock: resistance, enhanced regeneration, and vampire-related immunity. Blue energy surrounds him as transformation stops. He stabilized just before losing control. Having met the conditions, Suho triggered the second stage of Dragon Blood, facing a massive dragon. Dragon armor responded at once, granting dragon kins and stopping any further transformation through resistance effects. As corrupted blood entered him, his damaged human body was restored with enhanced capability. Energy stabilized inside his body. Suho realized the chamber held the hidden dragonkin power. Unlocking required reaching level 50 and enduring mental and physical danger threatening survival. The one condition remained unclear. Dragon research revealed it. Vampirism activated under deadly crisis. The vampirism trait appeared, locked and marked as evidence of near-complete transformation. Acknowledging conflict between vampire and dragon blood, he dropped plans to absorb vampire traits. Despite this, he accepted the result and turned his focus toward earned skills. Rare blood techniques emerged: blood-sucking, blood orb, and blood weapon, used by noble-class vampires. Slaying monsters, he took pure blood and stored it for future combat use. Shadow Spear was also upgraded, set to evolve through constant battle. In the next room, ominous whispers sounded. Suho paused, sensing something unstable. A broken man mumbled in misery. Baffled Suho survived his curse-laden bite. Without answering, Suho stepped forward. Phase 2 had started. Tormented by his fate, the cursed prince caused an explosion of blood energy across the chamber. Clutching his side, Suho moved as the unstable power surged violently around him. Above them, blood broke through the ceiling, raining down as the transformation began. A blood-soaked aura covered the prince, twisting his form into something far more frightening. Hatred overflowed as he vowed to destroy anyone who ever beat him. According to the system, he had evolved into an angry level 80 cursed entity. Without delay, crimson tendrils lashed outward, targeting anything that stood in his way. Roars echoed as he emitted waves of pressure, strong enough to shake the structure. Ready for combat, Suho pulled his blade, aware this was no ordinary opponent. Demonic wings opened, amplifying the prince's already scary presence. Suho blocked each blow, narrowly holding ground against the relentless attack. This wasn't just rage, it was calculated, lethal strength. From above, Suho hit first, clashing mid-air in a fierce exchange. To his amazement, the enemy now fought with sharper instincts. Cautious but determined, Suho accepted the fact this battle wouldn't end easily. Clashing mid-air, Suho dodged the cursed prince's brutal strike and countered with sharp precision. Energy shifted as holy power flowed through his weapon, lighting the chaotic battlefield. Confidently, he warned that anger alone couldn't stand against divine force. Their weapons hit again, blue light meeting red fury in a violent flash. Unimpressed,
The prince laughed at the holy aura and launched a crushing blow, landing hard. Suho realized divine strength alone wasn't enough to win this fight. Without hesitation, he took blood from his hand, activating the forbidden blood weapon technique. A scarlet blade appeared, radiating deadly energy that made even the prince pause. Recognition flashed in the enemy's eyes. This was a weapon not intended for humans. Demanding its surrender, the prince roared and charged forward in fury, sidestepping quickly. Suho struck back, his blade glowing with fresh holy light. The counterattack landed perfectly, shocking the foe for the first time. Gripping his new weapon, Suho prepared himself for the deciding blow. Red wings spread as the prince screamed in blind rage. Momentum climbed as both forces collided with everything they had left. Suho blocked the incoming strike with a surge of energy, catching the enemy by surprise. The cursed prince underestimated Suho's shield, unaware it soaked up and redirected blood-based attacks. Charging forward, Suho countered with a final blow, piercing through the swirling red storm. Footsteps echoed as Suho moved forward, closing in on the defeated figure lying on the floor. A cold stare met the blood-soaked enemy, whose body still shook despite suffering critical damage. Grinning wickedly, the silver-haired man teased Suho, boasting that mere cuts couldn't kill him. Without pause, Suho hit again, his palms smashing into the man's face with constant force. He ignored the threat with a quiet command, vowing not to let it bother him again. Breathing heavily, the enemy vowed vengeance, relying on his regenerative abilities to recover. Dark chains burst from the ground, binding the writhing body in place through shadow magic. Suho approached without hesitation, watching as the foe struggled against the tight grip. Blood drain activated, pulling crimson energy into a holding field known as the Blood Prison. Screams filled the room as the restrained man fought the invisible grasp of the prison. Suho checked the blood levels calmly, noting the capacity with a single glance. A memory returned. This man once worked as a healer caught in a hidden vampire dungeon. He failed the mission, lost to the cursed prince, and was bitten, becoming a vampire. Through healing magic, he cleared the curse and restructured his abilities to turn the tide. Victorious but transformed, the Blood Monarch rose, known worldwide as a monstrous villain. In the end, Suho won and turned the defeated foe into a useful informant. Dark energy surged as the demon soul sword drank every trace of the cursed prince's shadow. With the threat gone, Suho confirmed the gate's closure and earned fame as its MVP. Several notifications showed up, rewarding him with experience, a bonus stat, and a full level up. A new gate began forming, pulsing ominously with crimson energy deep inside the chamber. Though satisfied with the results, Suho was sorry for failing to capture the elusive vampire. Without warning, the system started a detailed scan of his abilities and potential. A rare trait called New Blood was given, capable of merging all bloodlines perfectly. Baffled but curious, Suho stared at the trait, unsure of its full meaning. Suddenly, the seal on the vampire blood opened, revealing hidden information and abilities. The blood's rank reached S, a level never seen in vampire history. Compared to his trait, even the Blood Monarch's strength seemed small. Suho thought his overwhelming success was due to the unmatched potential of New Blood. He reflected on the lucky outcome, aware not everything would always work so well. With his task complete, Suho turned away, ready for whatever came next. Suho declared his next move with confidence, ready to upset the balance at Nexus Guild. The massive building housing the guild headquarters stood tall, shining in the early morning light. Inside, a group of agents quickly moved through the halls toward an important meeting. An announcement reached the guild leader's office about Suho's intended visit the next day. Concerned by Suho's erratic nature, the leader advised everyone to prepare carefully. Baedong Hyuk, head of Nexus, calmly accepted the report, already anticipating complications. At night, Suho returns to a bright apartment building after a long day of toil. Inside, the living room is silent, showing signs someone recently lived there. Suho peeks in carefully and finds Jojin Hwi asleep on the couch. Looking messy, Jojin Hwi wakes up and mentions Suho's victory in the Tower of Battle once more. He explains that they're sharing the room and are partners, so he prepared drinks to celebrate. While waiting, Jin Hwi fell asleep, clearly exhausted, but still enthusiastic about their small party. Jin Hwi laughs loudly, predicting this kind of celebration will happen regularly from now on. They sit down to a meal, drinks on the table, the atmosphere gradually becoming more calm. Suho praises the apartment, while Jin Hwi reveals how useful the local community app is.
Jin Hwi admits he knew Suho was doing well from his blog, but misjudged his wealth. He reveals he is the youngest son of Daisen Group's chairman, an heir with a secret life. Though from a powerful family, Jin Hdy explains his mother wasn't the chairman's legal wife. He compares himself to an illegitimate child, a secret even among people at his firm. Despite his bloodline, Jin Hwi declined all power offers, choosing journalism out of fun. Suho respects his choice and commends him, believing Jin Hwi excels at being a true journalist. Jin Hwi humbly responds to the compliment, then admits he's never met a hunter like Suho. He suggests a toast, and Suho agrees without hesitation. The mood warm and friendly. They clink glasses and celebrate, marking a moment of quiet friendship between hunter and journalist. The next morning, Jin Hwi yawns as he wakes up and walks into the kitchen casually. He greets Suho and learns he'll be working through the weekend due to overwhelming tasks. Though Jin Hwi regrets drinking too much, Suho reassures him that the night was worthwhile. Jin Hwi jokes he can't use Suho's stories forever for content, despite their value. He suddenly praises Suho again, then shifts the topic to their planned visit to Nexus. Excitedly, he shares that he reached level 50 and got new traits just the night before. Suho is amazed by the rapid level gain, questioning how Jin Hwi advanced so fast. Jin Hwi shrugs off the disbelief and drinks casually, acting as if it's normal. He insists on lending Suho proper clothes for the Nexus meeting, taking him away to prepare. As Suho objects, Jin Hwi pushes him to dress well, insisting looks matter for big meetings. Later, Jin Hwi offers Suho a car, noting it's better than using public transport with attention. Driving through the city in a bright red car, Suho arrives at the destination, catching everyone's eye. Suho steps confidently out of a red sports car, drawing looks from the crowd around him. He reflects briefly on the flashy entrance, aware that it left a deep impression. Inside, he is welcomed by Dongwo, the Nexus Guild representative, and introduces himself calmly. Dongwo expresses worry about Suho's rapid growth and questions his long-term plans to be a public hunter. Suho confirms his goal remains the Public Hunters Association, but admits joining Nexus is a useful step. He explains that entering a private guild is only to gain experience before taking the Grade 5 exam. Suho explains further, revealing his plan to earn bonus points and apply pressure through Nexus. He assures them it's a fair arrangement, and he intends to contribute fully while at Nexus. Dongwo accepts the logic behind the strategy, but prepares to pose a tougher question. Dongwo recalls Suho's bold proposal from before, when his potential was still unknown. No, with every guild wanting him. Dongwo questions why Suho keeps returning only to Nexus. He warns that if Suho's true motive is deception, the offer will be cancelled, despite his talent. Despite Suho's merits, the official refused his request, citing personal reasons over professional judgment. Unfazed, Suho brought up the Nexus Guild, whose mission he had noted during a recent speech. He recalled their promise to be Korea's leading force in sealing all dimensional gates. Nexus had consistently led frontline efforts, supporting recovery after gate-related damage across cities. Although aware of possible use, Suho remained focused on lending his strength to worthy causes. Collaborating with both Nexus and the Grand Hunter Association was a tactical move in his eyes. The official yielded but emphasized that Nexus alone couldn't handle the escalating gate threats. Government agencies marked sealed gates as extreme, risk zones, far beyond normal hunter capabilities. Red cubes locked in chains represented the catastrophic potential hidden behind secret portals. To aid Nexus, Suho proposed linking their name to every gate he cleared. Such recognition would shake the balance of power within the hunter industry. Confidently, he pledged to push Nexus to the top before his planned departure. Though temporary, his presence would cause significant change. The official conceded. Beyond clearing gates, Suho planned to find and train promising recruits. Kang Dae-han was already in his sights, a future ally worth investing in. Rumors about Dae-han's sudden weapon change emerged, linking it to Suho's earlier suggestion. The woman voiced concern, questioning the risks if Dae-han had faltered in a tanker role. Suho clarified that his advice came after careful analysis, and Dae-han produced outstanding results. With a mix of surprise and thought, she acknowledged his success. Initial data had predicted Dae-han would fail again, but Suho's coaching changed that outcome. Though slightly vexed, she admitted the proposals presented were clearly strong. Officials found denying Suho's offer difficult, Without appearing irrational, one questioned his intent to take on sealed gates, noting their restricted access status. Government protocols made such entries uncommon, prioritizing safety over power or influence. Suho proposed getting a sealed gate permit as proof of his intent. Going further, he pledged to clear one completely before closing the deal. His nerve left the panel with little room to argue. Though a newcomer under level 100, he didn't let that limit him. Determined to remove the label, he sought results, not fame. The official, impressed by his will, accepted with a confident smile. Rather than rush, the representative insisted plans would start only after Suho cleared the sealed gate. Moments later, Suho left as the others watched him leave with guarded optimism. Without delay, instructions were given to set up a dedicated team to support Suho's missions. The secretary questioned the early preparations, unsure if trust was premature. Still, the representative defended the move, saying it showed honor and intent. Both agreed Suho's conviction was real. His eyes held nothing but steady purpose. At the Hunter Association, the building towered over its weary staff. Inside, one overwhelmed worker coped with the pressure surrounding Suho's possible visit. Doubt remained. Suho had clearly declined their previous invitations. Desperate ideas floated, including offering false awards to attract him. None seemed right, especially with upper management rejecting empty gestures. Caught between orders and conscience, they remained stalled without a clear solution. A sudden call broke the silence, catching the team leader by surprise. Seeing an unknown number, he answered warily, puzzled by the caller. Hearing Suho's voice, he sat upright, stunned that Suho had reached out to them first. A familiar sign marked Suho's quiet return to a small eatery from his part-time days. While seated across from his guest, he casually said how long it had been since his last visit. To avoid constant disruption, he explained. A secondary phone number had become vital. Suho calmly told him to use that new number for future contact. Gratitude followed, along with surprise that Suho hadn't cut ties completely. Curious, Suho asked whether pressure from the association had caused this sudden outreach. Memories of the Tower of Challenge arose as Suho recalled being summoned immediately afterward. The request had seemed strange. Reports usually replaced personal visits in difficult missions. Eventually, he uncovered the truth. Officials only wanted souvenir photos, not real input, rather than express anger. Suho admitted he'd already figured everything together. Few showed fairness in such cases, yet his guest hadn't used coercion or blame. Acknowledging that, Suho recognized his professionalism and control. With intentions clear, Suho announced he would now go to the association himself. Connecting with leadership and expressing personal thanks seemed both timely and beneficial. Before finishing the meal, he urged they leave right after, taking quick initiative. The Korean Hunter Association headquarters stood tall, casting a long shadow under the fair sky. Upon entering, Suho was welcomed by the president himself, who expressed great excitement for the meeting. Not missing the chance, the vice president added, calling Suho a once-in-a generation talent, maintaining composure. Suho responded with courtesy, masking his inner frustration behind the polite smile. Irritation brewed. He still found their presence unpleasant despite the years. When asked about joining, he confirmed without delay, repeating the goal stated in his exam interview. He reminded them that, as a gate orphan, ending the threat was his life's mission. Rather than just serve, he aimed to prevent corrupt leadership from hurting the organization further. Resolving inwardly, Suho planned to remove the president before his term concluded. Compliments poured again, this time highlighting Suho's integrity and lack of greedy ambition. Though flattering on the surface, their admiration smelled of manipulation. Suho replied with routine gratitude, knowing their praise was meant to control, not celebrate. Annoyance stirred as he realized Park likely fixed the visit to boost his own standing. Memories of previous gate events, full of delays and vanity, resurfaced sharply. Asked about his preferred role, Suho answered plainly he wanted to be stationed in gate operations. Within the association, gate access was favored over private guilds, offering early entry to their teams. The gate division handled both initial inspections and combined operations during raids when necessary. Although considered the most dangerous role, Suho's resolve made him an ideal candidate for it. Proposing a gesture of support, one official suggested giving Suho personal access to a gate. Others wavered, noting most gates available were sealed or classified as high difficulty zones. Despite the risks, Suho insisted on facing them, viewing it as his duty to save lives. The president welcomed Suho's conviction, ordering team leader Jeong to handle preparations. Caught off guard, Jeong stumbled, but complied under mounting pressure from above. Suho responded confidently, promising to thank the association after completing the assignment. Discontent grew as Jeong reflected on how lethal sealed gates had proven in past missions. Rather than strategic, the move felt reckless, ignoring the severity of what sealed gates meant. Even so, Suho remained focused while others ignored the potential loss of life. To leadership, raid success surpassed casualties, making sacrifice a background concern. Suho revealed his intent to attain level 5 certification by year's end. Although tempted to gain experience in a guild, strict contracts left him uncertain. Suho considered Nexus, a place that might better help his goal before taking the public exam. Joining Nexus could naturally connect him to the Hunter Association and boost his position. Just then, a visitor named Saisei Chongwil arrived, causing an unexpected reaction from Suho. Sesongwil entered confidently, disturbing the atmosphere with his sudden appearance. From the corner, Suho remained seated, caught unawares by the man's timing. With a smirk, Sungwil acknowledged Suho's presence and hinted that his arrival had a reason. Inside the office, a composed man noticed someone had already arrived before him. He tried to leave, but the staff insisted he stay and meet the guest. With a welcoming smile, the man introduced Hunter An Suho, a tower challenger of fame. Recognition lit up Pi Song Yil's face as he realized who stood before him. Grateful for the opportunity, he admired Suho's reputation while valuing the president's connection. Extending his hand eagerly, Pi introduced himself, and Suho responded with a formal handshake. Compliments flowed as Pi praised Suho's feats and strength. Suho remained courteous, but internally pondered the unexpected encounter. The mood shifted when the president revealed Suho's intent to take the 5th grade public exam talks. Heated up as the topic of the sealed gate surfaced, Pi wavered, clearly uneasy about the danger Suho willingly accepted. Still, Suho confirmed his understanding of the risks with calm resolve, wishing him success. Pi subtly expressed worry about the path chosen. To prevent such talent from being wasted, he offered total support. However, another man interrupted, revealing Suho's true interest in the gate department. Suho's ambition is clear. He intends to clear the gates permanently by using the priority pass. Recognizing the potential, Pei-shong, Yul proposes that the special department can also assist that goal. Turning toward his colleague, he asks for confirmation, and team leader Jeong unwillingly agrees. Speculation begins about the results if Suho passes the challenging 5th grade civil exam. While offering his support, Jeong seems aware of how this could affect their hierarchy. Suho quietly reflects that outranking Jeong might make future teamwork more difficult. The meeting ends as the president suggests, continuing the conversation with team leader Jeong, expressing gratitude. Suho exits with Jeong, both walking side by side in quiet. Neither speaks, but the weight of decisions ahead hangs heavy in the still corridor. Jeong admits his concern, urging care due to the sealed gate's extreme risk, despite the warning. Suho listens respectfully and appreciates the honesty behind the advice. Jeong emphasizes the deadly nature of these missions, ones even the government strictly monitors. Fully aware of the danger, Suho remains composed and learned about sealed gate protocols. He calmly brushes off fear, placing his trust in his experience and preparation. Confidently, Suho declares his knowledge of the nameless sword gate. He knows how to finish it. The nameless sword gate square in Gyeonggu stands heavily guarded as Suho and his party approach. Upon arrival, guards instruct them to remain in place while entry rules are handled. Suho observes the tension in the air despite civilian oversight. The zone clearly functions like a military base. Major Kim Jong-woo greets Suho formally, acknowledging his presence with professional manners. Without delay, he informs the group that team leader Jeong awaits further in. Escorted by soldiers, the party begins moving through thick greenery toward the gate site. A large, metallic structure comes into view, drawing attention with its strange material composition. Built with super alloys and iron, it contains gate creatures and reduces dangerous shockwaves. Suho notes its complexity. Every layer of protection shows how gravely the threat is treated. Jeong greets them warmly and notes their trouble to reach the site. When asked, Suho introduces the lively man beside him as reporter Jo Jin. The reporter politely explains he's only there to record the raid with limited photos. Light humor breaks the formality as Joe requests everyone keep in mind his face. A soldier quietly inquires about Suho's level, surprised to hear the answer is 51. Permission is granted immediately, with a reminder that the gate will close once he enters. Suho stands before the sealed gate, confidently assuring the team leader of his preparedness. Although asked for specifics, he avoids explanation, comparing it loosely to the Tower of Challenge. He reminds them of their agreement. If he clears this gate, they must assist him further. Just before entering, Suho promises his return, requesting only 1 hour inside. His body begins to glow as the gate activates, drawing him into the sealed domain. The massive door slams shut behind him, leaving only spinning energy in his wake. The gate welcomed on Suho, as the team watched from behind, concern shadowing their expressions. Rather than following, they stood back, trusting in him despite the danger. Questions started about sending a healer into a zone where physical strength mattered most, to their amazement. Suho's healer title was only on paper. His swordsmanship surpassed all expectations. Back during the practical exam, he defeated every monster without using a single healing spell. Instead of support magic, natural combat ability carried him through and earned his certification. Few believed it initially, but the results made doubt impossible. Protecting others while killing enemies proved his dual capability beyond official labels. Now, his challenge waited within the nameless sword gate, rumored to contain death itself. Bright forest light shone through as Suho advanced calmly, alone once more. Each step recalled previous failures, nearly survived. Still, he moved forward, unwilling to retreat from the place that once defeated him. Sudden movement set off the system's alert. The boss had appeared. A giant, armored figure walked into view, its level unknown. Facing it head on, Suho stood ready, sword out and resolve unwavering. A brilliant glow erupted as the nameless swordsman began the battlefield mechanic. During its activation, both combatants held identical stats, removing any external advantages. Within this space, only swords were allowed. No additional weapons or abilities permitted. Suho rushed forward, blade drawn, meeting the enemy's first attack head on. Momentum pushed them into the air, surrounded by a whirlwind of force and pressure. Blades collided repeatedly, Suho pressing the attack with flawless precision. Circling quickly, the knight adjusted his stance after each clash. Suho noted the refined technique lessening recoil through rotational movement. Even so, raw skill alone wouldn't ensure victory against such an improving adversary. Adapting quickly, the knight copied Suho's rhythm with a new sword style. Constant changes in form made his approach dangerously unpredictable. Thankfully, Suho used hard-won experience to counter every unusual angle. An opening showed. Suho's strike landed perfectly against the knight's armored chest. No sound occurred. The enemy stood silent, shaking from the impact. Suho advanced again, determined to finishing the duel on his terms. Suho's strike landed again, maintaining his aggressive momentum against the armored opponent. He stated this was his 7th challenge, mentioning past failures and determinations. Swinging wide, Suho pushed the knight back, forcing another retreat. His stance moved low as he blocked an incoming attack with perfect timing. The impact created distance between them, scattering leaves as Suho held his ground. Many had wondered about the entity inside the armor, curious about its actual form. Recalling the moment he found the truth, Suho remembered his deep regret. Despite public praise for the nameless swordsman, the reality was far less grand. Behind the fearsome title stood only a remnant, a shell driven by sword fixation. Suho lifted his blade and struck first, starting the clash without hesitation. The armored enemy countered fast, meeting the attack with equal force and pressing Suho back. Both weapons collided mid-air, releasing energy as the duel grew with synchronized intensity. Leaping forward, Suho landed a precise slash across the enemy's side, leaving a visible wound. Despite the injury, the swordsman returned fire with a spinning strike that forced Suho to defend. Responding at once, Suho dashed in again and delivered a clean blow through the enemy's torso. Momentum shifted as the opponent attacked. Suho adjusted his stance and saw the movement clearly. He showed his strategy, predicting every step by studying the enemy's footwork. Using that knowledge, he struck decisively, breaking the armored swordsman's final defense. The battle finished. System notifications confirmed Suho's victory and the gate's successful clearance. He offered quiet gratitude, recognizing the value gained from this encounter. Acknowledging growth, Suho thanked the swordsman for shaping his path to becoming the sword god. Turning away, he promised to remember the fallen warrior and took his reward. Although the enemy left no remains to absorb, the sword stayed behind. Suho picked up the blade, content it was enough to bring him closer to his goal.
He grabbed the sword and activated its hidden power without hesitation. A surge of blue light showed that the weapon had been successfully used. Energy wrapped around him as the sword's essence merged into his own technique. Peace filled the facility, masking the intensity happening within. Inside, staff watched the situation, acknowledging Suho's skill but expecting a lengthy battle. While they waited, one member walked out to patrol the perimeter. An urgent voice broke the silence, warning the room of unexpected results. Wide-eyed, a technician shouted the sealed gate had just been cleared. On screen, Suho appeared, standing alone as fog faded behind him. Startled agents ran to meet him, voices raised in disbelief. Simone noted he'd defeated the infamous enemy in under an hour. Anather reminded them of the sword's history, over 200 deaths. Brushing off concern, Suho assured them everything was fine. He downplayed the feat, calling it simple. One man watched in silence, unable to understand Suho's terrifying composure. A soldier offered taking a photo to document the cleared gate. Although hesitant, the major agreed when told it was for official record. Once the setup was ready, they gathered to take the proof photo together. Suho described the scene and named those present, the major, the official, and the manager. He introduced the journalist, Jin Hui Cho, sent to confirm the photo's authenticity. Pleased, Jin. Hui stated himself as Suho's exclusive reporter and PBS correspondent. Questions followed quickly. How had Suho entered and cleared the gate so easily? In response, Suho simply stated he met the president and went in to finish it. The staff stood stunned by his bluntness, unable to grasp how he did it alone. Suho clarified further and asked to move forward with the contract. He proposed 2 terms, full support during his stay and release if he passed recruitment. While already in contact with other guilds, he affirmed Nexus would be his training ground. The manager smiled and accepted, impressed by Suho's confidence. He warned there would be plenty of work from now on. Suho accepted without hesitation, sealing the deal with a firm handshake. Evening traffic shone under the city lights as Suho quietly watched from the passenger seat. Jojin Hwi, lightly gripping the wheel, offered to take the return drive. To show thanks for Suho's regular reports, he insisted on doing at least this much. Switching from sports cars, Joe noted on how surprisingly smooth sedans felt. Without warning, he revealed he'd purchased one, not just for himself but also for Suho. Skipping the office didn't bother him. After all, he'd collected multiple exclusives in one day. Suho left the article outlined to Juo, mentioning sealed gate tactics or Nexus intel as options. Joe, curious, asked how Suho had been so certain about clearing the nameless sword. Confidence came from knowing it was a pure swordsmanship test, and he beat the Sword Emperor, despite the Sword Emperor's violent record. Suho didn't waver. He explained that the enemy mirrored stats, but lacked skill variety. Victory rested not on power, but on refined, unmatched technique. Joe asked if Suho had any sword-related abilities. Suho calmly confirmed, having an S-rank, unique skill. Startled, Joe hit the brakes, eyes wide with journalist excitement. Joe emphasized the need of releasing reports steadily to maintain public interest and narrative clarity. Grateful and curious, he praised Suho's ability to engage and captivate people. Suho accepted Joe's earlier doubts with ease and confirmed his plan to rest for the day. The sun set below the horizon as Suho returned home and entered his quiet apartment. Stretching out on his bed, he saw how his body showed no fatigue despite the day. With energy still intact, he summoned his status window to check remaining stat points. Determined, Suho reviewed the requirements for opening the rare unified perk. He confirmed each stat had reached red rank, carefully aligning them to meet all conditions. The moment everything matched, a notification announced his success in gaining the coveted ability. Excitement filled as Suho jumped up, realizing he had unlocked something he'd never imagined. He acknowledged how he never considered trying before, but it beat his expectations. Now fully upgraded, his red-ranked stats felt more potent than ever. Suho promised himself he would control his growth wisely from this point on. Just as he began to rest, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Seeing Gyanhwa's name, he answered with a calm smile, ready for what happened next. Suho lay resting when Gyanhwa commented on his relaxed tone, prompting him to act more formal. Surprised that the article had already been published, Suho admitted he hadn't yet seen the public response. Rather than continue over the phone, she insisted they meet in person, though Suho preferred not to. Gyanhwa asked for an answer, reminding Suho that her group hadn't accepted his offer yet.
He suggested a meeting at Nexus Academy the next day, which she said was not possible, due to conflicting schedules among her team. Gathering everyone during the day would be difficult. Without sympathy, Suho declared they didn't seem ready enough and hung up after causing a reaction. Frustrated, Manhwa shouted back, eventually agreeing to attend the meeting at the set time. The following day, her team showed up at the academy, visibly annoyed from sacrificing their own plans. Arriving at the appointed place, Manhwa demanded an explanation for the sudden summons. Suho calmly promised to explain everything shortly and turned toward the gathered group. Without warning, a hostile man entered, declaring his deadly intent toward everyone present. Suho stood before the group, his quiet presence causing unease among the new recruits. A clipboard was passed over without warning, accompanied by a stern demand to complete it at once. Their suspicion rose, but he clarified it was only a record of personal skills, not a waiver. Rather than selecting just anyone, Suho sought capable individuals to work covertly under his command. He promised to stretch them to their limits through harsh training designed to release their potential. Trust became the basis, as he urged them to reveal their abilities truthfully for future missions. Training started at Nexus Academy, where Suho gave each member a powerful black access card. The exclusive facility guaranteed privacy, while guest passes handled additional needs during their sessions. Just then, a separate request appeared. He remembered his duty to meet Hunter Kang Dae Han. A virtual gateway turned on, transporting the team into a simulation called Kunlun. They emerged in a distant mountain zone, a new battleground for their change. Standing together in uniform, the group braced themselves as Suho prepared special training scenarios. Combat skills would dictate survival, and their current abilities weren't enough to meet future threats. Suho brushed off any illusions of safety, warning that no plan could beat raw strength. To truly survive, they had to become protectors, not just of themselves, but of their partners too. Raising a hand, Suho ordered the trainees to begin by picking their first combat weapon. Blue holographic swords glowed before them, prompting surprise and pause from those unfamiliar with swordsmanship. He reminded them that, in this space, only sword training was permitted, no external powers allowed. Standing steadfastly, Suho delivered their first task, attempt to eliminate him using everything they had. Without delay, the trainees launched their assault, blades cutting through the air with fierce momentum. Momentum grew as the spar began, metal clashing under the weight of their coordinated offensive. Suho, unmoved, moved with fluid precision, evading each strike effortlessly. He hit back in swift bursts, knocking several trainees away before they could regroup. Despite wounds, the team endured and adapted, slowly bettering their timing and formation. The group surrounded him, cautiously adjusting positions to guess his next move. Rather than slowing, Suho attacked again, pushing them into confusion. A counterattack followed, but his speed broke their attempt with ease. Mocking remarks accompanied each strike, aimed directly at their civilian pasts. Their protests failed to stop his verbal jabs, which landed as keenly as his blade. Gripping his sword firmly, one trainee burned with resolve to quiet his relentless barrage. From above, the trainees dropped in unison, blades aimed with raw fury toward their target. Calmly watching their charge, Suho emphasized that true strength included mental toughness inside a gate. In one swift motion, his strike burst outward, halting their momentum and shattering their formation. While they recovered from the blow, Suho explained that becoming a warrior required bearing pain. On the ground, the recruits panted for breath, clearly tired from the onslaught. Instead of continuing himself, he called a replica to lead the rest of the sparring. A glowing clone appeared, mirroring Suho in both looks and combat ability. Without hesitation, the copy taunted them, mocking their hesitation and challenging them to attack. Frustration took over fear as the group burned with the desire to land a single blow. After training, Suho returned inside and placed a call to the Nexus head. They checked the recent article, discussing backlash from Suho's sudden shift to a private guild. Assurance came through tactics. Managing public sentiment would ease the wave of criticism. Still on the line, Suho received another call about the sealed gate report. Rather than avoid, he confirmed his next move without doubt. His goal was fixed: challenge the second sealed gate and face what waited beyond. News spreads fast as Suho clears the Tower of Trials and faces a sealed gate alone. His achievement shocks the public, with headlines calling him a godly player surpassing the Sword Emperor. Speculation grows when he joins Nexus, raising questions about quitting his civil servant dream. Smiling at the reactions, Suho scrolls through online comments, finding them expected.
He approaches the team leader, casually asking if the Swamp of Despair gate has been cleared. Faced with internal pressure, the department finally speeds up the permit due to his rising status. While walking through headquarters, Suho discusses secret matters regarding the association president's deal. Though the details are private, his commitment to taking the public service exam remains steady. After exchanging light jokes, both men head out, ready to challenge the deadly S-rank gate. Onlookers stare nervously as Suho steps toward the Swamp of Despair, known for taking every hunter's life. Confidence and doubt clash. One bets on his triumph, the other awaits failure. Uncertainty stays as they monitor the deadly gate's eerie glow. In mere moments, the gate line disappears, leaving everyone in shock. Confused voices argue the time. Some say 10 minutes, others think 20. Then reality hits. Suho conquered the gate in less than 5. Roughly 5 minutes earlier, Suho fulfilled the gate's condition and entered the Swamp of Despair. A glowing portal revealed a massive staircase leading into darkness. Its end, hidden by mystery. No records or survivors existed. Challengers vanished without leaving behind any data or warnings. Those who died became lifeless statues, their bodies kept beside the stairs for eternity. The gate earned its dark name long before the trial's rules were ever understood. Unmoved by fear or legend, Suho calmly ascended the stairs with steady focus. Despair attempted to seize him, but mental debuffs had no impact on his fortified mind. Through dragon blood, he erased all corruption and walked forward without delay. Rather than slow down, his pace remained firm and confident. To him, the gate's infamous difficulty meant nothing thanks to his resistance. Its challenge became the reason he selected it as his second goal. Fewer statues appeared with each step, proof that few had reached this far. A legendary predecessor once cleared the gate, but failed to save those stuck within. When he touched their bodies, they turned into dust, unrecoverable. Suho ended the trial alone, receiving rewards as he quietly honored their memory. With a confident grin, Suho requested the final reward from the Swamp of Despair. He got the Ring of Emotions, a rare rank S item capable of pulling emotional energy. Once used to heal others, the ring had fallen into evil hands. This time, Suho vowed to guard it. Placing the ring on his finger, Suho stepped forward onto the haunted staircase once more. The same despair returned, but dragon blood blocked all mental effects as before. Detecting dark energy, the ring began drawing the target's strongest emotion straight into itself. Intense waves of emotion poured into the ring, its glow reflecting full capacity reached. Though it wasn't enough to clean the entire staircase, Suho accepted the limit. With the trial finished, he calmly exited only to be mobbed by reporters at the gate. Media and staff showered him with praise, shock, and many questions about his record-breaking time. Despite the noise, Suho remained composed, while the others prepared for an official announcement. From afar, higher-ups quietly discussed how he cleared a gate more lethal than the Sword Emperors. At Nexus HQ, disbelief spread as executives tried to grasp Suho's feat. Just then, a call came, one that surprised even the CEO, Baeajuk. On the line was Kang Min Woo, president of the Public Hunters Association, asking for a private discussion. While a phone call happens, urgent matters regarding Hunter on Suho and sealed gates are debated. Rather than delay, a dinner meeting is proposed to handle the situation quietly and efficiently. Just then, Chief Kim arrives. Luckily in perfect time seeking contact with Suho. Suho rides with a reporter, who prepares to post an article about the Despair Swamp event. Conversation shifts briefly to food reviews, revealing Suho's fun hobby amid serious duties. Drawing energy from the talk, he absorbs white aura and approaches a busy city center. A traditional building greets Suho, where staff escort him through fancy halls. He enters a formal dining space, met by executives and sat beside CEO Bae. Noting the guest status, Suho quietly checks the room, recognizing powerful figures in attendance. Surprised to see Special Unit Chief PI, he feels something larger behind the meeting. Praise follows at once. Suho's feat of conquering a sealed gate in minutes leaves a deep impression. They raise glasses, celebrating his achievement. Suho then prepares to share a formal proposal, every own toasts. Suho's words are plain, focused on unity and shared goals. The topic of contracts comes up, revealing CEO Bae's choice to remove Suho's term limit. Acknowledging Suho's national value, Bae emphasizes support over personal gain, a sentiment others seem to share. Praise fills the room as association leaders express their desire to welcome Suho into their ranks.
Won mentions the president's plan to give a letter of appreciation and recognition of Suho's work. Such a letter, essentially a pass for high-level exams, reflects the weight of Suho's achievements. Rather than brag, Suho attributes his success to the trust and support given by his leaders. A curious official requests insight into how Suho beat the Despair Swamp's deadly nature. Internally, Suho notes the official's probing interest mirrors that of someone from his past life. Avoiding full details, Suho vaguely describes the swamp as having nothing but a staircase, cautiously using items to test each step. He cleared the gate without direct confrontation. His smart method contrasts with the brute force approaches most hunters rely on. Summonon questions his level. Suho responds that he is currently only at level 53. The group thinks he must possess a rare trait to offset his low rank. Suho quietly senses their intent. His abilities might be used if he's not cautious. He clarifies he's a healer who mostly uses swordsmanship, having gained the path of the sword. Their response lacks enthusiasm, treating him as a handy tool, rather than an equal. Despite hidden resentment, the others promise support, urging him to grow his healing side further. In light of the president's request, CEO Bei vows to providing as much help as possible. Serving as a link between Nexus and the association becomes his stated objective. Before raising his glass, another official asks Suho to keep in mind his support in the field. Rather than remain silent, Suho vows to clear every gate in Korea for the nation's safety. Lively laughter fills the room as drinks are poured in honor of his resolve. Later, he exits the venue under moonlight and exchanges goodbyes before getting into a car. A casual question about smoking leads to Pai Seishon. Yahello lighting up beside Suho. He hands out his business card, promising Suho direct access whenever needed. Asked about his home, Suho mentions temporarily staying at a hotel due to public attention. Comments about fame spark criticism from Pai, who brushes it off as the country's unhealthy obsession. To him, emotional admiration carries no value, just another usable sentiment. He warns that rapid influence invites danger, likening it to willingly offering up one's soul. Suho's honest nature draws a laugh, prompting Pai to suggest strengthening their connection early. An invitation follows, joining the gate management department's special unit under his lead. Though he keeps his expression neutral, Suho concludes internally the trap has been triggered.
While the event ended, Suho stayed, arousing curiosity. His persistence clearly wasn't without intent. Rather than rely on rumors, he chose direct contact, signaling a calculated step to build trust. Offering no resistance, he welcomed being utilized as long as it meant securing his place. Ambition gleamed in Suho's eyes, catching the man's notice. That alone set him apart. Although close to team leader, Jeong Suho prioritized forming new ties, starting here. He pointed out that practicality mattered more than grand titles or brief encounters. Grateful for the compliment, Suho expressed eagerness to join, even through unorthodox means. Official rotes were limited, but the ring of emotion strengthened his apparent sincerity. Its enchantment faked love, temporary, but enough to tip the odds in his favor. Despite appearances, his intentions hadn't changed. The Daehun Association remained his objective. Securing a rare special recruitment depended on precise timing and influence. Still, unusual justification, like a unit shortage, would be necessary to make it happen. To qualify, Suho needed to show irreplaceable value. Gate assaults were notable, but hardly unique among candidates. Targeting awakened criminals would offer the results required to seal his future rather than press him. The man casually suggested catching a wanted fugitive might impress the higher-ups. Without hesitation, Suho asked for a target, but the man left the decision up to him. Confident, Suho accepted the challenge, ready to prove his worth through decisive effort. Impressed by Suho's calmness, the man noted how others usually recoil at such tasks. Memories of being mocked as Blade Guy emerged, a title given before gaining recognition. That title vanished after he defeated the swordsman, earning his rival's respect and true name. The enchanted ring had subtly influenced views, helping Suho secure profitable terms. He decided to go along with the opportunity, seeing it as a shortcut to his aim. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated apartment, activating mana detection to probe the area. A surge of energy flashed as Suho stormed inside, catching the criminals unawares. Panic erupted as they scrambled, yelling questions and sprinting in all directions. Calmly stepping forward, Suho stood face to face with the startled gang. Mockery followed. One thug accusing Suho of being inebriated or delusional. Instead of arguing, he revealed their involvement in e-wallet thefts without delay. Finally, Suho demanded the handover of Seo Kiwon, the captive they'd been hiding. Doubt spread among the gang as they questioned Suho's identity and argued their next move. Smirking, he invited the confrontation, taunting them to give chase. In response, dark energy poured from his hand, his skill Ghost Shadow activated at once. Chains lashed out, binding one target in midair, with no chance to react. Quick footwork let Suho evade a blade and counter without delay. Before the others could regroup, he closed the gap, ending resistance efficiently. Despite taking a minor cut, Suho kept his composure and responded calmly. Blood shifted shape in his hand, creating a weapon under his control. With swift precision, he crippled the enemy, opting to subdue rather than kill. Momentum stayed on Suho's side as he pinned another with a clean strike. Fear erupted among the remaining thugs, their confidence broken. Standing tall, Suho ordered them to stay down or suffer worse. After storing the subdued group in a subspace realm, he refocused. The time had come to check on Seo Kiwan's state inside. There, lying unconscious, was the man he came to rescue, Meteor. Seo Kiwan.
A trembling hand pressed against the floor, signaling the return of consciousness. His eyes blinked open, confused and bruised, struggling to grasp the moment. From across the room, a composed stranger approached, introducing himself as An Suho. Shock swept across the injured man's face upon hearing that name. He stumbled backward, recalling news headlines and questioning the luck of his former captors. Instead of answering, Suho activated a skill that began pulling in unstable emotions. Thin streams of energy swirled around the man, easing the pain clouding his mind. From above, Suho simply noted the effect was needed due to the man's mental state. Confused, the man wondered if punishment awaited him even having acted under duress. Suho countered, stating captivity cancels guilt where choice never existed. When asked how he was found, Suho revealed a hidden foresight ability. Though never shared before, Suho admitted he saw the man's vital role in future events. Still clutching his chest, the man muttered doubt at being needed. Yet the system identified him, a unique talent hidden beneath trauma. With the tower's threat rising, Suho knew this broken survivor had a part to play. Memories of failure stayed in Suho's mind. He hadn't saved them when it mattered most. This time, he vowed there'd be no remorse, not for Seo Kinsho, nor the world. While overlooking the city, Suho admitted he couldn't change fate alone and offered his hand. Kinsho froze, torn between fear and hope, hardly able to form words in response. Emotions swirled again, triggering the ring to react and take in his lingering doubt. No longer was it just escape. Joining Suho meant facing the evil that once enslaved him. A clenched fist represented rising conviction, directed at the one misusing power he now possessed. Instead of running, he stood upright, still shaken, yet ready to move forward. His voice trembled, but his choice was clear. He'd help and stand beside Suho. Suho praised his spirit, then suggested they eat before discussing the mission. Sliding slippers across the floor, he proved even small acts were part of his foresight. A soft expression appeared. Suho acknowledged Kinsho's suffering without judgment. Sharing food brought quiet relief. Kinsho hadn't felt this normal in years. While eating, curiosity surfaced. He warily asked about Suho's choice of affiliation. Suho answered simply, only official authority could stop what was coming. Suho assured Kinsho that joining Daihun meant he'd never endure like that again. With a calm nod, Kinsho accepted the offer and gave his trust to him. Changing the subject, Suho proposed they finish things with the men from Kinsho's past. Perplexed, Kinsho hesitated until memories returned, fueling his anger. Payback came fast. Blows landed without mercy as he faced his former tormentors. Suho arrived as the last one fell, observing silently while Kinsho caught his breath. That marked the seventh opponent. Kinsho reported it nearly casually. With a gesture, Suho released soothing energy to aid mental recovery. Not long after, a suited agent appeared, calmly greeting them amidst the wreckage. Appreciating the backup, Suho welcomed the agent and explained the situation. Though battered, the criminals were fixed in advance of transfer. The agent laughed, impressed by Suho's speed and blunt execution style. Rather than criticism, the senior officer called Suho's approach successful. He noted that Kinsho's powers had been used in prior crimes. That ability, rare and strong, marked Kinsho as someone to watch closely. With the collected files in hand, Suho showed clear evidence that Kiwan had been kidnapped and forced to use his trait. The senior officer examined every page, slowly realizing Suho intended only to protect the victim. After noting the trait's lack of combat worth, the officer concluded Kiwan held no importance for gate operations.
Suho then asked that Kiwon face no penalty, stressing the boy's suffering during captivity. Hearing this, the officer agreed to the request and prepared to close the case in Kiwon's favor. A promise of reparation followed, earning a grateful response from Suho before they moved on. Questions arose about Suho's involvement, prompting the officer to ask how he discovered the situation. Suho stated he had found the call for help and rushed over once he confirmed its authenticity. Impressed, the officer reaffirmed his commitment to Suho's upcoming secret recruitment. Later, Suho brought Kiwon to a spacious apartment, telling him to follow. Without worry, Kiwon expressed wonder at the place, but Suho explained it belonged to a reporter currently away. Permission to stay had been granted, and Suho reminded him to keep the foresight trait secret. Unsettled, Kiwon wondered what actions he should take as part of Suho's team. Suho reviewed the timeline, noting Kiwon opened his level -50 trait just before being abducted. Acknowledging this, Kiwon prepared himself for whatever orders Suho planned next. To begin Kiwon's progress, Suho suggested leveling up now to prevent future trait overload issues. Instead of tagging along on raids, Kiwon was told to develop alone for proper growth. Their first step was connecting to the network, vital for activating and training the digitization ability. After checking the skill's description, Suho confirmed shared access was possible and initiated the process. Kiwon digitized successfully, glowing with system effects as he linked into the digital environment. Soon, both appeared inside a vast virtual landscape, shaped after a real-world setting for the first time. Suho wasn't alone in the network, noting how strange it felt. Kiwon explored the scenery, identifying it as a virtual vineyard, rendered like a Windows wallpaper. Although visually realistic, food inside the space had no flavor or scent, just empty data projections. Curious about progression, Kiwon asked how leveling worked in this environment. Suho clarified that experience points accumulate when systems detect valid actions, even in simulations. Unlike fake VR, this world imposed actual damage and real risk, making mistakes costly. They approached a folder named Free File Cleaner, which Suho called a virus zone. Fighting digital threats inside would simulate monster battles, perfect for leveling and combat testing. Before entering, Suho reminded him, injuries taken here carry over to reality, so caution was critical. Cautious steps carried Suho and Kiwon forward as the odd receptionist offered a polite greeting. A long staff flew into Kiwon's hands. Suho had already expected his class and weapon type. Moments later, the environment darkened as the system's welcome started the trap sequence. Virus monsters erupted into view, flooding the room in red static and distorted code, facing the chaos. Kiwon hesitated while Suho charged directly into the swarm blades of crimson energy, cut through the threats as Suho released his blood weapon. Knowing time was limited, Suho moved fast to thin out the numbers. At a safe distance, Kiwon cast digital spells, attacking as told from the rear. Victory arrived after constant effort, leaving only silence and scattered data fragments. Collapsing from exhaustion, Kiwon expressed surprise at how much he had grown. Rather than continue, Suho suggested taking a break before pushing further. Once home, Suho checked the hunter board for news. A report on an S-rank gate immediately caught his attention. Without hesitation, he contacted the association and requested the gate mission. All rewards, he stated firmly, should be sent directly to him. A disastrous gate erupted into the sky, its swirling energy signaling the start of another crisis. Terrifying beasts poured out, overrunning the land as panic swept across the region. Meanwhile, Suho received information and was immediately tasked with evaluating the unfolding situation. At Paju Nexus Academy, the break room buzzed quietly until a well-known figure approached, smiling. Kang Dae. Han reached out his hand, expressing his delight to see Suho again. He attributed his exam success to Suho's earlier advice and showed genuine respect. When asked about his present status, Han admitted he was still practicing. Rather than wait, Suho offered him a vocation to gain real experience beside him. Han, eager and inspired, accepted the opportunity without pause. Without delay, Suho triggered the gate, initiating their mission instantly. Ambush broke out moments after arrival, catching several unawares. As chaos spread, orders were yelled and formations quickly shifted. A teammate was struck hard, blood showing the sudden escalation. Reacting instantly, Suho charged forward, cutting through the enemy's path. Though bruised, the group regrouped, rallying behind their leader's firm resolve. One fighter fumed with anger, swearing vengeance, while Suho stood nearby, silently watching the outburst. Without warning, Suho made a witty comment that surprised the others and eased the tension. Reactions differed, some chuckled. Others stared unsure whether he was joking or actually serious. From Suho's perspective, the team's expressions had stiffened. Repeated, death had numbed their fear. To address the new members, Suho called attention to 2 fresh recruits joining the unit. Veterans stood lined up as introductions were conducted, establishing roles and expectations for everyone. Determination burned in one trainee's eyes as he announced his relentless drive for payback. Suho pointed toward the fire, lit veterans, using them as examples of essential grit. Without delay, he ordered both newcomers to begin practicing alongside the experienced fighters. Special roles were given: mage, tank, and striker, ensuring balance within the formation. Suho emphasized the need for formal titles to strengthen their sense of partnership. Having issued his orders, he departed, leaving them to adapt and work as a team. Uncertainty filled the group, but they were reminded that reality would instruct them faster than words. A sharp command cut through hesitation, urging them to move instead of freeze. Soon after, the journey continued as the vehicle rolled toward the edge of Paju village. After the cab stopped near a damaged sign, Suho walked deeper into the restricted zone on foot. By activating both nothingness and colorless solitude, he hid his presence without leaving a trace. The once thriving outskirts of Paju had become a grim wasteland due to unchecked gate activity. Dilapidated buildings and scattered vagrants revealed the story of a city abandoned to apathy. Rather than try saving every person, Suho focused on eliminating the root cause, the gates themselves. Still, he saw value in this ruined district, useful for certain tasks when needed. A local questioned his name, prompting Suho to end his concealment skill. Aunts recognized. The atmosphere changed. Fear turned to respect as his name carried weight. Invited inside, he was offered a seat and greeted with careful hospitality. They spoke of the facility's hidden purpose and those hiding in open sight. Spotting a mimic mask, Suho calmly revealed the disguise without confrontation. Observing nearby, Choyun noticed her curiosity sparked by his sharp perception. Despite having little data on him, she acknowledged his capabilities without doubt. Her assumption proved right. He sought the Twisted Forest Gate for a solo quest. Confidently, Suho confirmed his intent and set the case down to begin negotiations. Inside a quiet black market room, Suho shocks the broker by requesting access to Twisted Forest. Without hesitation, he places down a case and informs her that he'll be entering by himself. She questions how he found out about the gate, but Suho dismisses her curiosity with firm authority. A brief explanation reveals 2 gate types: full possession or single-use entry passes. While ownership holds higher value, high-demand gates make even passes extremely expensive. Suho hands over a deposit without worry, confident in his decision to challenge the gate alone. Their car races across the bridge, marking a move into the lawless zone of the north. Suho notes the Union link, recognizing it as a sign of less conflict in the region. He recalls how demons once watched this border, ironically granting passage to those bold enough. Upon arrival, his direct manner surprises nearby guards accustomed to different tempers. He confirms his identity and purpose, prompting the broker to acknowledge receiving payment. A guard recognizes Suho and is quickly reminded to remain polite toward their powerful guest. From within, the boss steps forward, casually telling his presence to the visitors. Suho instantly identifies him, Bang Dujin, a convict once imprisoned for life. Somehow, this criminal now runs a gate unlisted even in the official memory archive. Suho asks about immediate entry, but the group pauses despite having already accepted his payment. Rather than deny him, the boss tries using his reputation, suggesting his solo run could hurt business. Insulted Suho calls out the trick, aware of the criminal's intent to demand more money. Feigning innocence, the broker takes back the demand and claims it was a joke. She grips her wounded hand tightly, indicating her silent resolve to keep things steady. Without further delay, she permits Suho to go and assures him she'll watch from outside. At the threshold, Suho comments on the warped scenery, already sensing the forest's dark aura after. Stepping through the gate, the system confirms arrival into the high-threat zone. Branches rustle unnaturally as Suho prepares for whatever creatures hide in the dense forest. Sharp mana pulses reveal multiple hostile entities, giant Eants, each more dangerous than the last. Caught off guard, he narrowly evades a surprise ambush from one of the forest giants. Reacting swiftly, he draws his sword and braces for the first clash. The enemy lunges, but Suho counters with speed and accuracy learned from countless battles. Blood splashes across the ground as he breaks through the first end's defense. Maintaining focus,
he adjusts his stance, ready to eliminate whatever threats remain ahead. A brutal swing slices clean through the ENT, ending its cry in a splash of blood. Suho remains steady as the corpse falls. Taking down just one proves physically tough. Gripping his sword tighter, he acknowledges the challenge, but enjoys the growth it brings. Without pause, another creature lunges from the shadows, aiming straight for his flank. Reacting instantly, he dashes sideways and closes the gap in a single motion. A clean arc of red follows his blade as he destroys the next target midair. Surrounded by defeated enemies, Suho looks at the silent battlefield from atop the fallen Ents. He summons his status screen, checking every gained stat and completed objective. Though slower than expected, progress remains firm as his level and abilities improve. A blue alert confirms his healing skill has changed into a more potent form. His thoughts drift to the leveling system, each milestone unlocking new power limits. He senses the shift in atmosphere. Something strong is drawing near. Roots vibrate as heavy footsteps disturb the forest's eerie calm. From the shadows, a massive figure steps forth. Its horns and aura show dominance. The system reveals the threat, Malayon, level 100, leader of the Twisted Forest. In the depths of a mystical forest, a horned humanoid beast feels an intruder's arrival. Monsters under level 99 remain unclassified, but those beyond are graded from 1 star upward. Alerted by the presence, the creature mutters about a trespasser as it begins to move. Suho, standing firm, calls out the irony of being named an invader by a summoned entity, without waiting. He draws his power, summoning a shadowy art known as Ghost Blade. Energy builds in his palm as he sends holy power through his weapon with intent. A radiant blast travels toward the enemy, forcing it to react in disbelief at its strength. Momentarily amazed, the monster questions whether Suho serves sacred forces. With blood dripping from his hand, Suho laughs and launches a second, devastating strike. The blade finds its mark. Crimson sprays through the air as the beast grits its teeth. Mockery follows, the creature ignoring the blow despite its mounting injuries. But a clean slash across the chest silences it, wide eyes showing disbelief. Tremors ripple through the forest, reacting to the rage of the wounded one, Star Monster. Suho, unfazed, activates Dragon Blood, a surge of energy covering him in blue flame. To the monster's confusion, he claims no magic, only the result of hard training. Dark energy swirls as Suho summons Ghost Blade once again, its shape bending unnaturally. Rather than retreat, the enemy smirks and notes Suho's growing list of techniques. Chains of darkness appear as Suho activates Shadow Bind and Shadow Bleed in rapid succession. Mocking words spill from the monster's mouth as it questions the power of Suho's skills. Without warning, it jumps into the water, causing violent ripples to spread outward. Tendrils rise from the depths, forming an arena of confinement to seal their clash. Confidence comes from the beast as it promises to demonstrate superior mastery. Meeting the threat head on, Suho welcomes the attack without hesitation. A thunderous strike drops, but Suho counters fast with precise movement. Blood splashes as both fighters trade fierce blows at high speed. Suho responds with a decisive slash, triggering his deadly skill, Decapitate. Despite fatigue, he mutters that this opponent exceeds anything he's faced before. A brutal spin attack creates crimson arcs across the field. Though wounded, the monster coldly dismisses the damage as ineffective. Suho, sweating but focused, whispers he's not finished yet. Blood flows from Suho's injuries, but his eyes remain sharp. He's almost reached his goal. The monster watches closely, growing wary of Suho's real intentions mid-battle. It notices Suho isn't using full power, only sword auras, and hasn't drawn energy from a racer yet. To the monster, everything still seems like a useless attempt. With a roar, it lunges forward, determined to break Suho with brute force. But Suho sidesteps with perfect timing, slashing deep into one of the creature's roots. Doubt creeps into the monster's thoughts. Could a human really cut an ancient tree's root? Meanwhile, Suho grins as resistance fades. His strategy has begun to take effect. He reveals that his earlier moves weren't attacks, but evidence of mastery for the system. Text flashes. Suho's understanding of swordsmanship surpasses all, advancing his Decapitate to D rank. With this upgrade, his blade can now cut through steel effortlessly. Acknowledging this growth, the system boosts both Guardian Sword's Law and Sword Insight. Tremors shake the ground as the monster unleashes a massive strike. Suho parries, revealing that Decapitate now cuts even the toughest roots perfectly calmly. He lifts his bloodied blade, declaring the system has finally recognized his power. Upon finishing the Guardian Sword, Suho felt he had attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, the system showed his style was merely one among many human techniques. By merging forgotten arts, he unlocked severing steel, a power once deemed beyond mortal reach. Blades clashed as Suho's technique ignited, sending crimson energy ripping through his opponent. The towering enemy staggered, perplexed by a strike that pierced defenses thought to be unbreakable. Refusing to yield, the brute launched forward, his fury boiling over with scorn. High above, monstrous reinforcements fell down, each marked as elite on the hunter threat list. Holding his ground, Suho met their arrival without fear, blade already in motion. Surrounded and outnumbered, he fought the horde with calm precision. A single arc of his sword finished multiple threats in an instant. Charging enemies fell one by one, unable to block his refined skill. Recognition flickered in the brute's eyes. Suho was much more than expected. From the forest's edge, more adversaries appeared, only to be struck down mid-charge. With perfect timing, he launched a final slash crimson force, shredding the leader apart. The last foe trembled, overwhelmed by the vast difference in power. Crashing water echoed as the final beasts collapsed, defeated by Suho's immense technique. One surviving brute gasped in shock, struggling to understand how logic had failed against pure force. Without hesitation, Suho advanced, confident that the enemy had used every last trick. A swift charge ended with blood-soaked slashes, as Suho felled those in his path. Enemies were thrown back by the intensity of his attacks, unable to match his momentum. Amid the chaos, one figure prepared a mysterious power, drawing Suho's attention. Chains surged with purple energy as a monstrous warrior showed his final transformation. Mocking words spilled out, but Suho silenced them with a clean strike across the chest. The system recorded the kill. The corrupted warrior had fallen, and the threat was gone. Blue notifications confirmed his MVP status and bonus stat gains as the conquest ended. Holding the mission's reward, Suho reflected on the intent behind clearing the twisted forest. That rare power, Malrian's core, would lead him toward the next gate. With the gate sealed, spectators outside confirmed the impossible had been achieved. Their disbelief grew as they realized Suho solo cleared an S-rank zone easily. Frustration formed among observers, especially those who had invested heavily expecting his defeat. In a dimly lit room, gang members prepared to ambush Suho under their boss's command. One woman stepped in, warning them of the consequences if they crossed the line. Before their retaliation could begin, their boss was unexpectedly downed by a dark energy blade. Suho emerged from the gate, calm and composed, ignoring the scared glances around him. Bodies lay defeated in his wake as he approached with bloody steps. His chilling gaze made others freeze. No one dared move as he offered a choice. A thug demanded an entry fee, unaware of the coming danger. Grabbing him by the collar, Suho reminded him of the fine for breaking rules. After payment was made, Suho left without another word, his aura still lingering. In the car, Suho dismissed verbal thanks, expecting something more solid later. The woman smiled, promising to contact him again, fascinated by his directness. As he walked off, she watched him leave, quietly impressed. A few days later, a new mission started at Nevis Academy. Suited agents questioned their purpose, but the leader promised answers on arrival. With urgency, the team advanced toward their next site, Miner's Mine. A sleek building stood tall amid the trees as a convoy reached its entrance. From a black vehicle, Suho emerged, met by officials gathered near the gate. The supervisor pointed to the mine, confirming a containment zone had already been established. Briefing preparations began at once as Suho followed the team into the building. Details revealed that kobolds, known as miners, dwelled in the god-tier mine. Their mission: eliminate hostiles, gather mana stones, and neutralize the mine's final boss. Before proceeding, Nexus's revenue claim over the gate was formally announced. Suho accepted the terms, instructing the mining team to act only after getting his cue. A brief exchange followed as newcomers prepared anxiously for their first gate expedition. Emotions ran high, though no fear was voiced, only resolve. With calm authority, Suho reminded them to save stamina and follow his lead. He stepped forward, activating the portal, and motioned the team to advance. Gate parameters initialized, entry level capped at 80-50, 6 personnel allowed. Upon entry, Suho launched into action, felling the first kobold. Blood spilled quickly as he tore through enemies, cutting a clear path forward. Kobolds were swiftly eliminated as Suho sliced through their defenses, without delay or wasted movement. Seeing the slight resistance, he urged the team to take advantage and push the attack.
in awe. The rear group watched Suho dispatch enemies before anyone else could move. Orders were clear: no kobolds should escape, including those trying to run. The team synchronized instantly, intercepting enemies with swift strikes and magic support. Holding formation, they pushed ahead steadily, while Suho watched their coordination with approval. A signal was given for miners to begin work in the secured rear section. While combat raged ahead, workers extracted crystals and gathered by-products with skilled efficiency. Some paused, amazed by the sight, calling it the most impressive raid they'd seen. Elsewhere, Suho continued cutting down beasts, activating his blood-infused weapon during the assault. He danced through incoming attacks, dodging precisely and striking back with deadly force. Even the largest kobolds fell before him, unable to match his sheer speed and power. Blood sprayed as Suho drove his blade deep into a final enemy. Recognizing him from rumors, miners whispered about the man who once cleared sealed gates. Motivated by his presence, the workers cheered and vowed to give their best alongside him. Suho signaled the squad to regroup as they approached a fork within the cave. One route had been previously abandoned. Nexus failed to hold the kobolds pouring from it. Instead of dividing the team, he decided to face the threat beyond the fork by himself. He warned the others of a boss monster waiting deeper inside, then used a deadly skill. In one explosive strike, his blade tore through stone, shocking everyone watching nearby. By collapsing part of the path, he ensured enemies couldn't swarm back through the entrance. Their task now was simple: defend the narrowed passage and fight off any emerging kobolds. Although blocking the route completely was an option, Suho encouraged them to earn experience. He left strict orders: wait 12 hours if he didn't return, then evacuate without him. Before departing, he noted he'd need the full time to gather critical data. The team watched as he sealed himself in, nervousness spreading among them. Still, faith in his past feats reassured them they had nothing to dread. Rallying together, the squad vowed to uphold their role and not waver. Training and trust would be their weapons while their leader battled ahead. Within moments, Suho faced a vast kobold swarm. His advance had only just started. Facing a wall splattered in blood, Suho calmly observed the massive number of approaching kobolds. Enemy identifiers flashed. Multiple kobold types converged simultaneously, signaling an intense confrontation ahead. He charged straight into their ranks, slashing through the dense formation with rapid, deadly precision. High above the ground, Suho quickly avoided incoming claws and readied himself for a counterattack. Eyes narrowed, he launched forward, blade colliding with a lunging kobold mid-air. Parrying a hidden strike, he smirked slightly, acknowledging the enemy's clever tactic. A system message confirmed one kobold's defeat, but Suho continued his motion without stopping. Nearby hunters regrouped and reported no further enemy movement from the front. Supervisors declared a break, while the mining team eagerly stopped to eat after hours of labor. One team leader praised the unit's efforts, noting the extended stability after the initial chaos. Colleagues attributed their success to Suho's skill in halting waves of enemies. Reflections turned personal. What began as suspicion had turned into quiet admiration for their team leader, though unable to assist. One member silently placed her full trust in Suho's decisions. Alone once more, he tended his wounds with quiet focus, never dropping his guard. Calmly, Suho ate chocolate while standing over fallen enemies, unfazed by the chaos behind him. Suho calmly rose, adjusting his stance as his eyes probed the dim surroundings. A pack of goblins hesitated, their snarls quieted by the sudden tension in the air. Rather than engage, he shifted focus to the distant figure perched atop a dark rock. With a half-smile, he pulled out a flare gun, noting the low visibility ahead. The shot cracked through the silence, flaring brightly and lighting up the entire cave system. Light exposed a massive threat: Bulgasari, a towering beast hunched near collapsed miners. Legends described it as a creature hardened by ore, more sturdy than most monsters. Among sub-5-star threats, it ranked near the top in might and endurance. Suho launched a concentrated energy slash, testing its defenses without holding back. To his surprise, the attack barely left a mark on the monster's thick hide. In response, Bulgasari lunged forward, claws tearing at the ground beneath its bulk. A deafening roar erupted, causing the cave walls to shake violently. Elsewhere, goblins panicked as tremors surged beneath their feet. Miners stumbled, shouting in fear, as dust and rocks fell down from above. Realization struck: this quake was no accident. It was coming right from Suho's direction. Bulgasari unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the ground as Suho watched its reaction from below. Rather than retreat, he smirked confidently while the monster used a powerful fear, based boss Aura Suho, countered the pressure by using Dragon Blood, which nullified the fear effect instantly. With steady focus, he prepared for another clash as Bulgasari charged at full force. The creature roared violently, dark mist swirling as it lunged towards Suho's spot. Instead of flinching, Suho readied his sword, inviting the beast to come closer. Exploiting a moment of weakness, Suho pierced through Bulgasari's thick hide with a direct strike. A burst of energy followed, blood erupting as the enemy fell under the force. Turning away, Suho stood victorious, unshaken by the monster's immense power. Shadows swirl around Suho as he steps forward, wounded but unshaken by the approaching beasts. Instead of giving up his blood, he saved it. Now a vital weapon in this battle-worn creature lunges, but a sudden assault from a white beast stops it mid-air with force. The massive creature's agility ignores logic as it barrels towards Suho without delay. Surprised, he quickly evaluates the speed hidden behind the beast's heavy frame. Without delay, Suho channels energy, lightning flaring through the ground in readiness for counterattack. Time isn't on his side. The unstable cave threatens to collapse if he hesitates. Triggering his stored tonic, he bursts with energy while red droplets circle his hand. The blood gem responds, forming a weapon with increased reach drawn purely from life essence. With steel cutter activated, his strike tears clean through the beast's tough flesh. He lands smoothly, avoiding retaliation as his weapon glows with residual force. This skill ignores thickness. It cuts regardless of depth, rendering defense pointless. Though fire magic once defeated this species, Suho lacks the ability to create such flames. Magic is beyond him, yet his sword remains sharp, more than enough to end this standing firm. He prepares for the final blow, choosing steel over spells without hesitation. Dark smoke wraps around Bulgasari as it towers over Suho, signaling the start of something unusual. A fiery glow pulses from the beast's exposed core, drawing Suho's keen attention instantly. Without warning, the creature curls into itself, initiating a rapid hyper-regeneration process. To recover, Bulgasari compresses and devours stored minerals, healing faster than normal biology allows. Legends exaggerate its immortality, but its regeneration makes survival extremely difficult for challengers. Refusing to stay idle, Suho moves in. Fully aware of what's at stake, a surge of yellow light bursts. Bulgasari enters its hyper-enhancement phase. That power burns through mineral reserves, fueling its muscle strength and speed. The monster wouldn't use both skills unless it saw Suho as a serious threat. Spinning violently, the creature activates hyperspin, turning into a destructive blur. Suho watches with resolve, eager to test his limits against one of the deadliest bosses. Gripping his blade, he prepares to clash head, on no hesitation in his look. Sparks fly as Suho blocks the spin, channeling his power through a single strike. Blood surges around him while the blade holds steady against the beast's turning core. In the final moment he breaks through, piercing straight into Bulgasari's center without fail. Bulgasari reels in confusion, its spinning assault stopped abruptly by Suho's resistance. Blood energy rises again as Suho grips his blade, preparing for one final strike. With full force, he drives the steel cutter down, the crimson blade screaming through the air. Victory secure. Suho lifts a glowing control orb and takes his prize. Meanwhile, far across the battlefield, silence falls as tremors vanish within the cave. Believing the threat resolved, the team judges the situation and confirms ore collection is complete. A sudden system alert appears. The gate has officially been conquered. Recognition spreads as Suho's name is shown as the MVP of the conquest. In response, the system awards stat bonuses and experience points for his remarkable feat. Confirming the capture, Suho looks at the orb now linked to Bulgasari. Others may not have survived that final blow, but Suho persisted with purpose. Defeat was never the plan. He intended to subdue the beast from the start. Bulgasari's stats reveal its terrifying potential, with high-level traits and brutal skills. Few creatures possess such a combination. Suho knows he's gained a mighty ally, with healing complete. The once raging monster stirs. Now calmly responding to its new master, Bulgasari perks up, responding to Suho's silent command as they prepare to act together. Understanding that the area cannot be visited later, Suho scans the crystal field for valuable ore. He reaches down to urge Bulgasari, and the two begin gathering materials with urgency and focus. In a previous life, Gaia earned fame as the master of Earth through a mythical creature. Suho, inheriting that knowledge, stepped into subspace to wake the dormant power of Bulgasari. Eager to act, the round beast hopped forward, prepared to devour minerals and convert them. Glittering gemstones flooded the area as Bulgarsari began its intense consumption. Watching the process unfold, Suho silently judged the creature's efficiency and speed. Outside the gate, his team grew nervous, waiting longer than they had expected. Worry surfaced among members, imagining scenarios where Suho appeared injured or delayed, despite concerns. They held themselves, respecting his instruction to remain outside. One member assured the rest that trust in their leader was more important than impatience. Confidence didn't eliminate concern, but they all chose to honor the 12 mark. No one denied the risk. Yet they stood firm in loyalty and shared belief. If Suho didn't return in time, the backup plan would be put in motion. Suddenly, a flash appeared. Suho stepped through the gate, calm and intact. The team, overwhelmed with emotion, ran to meet him with a mix of relief and scolding. He welcomed their reaction, reassured by the unity they maintained during his absence. Suho acknowledged his teammates' effort with a nod, urging him to maintain that discipline. Turning to the group, he expressed appreciation for their patience during the extended wait. A smirk formed as he accepted their trust without giving many details about his delay. Teasing remarks about age sparked a brief, playful outburst from a rattled teammate. Suho brushed it off with a grin, mentioning the difference in life experience. With the situation under control, he asked if everyone was ready to go outside. Elsewhere, passengers in a waiting vehicle grew anxious as the line to the gate disappeared. Speculation erupted, with some fearing an internal incident had occurred inside the gate. That tension quickly lifted when Suho's party emerged, confirming everyone had returned safe, without hesitation. Suho invited observers to confirm the gate had been cleared properly. The massive yield of ore amazed the staff, far beyond projected output. Executives acknowledged his contribution, calling it a kind act despite shortened contract terms. Inside the boardroom, company representatives reviewed the financial profits from Suho's efforts. Rather than boast, he credited the results to unfinished duties and simple obligation. Impressed, the CEO praised Suho's rare loyalty before suggesting they review the summary report. The executive revealed the estimated value of mined resources, shocking everyone with a figure of 7.2 billion won. Glancing over the report, Suho considered how much more profit would arise after refinement. He suppressed a smile, aware that the raw stones he took held even greater worth. A sudden offer came. 10% of the gate's profits would be given to Suho's team. Rather than accept, he politely declined, believing he had already taken enough from the field. To him, a bonus seemed unnecessary when the mission had already been fruitful. Despite Suho's refusal, the executive remained keen to show appreciation. After some back and forth, a new proposal surfaced to form a private raid unit. Suho listened carefully, intrigued by the potential behind such a request. Plans for the unit solidified, including full Nexus registration under Suho's leadership. Without hesitation, he accepted the responsibility placed in his hands. Their agreement marked the beginning of a formal alliance, sealed with mutual trust. Back with his team, Suho delivered news that would change their future. Official Nexus status, full benefits, and elite treatment now awaited each of them. Cheers followed as disbelief gave way to excitement. They had become part of something much greater. Suho answered a call while walking through the corridor, acknowledging his superior's contact with calm focus. He received news that his special recruitment had been officially cleared by higher authorities. Grateful for the recognition, Suho promised to continue proving his value moving forward with resolve. Ruminor Academy's lounge bustled with students in casual conversation. Unaware of the danger approaching, data surged from a nearby terminal, activating an unknown process through the digital network. Suddenly, a monstrous figure erupted from the system, prompting an immediate combat response. Teams formed up quickly, maintaining position as they scanned for further threats. Though visibly winded, Jawan refused to rest, insisting on continuing alongside his teammates. Motivated by pride and duty, he resolved not to fall behind. AA teammates' taunt triggered a risky charge from Jawan, ending in a painful knockback. The team leader stepped in as concern rose, issuing a warning about conduct. Jawan received a harsh reminder: growth required strength, not complaints. Another member emphasized that respect had to be earned through effort. Despite fatigue, the Banshee team rallied with resolve. Suho stood silently amid fallen enemies, marked by blood yet unmoved. Dozens of monsters surrounded him, yet he remained calm at the center. With his task finished, Suho calmly requested extraction. Meanwhile, the others pushed forward, unaware he had already passed them, smirking. Suho noted how the students were overworking themselves just to match his pace. A glowing title marked the beginning of his next move: Return of the Sword God, rank Civil Servant. At a quiet cafe in Seoul, he reviewed his timeline, deciding it needed to speed up. Plans took priority. Tracking down a specific individual became the urgent task. Moments later, a woman with striking red hair arrived boldly outside the cafe. Without hesitation, she ordered a frappe and sat down, acting as if it were her treat. Though not invited, she justified her presence by claiming she had valuable intel. A strawberry frappe arrived on cue, startling her with its perfect timing. Suho casually called it intuition, though his memories clearly guided the moment. From his past life, he recalled useful details, even small habits people had. A file slid across the table. She'd found the man Suho was seeking. Correcting her assumption, he clarified that the target was a craftsman, not an addict. Nam Haewon, an elite blacksmith from his former life, was now within reach. Impressed, the woman praised his efficiency, unaware how much he remembered. Before leaving, Suho requested access to a Union safe house. Confident in his insider knowledge, she pointed out that safe houses were tiered, and Cheongdam sat at the highest level. Her playful tone vanished when Suho questioned her promise, and implied a life hung in the balance. With a calm voice, he reminded her that those documents might be worth much more than she thought. A nervous laugh escaped as she insisted she really wanted to cooperate. Reluctantly, she stepped away to make a call, understanding Suho wouldn't yield. Returning with approval, she still complained about the location he demanded on using, instead of direct access. She revealed there was a condition attached. By meeting a specific request, Suho could use the facility at half the usual cost, rather than agree blindly. He chose to hear the requirement first. The task was clear: eliminate a gate the Union had secretly discovered. Because it was located in a highly visible area, subtlety mattered. She emphasized that no one else could clear it unnoticed. Above the cliffs, winged beasts circled a snowy battlefield, despite the risk. She acknowledged Suho might be the only one suited for it. Confidence unwavering, he accepted the assignment without hesitation. Morning light filtered across the southern Korean forest as the silent gate site stood untouched. Nearby hunters observed the swirling portal, noting Suho's choice to enter alone without extra support. Confidence still surrounded him. His past results made them believe he would surmount the challenge once again. Waiting beside the gate, the pair trusted Suho's judgment after witnessing his actions in previous missions. The attempt carried weight, since clearing the gate could boost his reputation while failure would damage it. Their attention shifted to the towering mountain within the portal, imagining how Suho might succeed or fall there. Inside the gate, Suho faced the harsh celestial mountain terrain and recalled how others had labored here. Reports of severe accidents and unprepared hunters stayed in his mind as he advanced. He activated his blood weapon without hesitation, determined to confront the trial with strength beyond the average hunter. A sudden leap allowed him to dodge incoming wyverns while cutting down weaker attackers. Observing their movements, he realized the creatures reacted fiercely to any intruder. Higher, level wyverns soon appeared ahead, forming a defensive line meant to stop further progress. A leader, class wyvern emerged, showing the intelligence and danger common to evolved draconic beasts. Suho understood they misjudged him, assuming a lone swordsman presented no real threat. With the sky filling with enemies, he prepared for a full-scale clash, ready to pierce through their ranks. From above, wyverns descended at high speed, yet Suho calmly watched every movement through the distorted air. Their reckless rush exposed a clear opening, allowing him to release a surge of blood energy with ideal timing. With a quick draw slash, he carved through the leading creature and changed positions before the others reacted. Blood scattered across the icy ground as another wyvern fell, unable to withstand Suho's precise counterattack. The chaotic movements around him reminded him how poorly coordinated these monsters were compared to earlier foes. Among the circling swarm, he identified the leader's slowed approach, recognizing it as the real threat. A sudden lunge from the leader forced Suho into motion, letting his blade rip across its hard scales. Its roar unleashed a wave of fear, but the effect disappeared instantly due to the power in his dragon blood. Energy flooded around him, amplifying his strength, and rendering the creature's psychological attack completely pointless. Surprise flickered in the leader's eyes as it realized its intimidation had no impact on Suho. It shot upward in frustration, gathering strength for a more violent assault. Suho observed calmly, noticing how anger made the creature's flight pattern increasingly obvious. A wave of lesser wyverns surged forward at the leader's command, filling the sky with disordered movement. Suho adjusted his stance, readying himself for the incoming storm without losing his cool. As the entire swarm converged, he prepared to break their coordinated assault with a decisive counterattack. Wyverns shifted their formation above as Suho analyzed the leader's effort to control the battlefield. Its strategic movement showed intelligence rare among monsters, prompting him to prepare for a coordinated aerial strike. Multiple wyverns dropped rapidly to block his path, forcing him to fix his footing before advancing again. As the creatures descended, Suho activated his dash skill and slipped through the breaking ground. A sudden leap launched him upward, allowing his blade technique to slice several wyverns in mid-air. He shifted into a cutting style immediately, clearing the swarm and hurrying toward the leader without hesitation. With momentum on his side, Suho struck the leader cleanly, finishing its role in the assault. The remaining wyverns recoiled as the gate announced the leader's defeat, making a brief pause. That silence ended quickly once a massive presence emerged, revealing the Sky Wyvern King preparing to step in. A thunderous roar erupts as the colossal dragon crashes down, meeting a grim end, with blood painting the rocks. Suho's blade leaves no doubt about his deadly efficiency. Surveying the aftermath from atop the corpse, he notes his skills are still unfinished. The leap skill activates, launching him high into the sky toward his next destination. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King stirs, wings spreading wide as it begins to climb, drawing closer to the summit of Sky Mountain. Suho prepares to enter the boss's chamber. Wind howls as the Wyvern King unleashes a wave of dread across the cliffside. Fortunately, Dragon Blood activates, shielding Suho from the fear effect entirely. Facing his opponent directly, he braces for the approaching clash. Evaluating the creature's form, Suho sees traits resembling a small dragon. Blood drawn from his own hand increases his power further. Ready now, he steps forward with calm resolve and focused intent. The wyvern lingers above, refusing to land for close combat. Suho clenches his jaw, annoyed by the delay and his lack of aerial advantage. Considering alternatives, he eyes the nest and prepares to pull the enemy down. From above, the Wyvern King plummets with crushing force, aiming directly at Suho. Ducking just in time, he barely avoids the heavy blow as the beast lands hard. Momentum carries the wyvern forward, tearing into the ground while Suho runs to safety. Despite his strength, Suho struggles against the sheer weight of the wyvern's pressure. Recognizing the durability of the terrain, he realizes the creature holds nothing back now. Instead of panicking, Suho smirks. This battlefield favors full-force combat. With a roar, the wyvern emits fear again, but Suho pushes through without wavering. Blood flies as Suho counters, with Iron Slash, ripping through the enemy's side, grinning through the blood. He notes the wyvern's resilience surpasses his expectations, vaulting upward. Suho lands another hit before dropping back to the ground. Instead of retreating, the wyvern suddenly begins calling something from above. Suho narrows his eyes, surprised by the shift in tactics. Dark shapes descend. The Wyvern King has called in flying reinforcements. Multiple wyverns charge towards Suho, their jaws wide with fierce intent. Without fear, Suho rushes forward, preparing to stop them all at once. An alert catches Suho's attention as his system reacts to the growing threat. Below, the Wyvern King unleashes a thunderous roar, summoning its airborne allies in mass rather than panic. Suho welcomes the moment. Everything aligns for a perfectly timed counterattack. Leap activates instantly, launching him into the air with sharp precision. Recognizing his control, the system upgrades the skill, merging with his innate talent. From high above, he descends like a missile, empowered by the system's improving data. The Wyvern King receives a brutal strike before it can react to Suho's quick ascent. Text flashes. Leap now grants an added step in midair, for better mobility. Using that advantage, Suho closes in and tears through scale and flesh. Every movement lands with force, spilling blood as Suho keeps moving forward. Confidence surges. This foe won't last long at this pace. Without hesitation, he commands the Rui staff to extend right through the beast. The wyvern stumbles, reeling from the internal damage and losing footing. Smirking, Suho mocks its reaction, unimpressed by what it calls resistance. Holding firm, he warns that this time, the creature will not escape so easily. Winds spiral violently as the blue wyvern charges, its jaws stretched wide in wild fury. A crushing descent follows, but Suho intercepts mid-air, driving his blade right into its chest. The beast roars in agony, blood spraying as Suho's attack sends it stumbling backward. Nearby wyverns freeze, their instincts warning them of something far more lethal than the enemy ahead. A confident glance from Suho unsettles them further. They're hesitating, even with their numbers. Behind them, the alpha bellows again, but their hesitation reveals cracks in their group. He scoffs, surprised by how weakly they react to calculated movement, rather than think. The creatures respond to pressure with wild, fearless aggression. Suho calmly adjusts, having already enhanced his skill to exploit their weak spots. As he approaches jagged cliffs, Towering shadows signal the domain of a larger threat. The sky wyvern, queer, looms above, more intelligent, more brutal, and far more territorial. Fortunately, its range ends below the ridge, marking the boundary Suho needs to use. Suddenly, Queer launches a barrage of boulders, each crash shaking the ground like claps of thunder. Unfazed, Suho readies his stance, sword gleaming with trapped force. A single breath later, his blade flashes, the technique activates, slicing through the chaos. Standing his ground, Suho notes the queen's range ends at the nest. She will not chase. A rumble fills the air as summoned minions descend, answering her command to strike in her place. Instead of flinching, he smirks, already prepared for a fight driven by proxy. Without warning, a blue wyvern slams into the earth, shaking the battlefield with pure force. Suho darts aside, evading the claws, his coat drifting through the dust. He sees no reason to prolong this. The distraction ends now. Mid-fall, his blade activates with precision, slicing upward into the enemy's open chest. The wyvern's blood scatters as it spirals downward in ruin. Suho adjusts his stance, knowing the real challenge lies ahead. No tricks remain. He relies solely on the blade that has brought him this far. Focus sharpens as he prepares the next move. Eyes locked on his opponent, timing clicks, and his strike lands with perfect execution. The creature cries out, stunned by the unexpected precision of Suho's blow. A system message confirms his growth. His swordsmanship now surpasses all others. Raising his weapon again, Suho challenges the next assault without pause. System messages flood in. Suho's swordsmanship has evolved beyond human limits and entered the highest realm. Energy flares as he unlocks new potential, unleashing power strong enough to scare even the wyverns. One final slash pierces clean through the beast, ending its rampage with a bloody finish. A violent blast follows, and the wyvern's massive body crashes into the distant canyon wall. Suho advances through the aftermath. Confirmed by the system, the Sky Wyvern King has been defeated. Passing through the canyon gate, he moves toward the next threat, without stopping. Another wave of enemies descends, but Suho counters swiftly, cutting down each one in flight. His sword art, now enhanced, allows him to slay multiple wyverns in a few seconds. As the queen falls, the gate declares conquest. Suho has cleared the area. After reviewing his status, Suho observed major stat growth and the gain of new combat skills. With the battle concluded, he descended into a crater where valuable loot remained. Nestled below, 12 rare Sky Wyvern Queen's eggs glowed, an unexpected and lucrative discovery. Hauling the eggs out, he expected significant compensation from the guild. The massive wyvern corpse lay still nearby, its value clear to an experienced hunter. Without hesitation, he activated Ghostblade to consume the creature's shadowy essence. Purple flames surged as the weapon absorbed the wyvern's power completely. It grew stronger, and Suho conceived that just one more high-grade corpse would maximize its potential. Suddenly, a ripple of energy marked the sealed gate's unexpected collapse. Onlookers stared in awe, realizing the impossible had just been done. Despite his healer class, Suho had cleared the sealed gate entirely solo. He stepped through the fading portal, calm amid the growing admiration. Officials gathered to formally honor the solo victory over the Sky Mountain Gate. 10 wyvern eggs were handed over, excluding only his personal share. Claiming he'd found everything, Suho quietly solidified his growing legend. While maintaining a steady expression, Suho recalled how Ghostblade had already absorbed the Wyvern King and Queen. A fellow hunter, confused by Suho's official healer class, asked how he handled airborne enemies. Manny assumed he relied on ranged gear or magic tools rather than pure swordplay. Instead of explaining more, Suho simply replied that a single sword had been enough. The hunter's reaction shifted from skepticism to admiration upon hearing Suho handled the king and queen alone. Not only had he survived, but he finished the mission and secured 10 valuable eggs. Suho then reminded them of the deal to grant access to the largest Cheongdam facility. He requested immediate entry to the property and asked them to manage item transactions. His contact agreed with a smile, promising full service, including laundering if needed. Switching topics, Suho requested information on a man named Nam Hae, one from a recovery center. Though surprised, the woman gave him a file she had already prepared. Rather than explain, Suho dismissed the need to share every detail behind his requests. Inside the car, he gently reminded her to keep questions restricted to basic updates. She confirmed the house would be set soon and followed up about Nam Hae, one with confidence.
She assured him the man's full background would be found within minutes. Suho received a call confirming the Cheongdam house was ready and Nam Hee-won's data had been delivered. He ended the call without answering questions about Hee-won's past, keeping his true intentions hidden, satisfied with the fast results. He located the address on his phone and headed out. Upon arrival in Yongdongpo, Suho identified the villa as another basement home. He stood quietly at the entrance, noting the modest and isolated surroundings. Repeated knocking went unheard, prompting him to call out and test the door. Silence filled the hallway, implying no one was inside. Just as he turned to leave, Suho noticed someone unconscious on the floor. A man appeared, seemingly expecting him, and prepared to strike. Before the attacker could act, Suho fired a precise counter. Other men inside turned, startled by the sudden intrusion. Ignoring their questions, Suho calmly stated they didn't need to know his name. The group underestimated him, prompting one to charge in fury. With swift retaliation, Suho felled the attacker in one blow. He stepped forward, eyes cold, and ordered the rest to attack at once. Using magical detection, Suho validated the presence of 4 individuals concealed within the area. 2 thugs step forward, grinning with confidence as they demand to know who he is. He silently identifies the last figure, Nam Hee-won, bound and unconscious, confirming his target is present. One man approaches, irritated by Suho's silence, unaware of the peril he's walking into. Without warning, Suho lands a precise strike, catching the man completely off guard. The blow sends him crashing to the ground, freezing the others into momentary hesitation. A second attacker lashes out, but Suho reacts instantly with a powerful slap across the face. Wind bursts through the room as another body flies, crashing into the wall with might. Surveying the aftermath, Suho calmly verifies the area is secure. Kneeling beside Nam Hee-won, he checks for vital signs. A discarded syringe nearby reveals the victim had been injected before the abuse began. Tension in the man's limbs suggests the injection happened hours ago. Though breathing, Hee-won's condition reflects severe trauma from prolonged torture. Suho activates a recovery skill, magical light flowing across the injured body, channeling advanced mana control. He overrides standard limits to quicken the healing process. A faint groan escapes Nam Hee-won as his eyes slowly open from unconsciousness. Still disoriented, he hears Suho's calm voice asking if he's finally awake. Confused and alarmed, Hee-won asks where he is and what took place. Stumbling to sit up, he panics further, demanding to know who Suho is. In response, Suho mentions the drug traces, which triggers Hee-won to yell in protest. Tears forming, he insists the drugs were pushed into him against his will. Though shaken, Hee-won pleads for trust, claiming innocence with trembling hands. Suho remembers past interviews. Hee-won once admitted to being drugged by the Changsik gang. To calm him, a system activates, pulling fear and guilt directly from Hee-won's core. Relief gradually returns as the emotional weight fades. Suho then confirms the gang's identity and learns Changsik was a name given mockingly. He promises to handle the matter, assuring Hee-won he won't face it alone. Before leaving, Suho checks for withdrawal signs and prepares one final healing session. Restorative light flows as lingering toxins are purged from Hee-won's system. Choosing the healer's path, Suho reflects, was to help people exactly like this. Knowing recovery won't be quick, Suho assures Hee-won he'll return soon. Without delay, he sets off toward the Changsik gang's hideout to take action. At last, he reveals his identity, An Suho, a licensed hunter. Before walking out, across town, television broadcasts highlight another dungeon finished by the now famed Suho. His achievements have made him a public figure, with his image on every screen. Hee-won, stunned, recognizes the name immediately, despite lacking access to the news. The slums of Yongdongpo reflect ruin left by multiple gate shocks. As crime spread unchecked, even law enforcement left the area. Reaching his target, Suho smirks at the gang's silly choice of name. Entering the building, he finds a clean convenience store, oddly placed in the middle of chaos. Sucha setup confirms suspicions. Someone influential must be protecting them. Determined, he walks further inside without hesitation. A guard blocks the stairs, shouting at Suho to stop, rather than answer. Suho asks directly for Changsik's whereabouts. The man reacts with hostility, but Suho remains cool and composed. Suho casually greets the guard with a smile, catching him unprepared with sudden familiarity. The bald man hesitates, confused by the gesture, unaware of the strike about to land. Without warning,
Suho delivers a powerful blow and demands the gang leader's presence at once. A sudden intrusion shattered the tension in the room as Suho revealed his presence. One of the gang members was instantly downed, unable to react to the forceful blow. Amid the stunned silence, Suho criticized their failure and demanded Changsik be brought forward. Elsewhere, concern grew over the gang's open defiance of authority and refusal to obey orders. With over 80% awakened, their strength had become a grave threat to national security. Suho reflected on the past, remembering how the same gang once caused many casualties. Cutting off problems before they grew, he believed was the only viable option. One gang member, confused, questioned the sudden confrontation without knowing Suho's motive, calling out their hypocrisy. Suho pointed to their prior aggression as the real trigger. He revealed a syringe, stating it was proof they had harmed his close friend, Nam Haewon. Feigning ignorance, the thugs exchanged glances, pretending not to recognize the name. Fueled by rage, Suho accused them of hurting someone he deeply valued. The leader, sensing danger, ordered everyone else to leave the room. Obeying the command, the subordinates quickly fled, leaving Suho and the boss alone. Attempting to ease the conflict, the man proposed a calm talk to clear things up. Scoffing at the suggestion of a misunderstanding, Suho narrowed his eyes, clearly unmoved. His slow steps forward cracked the floor, each one showing silent intent. Hovering over the gang boss, he dismissed the excuse as just another poor deflection. The threat to call the police only amused Suho, who didn't stop. A powerful strike landed squarely, leaving the man clutching his chest in pain. He scoffed at the irony, hearing "Polis" from someone who lived on lawlessness. Struggling to get up, the boss groaned, visibly shaken from the hit. Suho remained composed, repeating that this outcome was well-deserved. Instead of backing down, the man shouted angrily, demanding Suho retract his words. Shouts erupted as the subordinates realized their boss had disappeared. Suho pointed calmly to the broken window as evidence of his retreat. One follower nervously claimed Changsik could handle the fall with ease. With a smirk, Suho asked if they'd also like to jump. Elsewhere, narration revealed Changsik's destination, a prison filled with brutal awakened criminals. Survival in that hellish facility was limited to the truly powerful. With a cold glare, Suho ordered everyone to leave before he imprisoned them all. Faced with that threat, the gang quickly abandoned their boss without hesitation, before they fled. Suho made it clear touching even a single file would cost them. Determined to uncover hidden assets, he activated a mana detection spell. Blue energy swirled as magical objects revealed themselves throughout the building. Behind a cabinet, his search led him to a secure safe embedded in the wall, built with reinforced magic. The safe couldn't be opened by conventional means. To break it open, Suho summoned Bulgulsul, a small but mighty helper. At his command, the creature launched forward, eager to melt through the steel. Chewing steadily, Bulgulsul quickly made progress on the strong door. Hidden inside was a stash of cash, gold, and valuables. Still, Suho wasn't impressed. He sought something more important. The real prize was a bundle of documents listing names and illegal operations. Evidence from these files could topple powerful organizations across the country. Meanwhile, a distant figure sensed the danger approaching and silently prepared for the consequences. Morning light shone over the alley as Suho approached the weakened man struggling to stay conscious. A controlled surge of healing energy spiraled from Suho's hand, steadily mending the man's damaged body. Soon after, the man pushed himself upright, surprised at how fast strength returned to his limbs. Suho then offered a folder containing every loan document found after dismantling the Changsik gang. Recognition spread across the man's face as he realized the organization holding him had been eliminated. Further explanation revealed how the gang used interest rates and drugs to keep victims permanently restrained. The man described repeated attempts to escape, including rehab visits and hidden cures that never lasted long. Each effort collapsed when gang members appeared to roughly inject drugs and silence any outside help. Hearing this, Suho acknowledged the pain. Many residents facing similar hardships were ignored, a reality Suho had seen far too often. Determined to change that pattern, he expressed his goal to push reforms from inside the association. Before leaving, he noted the man's will, admitting it allowed him to intervene in time. Tears finally escaped the man as years of pressure vanished. The moment safety felt real. Just as Suho prepared to depart, the man stopped him with an important request. He explained the matter involved his personal trait, something the gang misused, hoping Suho could guide him further. A unique ability known as synthesis allowed materials to merge into entirely new substances. No recipe or formula was needed. Everything made through this trait succeeded by default. Realizing the trait's value, Suho decided, one must join his team. While investigating the gang's collapse, Suho uncovered numerous victims battling addiction. Rather than ignore the problem, he proposed one create a specialized neutralizer using his ability. Support wouldn't stop there. Fair pay, recovery housing, and personal treatment were part of the deal. One was stunned. Most would exploit desperation, but Suho offered help without personal gain. Instead of hesitation, one overflowed with emotion, eagerly accepting the proposal with gratitude. Saving him alone was a miracle. Adding pay felt overwhelming. To ensure proper aid, Suho stated official employment would unlock full resources. A message arrived. His team was nearby and ready for pickup. They headed out together toward a safe destination. Chaeshongsam Safe House welcomed them with state of the art, luxury, and security. One received full lab access, supply options, and personal space to heal and work. Before leaving, Suho was approached by a reporter, signaling a new meeting ahead. Reporters exchanged updates over the phone, curious about Suho's recent actions in the field. News surfaced that he had entered Yongdongpo alone, one of the most dangerous areas in Korea. Not only did he dismantle the gang there, but he also planned to aid the victims himself. The information was passed to another journalist, reporter Joe, who listened closely. Instead of publishing a brief article, editors proposed a feature series to increase impact. Their goal was to spotlight the slums, expose the gang's crimes, and credit Suho's intervention. Despite joining the association, Suho made it clear he wouldn't forgive their past failures. He believed Haewon's neutralizer could gain fame if distributed through Nexus. That success would also reshape Nexus's public image as a provider of good. Admiring the vision, the executive recognized Suho had carefully planned everything in detail. Their collaboration became official. Support was promised for both the neutralizer and Haewon's work. A firm handshake marked the beginning of joint recovery efforts. Before leaving, Suho suggested checking on a particularly worrying individual. Meanwhile, a broken room revealed signs of heavy struggle and lingering drug traces. Amid the chaos, a furious figure emerged, hissing Suho's name with seething hatred. Through the shimmering portal, Suho steps into the subspace house, entering a scene of mess. He scans the wreckage, quietly noting the destruction and clutter left behind. On the floor, a man lies barely conscious, signs of a strong drug clearly visible. Suho initiates recovery, releasing a blue aura that begins mending the man's condition. As the effect takes hold, he orders the man to stop whispering and regain focus. The man suddenly lunges at him, but Suho easily dodges the strike, watching calmly. Desperation floods the man's voice as he pleads to be freed, offering full obedience, without emotion. Suho lifts him off the ground, ignoring the shouts and flailing limbs. He informs him that his allies already fled, leaving him without hesitation. Suho delivers a final warning, telling him to think on the choices that led here. Elsewhere, a green-haired ally arrives with a vial containing the freshly completed neutralizer. He raises it proudly, declaring it ready and calling it Hammer 2. Surprised by the speed, Suho asks how it was made so quickly. The ally explains that it's designed to destroy hallucinations caused by the drug fantasy. Though effective, he admits Hammer 2 still lacks the power of the original version. Suho expresses admiration for Haewon's rapid development, noting how rare such speed is with tests. Instead of taking credit, Haewon downplays his role, calling it simple synthesis and trial combinations. He casually adds that a bit of luck helped things come together quicker this time. Suho remarks on Haewon's potential, curious how far he'll go as his skill improves. Asked about scalability, Haewon confidently confirms mass production is possible with enough resources. Without hesitation, Suho tells him to begin tasks immediately. A quick level check reveals Haewon has gained experience, advancing thanks to his current success, acknowledging that Suho feels confident in proceeding without needing more backup. With preparations complete, he shifts focus towards saving the sick victims. Despite a published article, public attention remains low, and the views barely reach 500. Suho reflects on ignored pleas and how these slums rarely make the headlines. He joins the effort, handing out neutralizers, food, and clean water to those in need. While distributing aid, Suho greets a senior official who mentions the upcoming award ceremony. They exchange polite words, confirming his participation and discussing plans. Internally,
Suho acknowledges that recognition will boost support and push the mission ahead. Suho is informed about an article update and the upcoming ceremony, but he remains unaware of his growing online presence. When asked about having a personal account, he admits he doesn't. Unaware of a fan group forming around him, learning about a fan cafe named Enshinian, he's surprised to find it active and full of devoted followers. His companion explains the group's activity, influence, and why public figures often need real accounts. Suho recalls a similar situation in his past life, realizing fan bases can bring both support and trouble. As the CAK's structure is revealed, he suspects the reporter knows more than he says. The reporter reveals the setup was deliberate, aiming to manage Suho's public image smartly. Grateful but cautious, Suho accepts and is surprised by the expert coordination. Soon after, he receives a flood of alerts as his account gains fast attention. On the day of the ceremony, Suho arrives at the venue expecting a small event. Contrary to what he was told, the building is packed and crowded with people. He stares at the crowd in disbelief, realizing the scale is far beyond what he thought. A noisy crowd rushed into the auditorium, ignoring staff attempts to keep order. Despite warnings, the hallway overflowed as more people tried to fit inside. Staff were puzzled. The turnout was massive for an event never officially posted. Excitement filled the air as fans speculated when the hero would appear. Some shared how they skipped work just to witness An Suho in person from a front row seat. One man quietly messaged an update, unaware Suho was already there. Hidden among the audience, Suho had arrived early and stayed unnoticed. Using an S-rank item, he erased his presence entirely. While others searched for him, he received a private request to meet outside. Suho met his senior in the hallway, greeting him with honor. Joking about the crowd, the senior called him a star. Their brief talk confirmed the recent article had stirred strong public reactions. Without lingering, the senior left, telling Suho to manage things. Suho bowed politely, reflecting on his senior's indifferent attitude. Even the presence of reporters went unnoticed by the careless man. Suho calmly accepted the situation, allowing Jo Jin-hui to slip in unnoticed without raising alarms. The ceremony was about to start, prompting the audience to settle into their seats. As Suho appeared, excited fans reacted with awe, immediately captured by his presence and charisma. Even light-hearted fan comments about wanting to be slashed by Suho echoed through the hall. The MC called him to the stage for the plaque presentation as the crowd yelled. With applause surrounding him, Suho received the award and posed boldly for photos. The presenter praised Suho's recent work in Yongseong, acknowledging his quiet contributions. Suho humbly credited others, while the presenter hinted at future chances tied to his achievements. They shook hands as the host invited Suho to deliver a short talk. He began by expressing gratitude, stating he simply acted on what felt right. Motivated by the support, Suho promised to keep working hard as cheers erupted. A Q&A followed, and a fan inquired about his continued interest in joining the association. Suho confirmed his intention to join and explained the reason for starting social media. He hadn't realized his popularity but acknowledged the overwhelming response from fans. As he answered another question, Jo Jin. We finally introduced himself, ready to cause trouble. Gasps echoed across the room as Jo Jin. We stood, identifying himself without delay. Several attendees exchanged uneasy glances, stunned that he had been let in at all. Murmurs of confusion spread. Someone had clearly invited the wrong reporter without checking credentials. Jo wasted no time confronting Suho with questions about public safety and law failures. Maintaining composure, Suho acknowledged the issues, confirming his awareness of the story's content. A few officials grew anxious, urging someone to stop it before the situation escalated further. The boldness of Jo's follow-up stunned the audience as he pressed for group reform. Before anyone else reacted, Suho stepped in, offering a confident yet sharp response. He promised to eliminate corruption completely, leaving the hall in stunned silence. With the Q&A concluded, one attendee thanked Suho for his clear answer. Afterward, Suho and Jo left the venue, the mood far more calm. Though Jo claimed nerves, Suho remained unconvinced by the acting, laughing. Jo apologized for his blunt approach, admitting it was on purpose. Suho appreciated the timing, grateful for the chance to speak openly. When asked if he truly meant it, Suho answered he never lies during an award. Suho promised to work harder so the public could trust the association again. A few days later, His official registration was processed far faster than anticipated. Wearing his new ID, Suho entered the building as a confirmed level special civil servant. News spread swiftly regarding violent gang operations and corruption in Yongdongpo, pulling public interest online. As specifics emerge, skepticism grows around a group called Gold Mode and its dubious associations. Online forums buzz with comments questioning why the law cannot manage the criminal factors involved. Suddenly, headlines declare that Aeon Suho, a formerly honored swordsman, is officially joining the association. Citizens respond with amazement and curiosity as the ex-hero is named a level 5 special recruit. Wearing a formal suit, An Suho appears, verifying that his earlier interview was indeed genuine. Public debates grow. Some wonder if he's simply a tool to clean up the association's poor image. Despite reservations, many admit that a level 5 rank isn't given easily. Even under unique terms, attention shifts toward Nexus, Suho's previous guild, sparking questions about contracts and debts. Inside Nexus, leaders decide to issue an official notice regarding Suho's exit. They state there was no contract violation, and wish Suho success, denying any salary issues. The media quickly reports it, praising Nexus while bashing top guilds like Hexagon and Prime. A broadcast attacks Hexagon's treatment of hunters, mentioning potion delays and magic exhaustion incidents. The Nexus CEO appears, confirming Suho's contract, concluded with his request to the association. He explains, Suho always planned to gather field experience before joining public service permanently. During a live talk, the Nexus spokesperson confirms An Suho's exit was pre-arranged, though regrettable, despite the loss. The spokesperson voices belief that Suho's skills are better applied in public service. Outside, Suho is crowded by thrilled fans and media, their shouts backing his rising fame. Suho internally muses on the tiring attention and media chaos, marking his first day. He hides his wish for quiet, recognizing that the crowd arrived to cheer for him. Public view changes. Where he was once seen as a puppet, now he is showing bold leadership. Suho reaches the association hall, welcomed by Chairman Zhang and Vice Chairman Park. They lead him through the entrance, playing to the lenses with skilled smiles and praise. As soon as the reporters leave, formalities vanish and casual talk replaces the performance. The chairman asks about Suho's plan, noting that the vice chairman will clarify further. Observers remark how rare it is for the vice chairman to personally guide anyone. Together, they move further into the building, where 2 staff members are set to help. Despite the formal greeting, Suho feels the unclear nature of his position within the group. A familiar face meets him, marking their first chat since the appreciation event. As Suho enters, he wonders why training involves 2 different departments at once. Yao Shong Yul casually calls Suho Jr., reminding him of their old senior-junior bond. Rather than sticking to formalities, he prefers to stay friendly, unless in official settings, despite his record of strict title use. Xiong Yul speaks with unexpected warmth and comfort. Suho summarizes his probation term, a rule before full membership in the association. Most newcomers move through departments, but his special status puts him under closer watch. Acknowledging the rules, Song Yael promises him the process stays the same despite the extra eyes. Privately, Suho wonders why Seong Yol personally led him, sensing a hidden reason. Team leader Jiang is presented as his mentor, tasked with watching Suho's progress. With the handoff finished, Seong Yol departs, sure that Jiang will handle the change. A warning becomes clear. Suho should avoid contact with the risky gate division. Such a branch isn't right for someone under high scrutiny or media focus. Jiang starts describing the 5 main sectors that form the association's hierarchy. The Awakening Division handles growth for recruits, helping find potential among lower personnel. Meanwhile, the Gate Division manages dungeon business, including loot, portals, and safety. Suho learns his first move will start in the Awakening Division under Director Li.
Suho is informed that each department has evaluators to assess his performance during the probation. He must pass every task and exam during the training period. Despite his elite rank, although he joined as a level -5 special recruit, he is reminded to act cautiously as a probationary. Suho reaches the Awakening Division, recalling that one man here is known by all, Director Li Wan. It greets him warmly, a respected figure leading the division with charisma. Lee calls Suho a national superstar and reveals he will personally be Suho's evaluator. Suho reflects on Lee's powerful influence, recalling his past under Chairman Jang's corrupt faction. Rumors of secret experiments never surfaced, buried by Jang to preserve Lee's position. Now, with knowledge from his past, Suho plans to change the future and face Lee anew. After a short meeting, Suho is introduced to Officer Eom Jun, sung by another subordinate. Officer Eom arrives with documents, expressing his awareness of Suho's transfer and readiness to assist. Although the director holds formal authority, real responsibility lies with the lower-ranked evaluators like Officer Eom praises Suho's reputation, saying it's surreal to work with someone so well-known. Suho reflects that Eom is just a team leader, which might explain his unfamiliarity. Eom enthusiastically guides Suho, telling him to observe and get a feel for the department. Suho listens, as his colleague alludes to the rumors surrounding his legendary status within the association. Observing the reverent gazes from others, Suho notes how smoothly things may progress with support. His partner shares a concise summary manual of the division's operations, prepared especially for Suho's arrival. Suho reflects that, in his past life, memorizing entire manuals was the norm without assistance. They discuss the division's structure, awakening and non-awakening departments, each with distinct functional branches. Suho learns his evaluation includes one theory test and one field training, based on the manual. Officer Eom explains the absolute grading system and confirms the questions come strictly from the manual. Suho confidently declares he'll take the test in 30 minutes, stunning his evaluator into disbelief. Clarifying he is serious, Suho is given time to prepare as Officer Eom steps away, temporarily. Left alone, Suho receives a contact card and calmly admits 30 minutes wouldn't be enough. Normally activating his hidden power, he taps into the library of memories, gaining perfect recall instantly. Smirking confidently, Suho finds the memorization-based theory test to be effortless with his enhanced mental ability. 40 minutes later, Suho begins the test, as Officer Eom explains the difficulty and length. Despite the complex content, Suho answers at lightning speed, astonishing his observer with his precision. Finishing well ahead of time, Suho places down his pen and calmly announces he's done. Impressed by the speed of completion, Officer Eom tells Suho to take a short break, rather than needing directions to the cafeteria. Suho casually mentions he already has plans. Eom jokes about Suho's popularity, suggesting they eat together someday, and sends him off for lunch. Suho contacts team leader, Jeong, and invites him to lunch, requesting secrecy. Elsewhere, Officer Eom informs another staff member that Suho finished the test almost instantly. Holding the completed sheet, the staffer expresses disbelief that it's fully filled out. Young, surprised yet curious, insists on checking the results together. The answer sheet is scanned, and both men lean in to see the outcome. Confused by the result, they exchange glances, suspecting a malfunction. To confirm the result, they decide to grade it manually. Each attempt produces the same flawless score. The truth sets in: Suho truly mastered it in record time. A perfect score after such brief preparation shocks them. Recognition dawns. Suho's talents are beyond ordinary. Jeong accepts the gap in skill, humbled by what he's witnessed.
After lunch, Suho offers to buy drinks, wanting to pay back the small act of kindness. Rather than sit by himself, he looks for quiet company with the only peer he knows. They rest by the vending machine spot, a calm area rarely used by others. The team leader notes the hidden area's ease, great for short, private breaks. Without warning, he cheers Suho for getting a perfect score on the morning's written test. Suho, amazed, learns the marks were checked early due to someone's haste. Praise goes on, calling Suho an ideal lead, strong and smart, pushing away credit. Suho quietly thanks those around him and uses his past experience. Laughter starts between them, softening the moment with rare, real warmth. Despite his new chance, Suho admits his days have been full of constant duty. Times like this, however, bring back a sweet sense of calm he thought was gone. Looking at his marked hand, he recalls how close he came to quitting. He quietly swears never to let the past happen again. With new intent, Suho pledges to stop future crises and protect normal life. His partner jokingly asks for hints, and Suho smiles, thankful for the normalcy. Instead of needing actual tips, the man admits he only wanted an excuse to speak. To keep talking, he starts describing the Awakening Division's main duties. Because status windows are secret, people must report changes on their own. Failing to update leads to fines or prison, especially after several missed warnings. Some awakened hit scary levels, becoming immune or vanishing totally from sight. Handling such unstable people becomes Suho's planned area of fieldwork. On the non-awakened side, secret players are seen as unregistered and just as risky. Suho accepts his duty to watch those acting like they aren't awakened. Certainty shows in his quiet reply, already used to these tasks. Following their meal, Suho agrees to start in the awakening department immediately. His perfect score still gets praise, even from those expecting less. A steady look hides his inner focus as he walks forward. At the office, Chief Lee Ho meets Suho with a professional greeting. Suho gets the training guide, already known for his skills. Without delay, the chief prepares to teach him about active duties. Cases involving players who stall updates are officially called malicious non-updaters. Suho gets his field task, find and handle people skipping registration rules. After checking the list, he sees familiar names, causing worry about the mission's goal. Doubts rise whether the command came from Chief Lee or someone higher up. Director Pai's habit of personally checking staff makes the case more suspicious. Still, Suho takes the test with grit, ready to face whatever comes. With his temporary badge in hand, Suho officially joins the renewal officer team. Their job looks like tax agents or military teams hunting chronic dodgers and runaways. Because Lee isn't a field worker, Suho is matched with a veteran officer instead. Han Ho-song, a famous veteran, becomes his on-site coach. He guesses the task's hardness may be on purpose, meant to test Suho's name. No more orders needed. They start picking their first mark. The second a name shows up, Suho knows the man at once. Famous for mean behavior and dodging, the mark stands out as a high-risk case. Despite the risk, Suho quietly accepts the task without showing worry. Kim Gungwang functions as an underground pharmacist, known for providing illegal enhancement drugs to athletes. His products leave no standard chemical traces. Instead, they provide unnatural skill increases, worrying authorities. Despite years as a fugitive, his ongoing presence on official lists suggests he is still active. Although it involves player crimes, the Awakening Department manages the case due to sparse unit resources. The special unit, lacking proof and interest, avoids getting involved unless it personally benefits their agents. Suho challenges these assumptions, noting that one stays in Korea based on current local drug use. Easy local access to the substances strongly implies the supplier has not shifted operations abroad. He suggests running a personal probe to check the claims and collect firm evidence. Rather than waiting, Suho plans to perform the fieldwork as part of his appraisal mission. Permission is given, though his peer doubts the success of such an unusual approach. Once alone, the officer reaches out to a third party to help at Nexus Academy. Plans change quickly, as the probe officially fixes its focus on a new tip. At Nexus, a silver-haired student answers with certainty, keen to help track the suspect. He describes a method, trace the contact numbers and find one through his mobile. Impressed, Suho agrees to start at once, ready to pounce once the location appears. A final member joins the team, Hunmine, whose entry marks a change in their tactical plan. Answering the call without pause, Hunmine arrives, sparking questions about his exact role. Suho explains their goal, circumventing a secure device, a job fit only for Hunmine's skills. Check the source. Sung Min makes a fake call under the mask of a telecom agent. On's contact is made. The mark confirms his identity before quickly cutting off the odd sales pitch. With the number verified, Suho starts the next phase as Min turns on his tracing system. Digital paths open up as the team enters the network. Following the signal's virtual path, they focus on checking Pelagram, assuming it is the primary site for deal discussions. Though locked, the obstacle does not bother Suho. He is sure Hunmin can crack it. ATA partner expresses worry, doubting success against such a strongly guarded firewall. Suho presents Min's secret weapon, an ability to breach any system, entrance creation. With a glowing flash, the gate opens, allowing internal access without tripping alarms. Unlike standard hacks, this way avoids hitting security apps meant to find intrusions. Banshee's hidden missions have long relied on Min's smooth access skills. Now fully inside Pelagram, the team prepares to look through the chat logs for tips. Proof arrives as the team finds the clear hint, a chat room openly named drugs. 2 accounts, still active, are identified as Ham Day, Ho and the drug dealer. From the chat logs, the dealer's name becomes obvious, marking the next step in the chase. A hidden door behind the dealer's account leads further into his private pelagram area. The massive number of deals forms a complete digital structure filled with clients. Suho at once tells them to search through everything, contacts, texts, and call logs. By checking message counts, a frequently used number shows the supplier's phone. Tracking goes on as the team moves from tip to tip, repeating the digital path, though tiring. Each layer of subdealing suggests they are getting close to the top. Inside the last room, Gung Won's fixations are clear. Walls are covered with his own images. GPS facts confirm the home site. Gangnam, Seoul, no doubt about the mark's whereabouts. With the location locked, they prepare to move against him directly. Elsewhere, Gong Won gloats about his safe network, unaware he has already been caught. His partner listens idly as he brags about their perfect stealth and dodging. Suddenly, the electricity cuts out, his bold look fading with the darkness. A helper gets the signal and moves without hesitation. Readiness shows in his face. Trouble is near. Walls shatter as Suho breaks in. The room fills with rubble and stunned quiet. Combing through the debris, Suho fixes his eyes on Gung Won. The chase has finally come to an end. Inside a sharp corporate room, 2 men faced each other under low light. One, scared by the visitor's arrival, struggled to name him, sensing something dark yet familiar. Without pausing, Suho moved forward and quickly took down the guards nearby. His actions were exact, showing skill not usually seen in common agents. Standing calmly among the unconscious men, Suho stated his identity as an officer from the Awakening Department. He identified Kim Gung Won as his mark, noting years of skipping official reports. Suho said that Gung Won's purposeful refusal to fix his records was enough reason for immediate arrest. His voice left no room for debate. Recognition hit the mark. Panic grew as he remembered Suho's old name, Sword God. The thought drained the color from his face as dread replaced pride. Casually moving his hair, Suho warned the man to obey without fighting. His words held weight beyond simple authority. They held the promise of fatal results. Suddenly, a bright flash hit from above, cutting any remaining cameras or interference in the room. The hit was clean and perfectly done. With defense broken, Gung Won and his partner fell to the floor, hurt but alive. They gave up with clear dislike and hidden anger. Suho idly thanked them for giving in while fixing his badge. One of them snapped back about the one-sided nature of their help, but Suho ignored it. From the side, a silver-haired agent named Yo Hua came closer. She had cut the security systems before, making the entry easier than expected. She admitted the mission was too easy and looked nearly let down at the lack of a fight. Skipping practice for this felt wrong. Suho thanked her once more before facing the prisoners. With the area safe, he was ready to keep asking questions, starting again with Gung Won. Suho held up a small device, noting the power of the association's stat reader. Its truth gave immediate views into a person's hidden traits. Despite claims of only partial truth, the reader had rightly judged Gung Won's stats, especially after Suho's physical force left no room for lies. Before continuing, Suho set a rule: if future stat logs did not match today's numbers, the result would be death. The scared man quickly agreed, and Suho looked at the next mark, Sun Baik. Suho turned his eyes toward Baik, reminding him of an old error. His name had appeared during a past drug case. That memory alone put him under watch. Trying to pass the blame, Baik said he was innocent, but Suho met him with the fact that he had once hit a police office during a drug raid. Despite Baik's quiet, the weight of the claim remained. Meanwhile, Kim Gung Won watched from the side, getting more worried about who might have told on him. Suho leaned in closer, his voice tough. He asked why someone like Baik would risk his job so carelessly, unless there was more to the story. Pausing filled the room. Baik's quiet gave the look of fighting back, leading Suho to add more pressure, stating this was not a wish. It was an order. Fear beat out pride. After getting a hard reminder of the results, Baik finally agreed to talk, clearly shaken by the questioning. As the heat lowered a bit, Yo Hua quietly watched Suho's questioning. She recalled how scary he had once been, a fact that now caused a bit of respect. Returning to the task, Suho asked for names. Under force, Baek Jem said he had drugged Vice President Park Gyu-min, naming a key person in the plot. When asked for more, Baek Gem said that Park was the only one. His need to look honest met Suho's doubtful look, who was not convinced. Suho weighed the talk quietly. He felt no lies in Baek Giem's voice, but something was wrong. The vice president had taken no steps to hide. Thinking of Park Gyu-min's clear lack of knowledge, Suho figured that someone else had likely run the plan, hitting Park indirectly through secret moves. His doubt hit Section Chief Lee Moon-ho, who had given the suspect list. Suho saw that Moon-ho was not acting alone. Someone higher had likely forced him. The pattern became clearer. Whoever pushed Moon-ho had power like, or greater than Park. That narrowed it down to President Jang Kyung-hwan and Division Chief Pai Sung. Yul Jang had no known beef with Park, making him an unlikely risk. Pai, on the other hand, despite lower rank, held more power inside, making him the more likely culprit. Even so, Suho could not recall any open fighting between the two. The real reason stayed hidden, but for now, Pai Sung, Yul became the main focus of doubt. Suho decided to keep a close eye on the case. He guessed that once news of Kim Gong-won's arrest spread, others like Pai Sung, Yul would surely act. Without pause, he told Gong-won to come with him for more processing. Sun Baek Giem, however, would be left behind for now, waiting for the next meeting. As Suho left, the shocked viewers were left without words. None thought he would leave so fast after such a strong fight. Back at the home office, a junior agent came back and met Suho. He seemed unaware of the big events that had just happened during Suho's task. Upon confirming that Suho had truly caught Kim Gong-won, his boss's look changed from easy talk to clear shock. Suho quietly said that Gong-won's data was fixed, and that he had been sent to the questioning room. Without pause, he told his peer to follow. Standing at the questioning room, the junior officer was stunned. He could not believe the famous class rogue was taken so easily. Inside the room, Gong-won was already talking in full, asking for mercy. The sight was odd given his fame for dodging and fighting. Even the stat reader had given nearly perfect marks far beyond its usual truth. Suho's success seemed almost impossible to those around him. Now ready to move Gong-won to the special division, Suho made it clear that the charges were set, asking for official work to start. When asked how he did it so easily, Suho brushed it off, saying it was mostly luck and fast work. His modesty hid his skill, yet he said no to help for the next marks. Suho wanted to finish the mission alone to get the best rating, set on proving his skill on his own. A few days later, the halls of the building were full of talk. Agents spoke in awe about Suho's work and how he had won where others lost. The speed and completeness of his task shocked everyone. Catching all those skipping reports in just 2 days was a feat no one else had done. Though praise was clear, some feared it made the Awakening Division look bad. Suho's skill might cause jealousy, even from those on his side. Shouts started the moment. Suho entered the room, his name yelled often by those moved by his recent win against the Dodgers. Praise came from every side. Agents who once faced heat now cheered Suho. Thankful his work lowered the pressure on their office. Met with admiration, Suho got real requests to stay for good, with even the older agents showing respect for his unique speed and gift. Among the group, one officer called himself Suho's follower, proudly joining a fan club, made in awe of Suho's deeds. Thankfully noting their words, Suho said no to the invite, choosing instead to finish his first tasks in the Awakening Division. Just then, a call arrived. Knowing the sound, Suho answered quietly as a boss asked for him, signaling the next part of a deeper plan had started. An Suho was called into an office where an older officer cheered his deeds in the Awakening Division. The boss noted his steady results, which went past what was expected. Suho stayed humble, playing down his success. But the officer kept at it, recalling Suho's first mark, Kim Gong-won. Suho confirmed it, staying professional as he listened closely. The officer, clearly well-informed, shocked Suho by showing knowledge of the entire event. Suho saw this would make things easier, as nothing had to be explained. An Suho added that he had also met Sun Baek Giem, which led the officer to ask why he let that mark go. Suho said he found the target too hard to handle. The officer noted he was not talking about physical size, hinting instead at Sun Boyak, Gem's strong ties. Suho understood the hidden meaning of that remark. Changing the subject, the officer asked why Suho had not reported in right after coming back. Suho admitted there was no pressing reason at that time. Suho explained that despite his role in the special division, no one had put the officer's name in his tasks. He thought it would be rude to report in without an invite. He thought that if his help was truly wanted, either the officer or the vice chairman would reach out. He chose to wait for a real call. The officer, happy with Suho's choice, praised his move and gave him new orders. From then on, Suho was to report only to him and follow just his lead. Suho did not fight the sudden order, which shocked the officer. Instead, Suho stated simply that he believed there was a good reason for the choice. The officer laughed at Suho's easy acceptance, then praised him again for his good work and gave him a card, suggesting he buy his friends something pricey. Suho kindly said no, but the officer insisted, lightly teasing him and telling him to take gifts from bosses without pause, showing a more casual bond between them. After leaving the office, Suho got a casual goodbye. As he left, he saw the vice chairman walking by without a word, confirming there was heat between the two. Suho smiled a bit and called a partner named Gi-won. He told him to collect data from several phone numbers that he would send soon. Ending the call, Suho added that Gi-won should bring Min if needed. The answer came fast. Everything was clear. Suho went back to his task without pause. Suho stayed on the call, telling Gi-won to get info from several numbers. Gi-won did not ask who they belonged to, just agreeing at once. Impressed by Gi-won's loyalty, Suho thought of how others must have felt about Pai Sung, Yol's quiet power. He saw how useful silent influence could be. Before hanging up, Suho offered Gi-won a prize-expensive food for his help. Gi-won cheered back, and Suho, changing focus, contacted reporter Jo Jin Hui for a talk that night. That night, Suho met with reporter Jin Hui. The two clinked glasses to mark a fresh start in Suho's job. The mood was easy but serious. Jin Hui noted how busy Suho had been, while Suho paid back the praise, saying Jin Hui's stories had made his work simpler. Their partnership had been useful. Jin Hui mentioned setting up another meeting to help Suho meet others, especially Haewon. For now, the meal was a thank you for Suho's earlier help. During their talk, Jin Hui brought up Nexus's public name. Their work, including medical help with Hammer 2, had boosted their image with the people. Thanks to Suho's moves, Jin Hui's main stories got a lot of views. Their teamwork was making real gains both on the ground and in the news. The two said they wanted to keep working together. They acknowledged each other's parts and toasted to future work, signaling a strong professional tie. The next day, Suho got to a government office to start his new task. He was met by Lee So-hun, manager of the non-awakened division. Lee So-hun welcomed him kindly and noted his fame from the awakening division. Suho stayed humble, brushing off the praise again. She explained that in the non-awakened division, the goal was to find unregistered people. Suho confirmed he knew, showing he was ready for the test ahead. Lee So-hun noted that finding even one unregistered person would be enough for their field rating. The job was hard, but results mattered more than numbers. Suho agreed at once, showing energy. He promised to find someone fast to prove himself in this new office, keeping his focus tight. Giving him a folder of notes, Lee told Suho that Officer Eom would give more details. As Suho left, she cheered him on and he answered with quiet grit. Suho started checking the report files from Officer Eom Jun Sung. The facts told of sightings of unregistered people but lacked firm proof. He saw that without a confession or clear proof, finding unregistered players was tough. Unless they hit high levels, they looked like normal people. While signing up was required to stop accidents, some people skipped it, often for personal reasons or job clashes. Athletes were often among them. Suho was met by Jo Sung-jil, another seeker. Though Suho struggled to remember him, Jo Sung-jil clearly knew of Suho's deeds. Sung-gil mentioned Suho's record, breaking work, and said that their peer Han-ho Sung often spoke well of him. Suho kindly answered the praise. When asked if he would take the task alone, Suho confirmed he would start by himself. Sung-gil offered to help if needed, though Suho felt he might be passing the work off. For the first rating, Suho decided to look into Park Gong, an athlete he had noted earlier as a likely unregistered player. At an archery range, Gung showed his skills with perfect accuracy, hitting bullseyes easily. His rank ensured he could take part in the next contest. Watchers praised Gung's steady hand and guessed he would win the next match. His work caused envy due to the likely high prize money. After training, Gung's peers asked him to karaoke, but he said no, saying he had to help his mother at her shop. They questioned his timing, telling him to skip for once. Gung said sorry, promising to join them next time. His friends teased him for always being the good one. As they left, the group noted Gung as the good son of the team. Gung rushed off, leaving a light goodbye. Gung got to the family shop and called his mom. As he went in, he saw a familiar-looking man sitting inside, An Suho, eating noodles. Gung's shock grew when he saw the guest, but was hushed by his mother, who told him not to make a scene or shame the guest. Taking her warning, Gung stepped back. His mother then asked why he came back during training hours. Gung, surprised, started to explain. Gung told his mother that the early end to practice gave him a chance to help at the shop. He mentioned skipping his friend's party to be with her. His mother asked why he chose the shop over resting, but Gung smiled and said he could not leave her to work alone, especially before a match. Then, with a happy voice, Gung asked if he could take the guest's pay, meaning the man at the table with her nod. He quickly went to handle it. As Gung came to Suho's table, he kindly asked for the pay. He stated the cost and offered a slip, doing his duty like any normal clerk. However, An Suho called him by name, Park Gong, which at once shocked him, stunned. Gung confirmed who he was, clearly surprised Suho knew him. Suho introduced himself as an agent of the non-awakened division and asked for a bit of Gung's time. Gong agreed by habit, but stopped after hearing the office name. The moment An Suho repeated, "Non-awakened division," Gong's look changed greatly. His mind raced, filled with fear and confusion as pressure grew. Without a real excuse, Gong suddenly turned and fled, acting like he was busy. Suho followed calmly, asking if a short talk would be so hard. Gung, scared, did not look back and ran out of the shop. His mother yelled after him in worry, confused by his sudden run. An Suho and Gung's mother stood at the door, puzzled by the behavior. She asked why her son had suddenly acted so oddly. Gung hid behind the shop, breathing fast. He asked why Suho had appeared at this time, clearly upset by the timing. Suddenly, a glowing system note appeared in front of him. It told him to pick a path, warrior, mage, or archer, marking the start of a major awakening choice.
Park Gung gazes anxiously at a system interface, prompting him to select between the warrior, mage, or archer classes. This sudden awakening forces him to confront the reality of his concealed status. He muses on the window that surfaced days prior and frets that someone might have discovered his awakener identity. If revealed, he fears forfeiting his opportunity to participate in archery. Attempting to remain inconspicuous, Park Gung is walking through an alley when his mother calls out to him. Startled, he prepares himself for an investigation. His mother brings up a chat she overheard between him and An Suho, though it appeared ordinary. Park Gung tries to minimize the encounter, claiming he feels sick and needs rest before the event. She questions his quick exit and wonders if something is troubling him. Park Gung reassures her, loudly maintaining that everything is fine, even as his agitation starts to show. He departs suddenly, hoping to escape further suspicion. Although his voice was persuasive, uncertainty still remains in his mind about whether he truly managed to divert her worry. As he moves away, he notes with comfort that his mother did not sound skeptical. He concludes that the sword god must not have disclosed anything regarding his awakening torn. He wonders if the sword god purposely protected his secret. Park Gong weighs whether this is a hint to turn himself in, but decides the moment isn't right. Resolute, he vows not to miss the archery meet. It is the most renowned high school contest in the nation, and he cannot afford to withdraw now. Checking his mobile, Park Gung reminds himself that the top prize is 50 million won, a figure large enough to pay for his grandmother's operation. That realization strengthens his intent. He has practiced his whole life for this specific chance, and he cannot let the awakening ruin his goals. He makes a quiet vow to report the awakening once the tournament concludes. All he requires is one more day to finish it. The following morning, Park Gong reaches school early, thankful that no one has arrived to question or track him. He is soon met by his friend, Woo Won-suk, who notices his preoccupied mood and asks if he is anxious about the competition. Though Park Gung dismisses the concern, he is clearly troubled. Woo Won-suk tries to bolster his confidence, but Park Gung quietly remarks that nothing is certain. Won-seok lauds his record, reminding him that he has never been defeated since starting at the school. His wins against older students are seen as proof of his skill. Gung modestly disagrees, calling himself eternal second place, and arguing that only the first rank truly counts. His internal stress grows, linked to his family's money troubles. He thinks about the standards his father sets for him, knowing that anything less than second place would be unacceptable. The burden of duty drives him toward secrecy. Woo Won-suk urges him to victory. Sensing Gung's need for the prize money, Gung offers a faint smile and says he will try his best. Feeling slightly more relaxed, just as he starts to calm down, someone informs him the coach is calling. Park Gung stands up apprehensively, not expecting to be called. Approaching the coach, Gung is stunned to see An Suho standing nearby. Terror takes hold, as he assumes Suho is there to reveal his secret. Park Gung stops in shock and fear. The timing feels threatening, and dread washes over him as he tries to process Suho's presence. His thoughts race with the fear that he is about to be arrested for awakening without a report. Suho calls him over with a stern expression. The coach leaves them, leaving Suho alone with Park Gung. The mood turns somber as Gung readies himself for what feels like a cross-examination. Suho asks about Gung's actions from the day before, suggesting that he already knows the truth. Park Gung wavers, unsure how to reply. Suho claims directly that Gung has awakened. Facing a dilemma, Gung debates whether to deceive him or admit it. His mind spins, weighing the results. He recalls his grandmother's surgery and how the prize money is his only hope to help. Convinced there is no other way, he decides to lie just this once. An Suho stresses that the situation is grave and urges him to be truthful. The weight is too much for Gung, and he finally confesses the truth: he has awakened. Instead of discipline, Suho calmly thanks him for being honest, and suggests pulling out of the tournament to report the awakening legally. He even offers to keep the matter quiet from the coach and others. But Gung is breathless and torn. His ambition and obligation are now in conflict. Park Gung begs to at least play in the tournament, stating that he hasn't even picked a class and is still level 1, essentially just a normal person. Despite his frantic logic, An Suho firmly rejects the plea. He recognizes the boy's plight, but reminds him that laws apply regardless of rank or motive. Suho explains that even if Gung were to play and report the awakening later, any results within the 2-month window would be voided under current statutes, appalled by the law. Park Gung reluctantly bows to reality. Suho tells him that reporting immediately is the better and only realistic choice. With no other way out, Park Gung follows Suho out of the hall toward the association car, his determination turning into quiet acceptance. Inside the vehicle, An Suho thanks Gung for his cooperation, but the boy's face shows the sadness and anger over a fate he cannot avoid. A memory reveals that in a past life, Park Gung had won this same contest, only to be reported by his close friend, Hong Won-suk. That betrayal sent him down a dark road, where rage and hopelessness took over. Stripped of his honors, he turned to villainy. He became known as Gung Guoth, a feared and loathed figure. Suho, knowing this history, believes that this hard choice now will avoid that future. An Suho asks why Gung looks so crushed, to which Gung answers that it is because he hid his awakening, feeling like he broke the law. Suho calmly disputes the idea, assuring him that since no one was hurt by his delay in reporting, it does not make him a criminal. Comforted, but still torn, Gung listens as Suho tells him that motive and results matter more than perfect timing. An Suho comforts him again. There was no victim, so there is no shame to hold. He tells Gung to report to the upper floor once they arrive. Although Suho admits Gung might not return to archery for a long time, perhaps never, he maintains that a new path still awaits him. Silently taking in the weight of those words, Park Gung exits the car, ready to meet the consequences and change his future. As An Suho leaves the vehicle, he is met by a senior officer, Investigator Joe, who casually asks about his progress. Suho is formally addressed as an intern, but stays composed. Investigator Joe assumes Suho must be struggling alone, but Suho quietly answers that the task isn't hard, showing no signs of stress or fatigue, despite working solo. With a slight smile, Suho says that he is only just beginning. His poise leaves a deep impression on the senior officer, who watches Suho walk away. At the front desk, Park Gung gets his official player registration card. With this, his status as a regular citizen is formally ended. He is now a registered hunter. He silently muses on the permanent nature of this move. Holding his new permit, he recognizes the end of his normal life and the start of something much larger. Although the truth has been met, He feels an unexpected sense of relief. With the weight gone, he prepares to phone his mother to tell her everything. Goong tries to call his mother, but she does not pick up. His worry quickly grows when he realizes this is his 8th missed call in a row. A rising sense of alarm fills him, as he fears something might have happened. Panic increases with every second of silence on the line. As he sprints toward a crowd near a local clinic, people whisper and stare at something strange. Scared by their faces, Goong shoves through the group in a hurry, pushing past the onlookers. Goong insists on being let through. His terror drives him forward as the crowd opens to show a scene that leaves him breathless. A mix of doubt and fear fills his expression as he gazes at the situation before him, unable to grasp what he is seeing. Standing still, Goong whispers to himself, unable to understand the view. A sense of dread surrounds him as the crowd hums with tension. While waiting in line, a young man and woman tried to object when others cut ahead. Suddenly, they identified a familiar face, Park Goong, the archery star from Unsung High. The atmosphere changed as the crowd hummed with excitement. Park Goong, wearing his training gear, was startled by the sudden focus and struggled to grasp why everyone was there. 2 fans eagerly noted that the sword god had suggested the restaurant on social media, causing a surge of customers. Park Goong, puzzled but curious, looked where they pointed to a sign outside. Shown on the screen were images of various dishes and a massive number of likes and comments. The fans were impressed that Park Goong was mentioned alongside the sword god, lauding his food review as his debut post. Park Goong, slightly embarrassed, asked how they knew his identity. With practiced ease, one fan revealed they had done background checks beforehand. Park Goong offered an awkward smile, but their focus moved back to the sword god's looks. Park Goong sprinted inside, calling for his mother. She met him while occupied with the shop. He offered to assist, but she quickly changed the subject, avoiding talk of his contest, trying to divert him. She told him to start cleaning. Park Goong dutifully put on an apron and entered the kitchen, noting that the place was still buried under orders. He stopped as he saw the sword god's posted menu hanging on the wall. It hit him that even someone of that rank had visited and praised their modest restaurant. The shop finally grew quiet. Sunlight poured through the windows as Park Goong took a long breath. Fatigue from the busy shift took hold as he found a seat to relax. His mother questioned his presence, reminding him about the ongoing tournament. Park Goong looked away, unsure how to reply, clearly masking something behind his casual look. Before he could respond, a customer entered. His mother met the man, telling him they were closing due to a lack of ingredients. However, the guest explained that he wasn't there to eat. The man introduced himself as Jo Jin Hui, a reporter from PBS. Holding out his business card, he made his goals clear. He had come for an interview. Joe asked to speak with Park Goong, stating they had received a tip about him. The young man was surprised, not expecting focus from the media in such a relaxed place. The journalist revealed that despite qualifying for a major meet, Park Goong had freely withdrawn and instead filed an awakened conscience report. Puzzled, Park Goong repeated the words, not fully understanding their meaning. At the tournament site, a banner welcomed archers from everywhere. Among them, Wonseok sat quietly while getting support from his coach. He vowed to try his best until his bow failed. Outside the range, a man watched as he grumbled about Park Goong withdrawing first. He had planned to do the same after winning the meet, but now felt forced to act sooner. Grinning, he noted how a higher climb meant a steeper fall. With Park Goong gone, he expected his own rise and looked forward to starting ahead of schedule. Earlier he had heard Park Goong's secret, the awakening. Realizing he too held the same power, he burned with envy and a drive to beat him at any price. Anger filled him as he recalled Park Goong's lead. He called him a liar who blocked his future, now seeing himself as the rightful winner. With Park Goong out of the way, he declared it his moment to shine, set on winning the tournament. He stepped onto the field with fresh resolve and sharp competitiveness. Wonseok shot arrow after arrow with great accuracy. Spectators were stunned by his form and work, whispering about his talent and how he seemed free from Goong's shadow. Driven by emotion, Wonseok enjoyed the praise. In his mind, he named himself the Bow God, soaking in the attention he had long been denied. Suddenly the crowd moved their focus. Sword God, known as An Suho, arrived out of nowhere. All eyes moved to him as he approached Wonseok, with a stern face and official voice. Suho addressed Wonseok, asking him to come with them for an association matter. Wonseok was puzzled, unable to grasp why he was being picked out. He panicked when told it involved a probe and would take a day. With the finals set for the next day, he responded with fear and anger. He refused loudly, asking to know why he had to obey. Then Suho spoke one name, his brother, Hong Dong-suk, leaving Won-suk frozen in shock. Suho explained the cause. Dong-suk was being investigated for fraud in his military service report. Because of this, all family members needed testing for possible awakened status. The case had broad effects, involving many people. Suho urged cooperation, noting the gravity of the issue, while Won-suk's face turned tight with fear. As Suho led him away, whispers filled the air. Spectators guessed whether Sword God was personally leading the case. Others wondered what the fallout would be if fraud was proven. Dong-suk hit the desk in rage, realizing he truly had awakened. He loudly demanded to know who reported him, blaming the association for turning on him after giving his hunter ID. He attacked the staff, yelling that the system itself was broken. The officials stayed calm, reminding him that causing a scene would only hurt his case. Another official, checking his file, warned that more trouble would lead to harder results. Despite saying he was innocent, Dong-suk's anger only grew. Suho watched the mess he had started by revealing the network of fake awakenings. While officials managed the chaos, Won-suk was quietly told to wait elsewhere. Refusing to accept the situation, Dong-suk ran out of the room. He believed himself better and unfit to be held with others, moved by pride and anger. Suddenly, he attacked his brother, hitting him hard. Blaming Won-suk for everything, he screamed that his life was destroyed and that family meant nothing. Officials ran to stop the fight. Observers whispered that the brothers had long been distant. Their bond had fallen apart to the point of total silence, making the fight even more painful. A staffer asked for Suho's help, but he seemed hesitant, occupied with the massive amount of work already finished. He questioned if he was really the one in charge. Despite the hurry, Suho explained he had another task. The separate field evaluation investigator, Joe, was pushed to act, but Suho walked away, annoyed at how much he was being used. Suho entered an old internet cafe to perform the side appraisal. The dim room was mostly empty, reflecting a past era of gaming that was now disappearing. He noted the old-fashioned mood, still filled with smoke. VR had grabbed the industry after the Great Change, leaving traditional PC cafes nearly dead and forgotten. ON's online games had ruled entertainment, but as immersive tech grew, those older styles were left behind, losing to the changing world of virtual reality and awakening systems. Suho walked through the aisles, surprised that the cafe still functioned. Among the silent machines, he finally found his mark sitting in the far corner. Ah, silver-haired boy quietly looked at the screen, unaware he had been discovered. Suho verified the identity and started approaching, ready to engage the next part of his mission. Without a word, Suho sat next to the boy, moving the chair with quiet intent. The mark kept typing, unaware of what was about to happen in the dim glow of the old monitor. Inside the quiet PC cafe, Suho asked the silver-haired boy if he played Ops. The boy admitted he was out of practice, but agreed to play. They prepared to meet through the old game. The boy casually noted his in-game handle, Railgun, surprising Suho. Ops had once been a top-tier game, and Railgun was a name respected by many. Suho respectfully noted Railgun's talent, while the boy modestly offered to buy him snacks. As they moved to the counter, the boy noted that he worked there, and could provide anything. The boy was called by his in-game name again, verifying his identity. As he smiled, he stayed unaware that the situation was about to change. Suho stated the boy's real name and asked for confirmation. His tone shifted, showing a more official intent behind his visit. Announcing himself from the awakened department, Suho asked to see the boy's ID. The boy stopped in shock as tension filled the air, seeing the meeting was no longer casual.
Suho quietly came near the suspicious man, already verifying his identity as Kim Guan. The man wavered and asked how Suho knew. Poised and sure, Suho gave no plain answer but asked for ID, pushing the man with quiet power. The man, unsure and clearly worried, looked back. Suho pointed him toward the staff locker room in the back storage, keeping a calm voice to avoid alerting others. Suho's look sharpened as he watched the man's walking figure. His doubt grew. Without pause, he entered the building, knowing something was wrong and set on finding the truth. The man, now running down a dark hallway, panted in panic. He could not grasp how Suho had followed him so exactly, seeing that escape was no longer possible. Before he could flee further, Suho blocked him with calm but cold precision. The man stopped at Suho's presence, who asked sternly if he was finished running. Panicking, the man made one last try to flee. Suho lifted his hand, stopping him easily with one move. Fallen on the floor, the man flinched in pain. Suho stood over him and reminded him that running from a state official would only hurt his case, as he was now liable for immediate arrest. Desperate and defensive, the man claimed he had done nothing wrong and asked about Suho's sudden force. Suho, however, saw through the deception and wasn't moved by his reaction. Suho stated the real name Kim Jian, the older brother, not Kim Guan. The man's shocked face gave it all away. His mask was broken, and Suho's theory was proven right. Suho met him directly, saying that the man before him was not Kim Guan but Kim Jian. The man tried to deny it, but his reaction was fake and further showed his lie. Suho blamed the weak denial and said that things had to be fixed back at his house where Kim Jian's real body should be. Suddenly, the man swung with a fist, trying to break loose through force. He attacked with desperation, aiming right at Suho's face to turn the tide. Suho moved instantly, grabbing the man's hand with great power. His hold tightened, making the attacker yell in pain as he lost the heart to fight. Still holding him, Suho reminded the man that he had come to assist, not to start a brawl, but if hit again, the man would be fully taken down and tied before being moved. The man, finally crushed and beaten, apologized with shaking lips. Suho gave a last warning, then told him quietly that they would now go to his home to find everything. At Kim Jian's house, Suho checked the unconscious younger brother Kim Guan on a hospital bed. He confirmed a pulse and even breathing. Clear signs of a possessed state, not death. Closely watching the state, Suho figured that the body was still alive but held by an outside force. This proved his earlier doubt and gave him the base to act. He turned to Kim Jian, quietly asking when the brother had awakened. As he spoke, he showed 2 ID cards, one for each brother, further proving the truth he had found. Kim Jian's face shifted. Possession by the same, flame being explained at all, but it also locked their fate. He admitted that if Suho checked the cafe's logs, they could verify the timing of the event. Suho, musing on the rarity of the case, saw this was a unique form of shared mind he had never seen. He knew talking would now be the key to solving it. Kim Jian snapped, asking if Suho meant to sign up his brother as an awakened hunter. Angry, he yelled about their state, crippled from the waist down, no parents, and no way out. Startled, Kim Jian paused when Suho reminded him of his real goal to assist, not blame. Suho urged him to relax and listen before making a choice. Still careful, Kim Jian asked about Suho's word, unsure why they should trust a stranger. Suho answered surely, stating his name as On Suho, showing his true rank. Recognition moved across Kim Jian's face. As he looked for Suho's name on his phone, shock took hold. The realization hit him hard. This wasn't just anyone. This was the famous sword god. Kim Jian yelled in shock upon seeing it. On Suho, the sword god, stood before him. Kim Jian, now quieter, asked how Suho meant to help. With the mood shifting, Suho suggested they sit, ready to explain his plan in full. He started with a simple idea: to truly assist someone, give them a job, not just money. Suho's fix was clear. He meant to give Kim Jian a role and a goal. Suho asked if Kim Jian was willing to go back to being a hunter. Kim Jian, in a wheelchair, was stunned and asked the logic of the offer. Lying on the bed, he thought Suho meant to use his brother's body for gate missions. Suho stated at once that wasn't the plan. Kim Jian laughed sadly. His hunter level was over 50, too high for low-grade gates. In his state, he couldn't work in the field, making the offer seem like a joke until Suho proved it otherwise. Suho brought up the idea of partner items, special gear that fits uniquely with a player's traits. Kim Jian, new to the term, listened closely as Suho started his talk. Suho told how these rare items, like winning a lottery, link specifically to their user's nature. He stated that only a few players ever find one that fits them perfectly. Kim Jian knew the term, having only heard it vaguely. He admitted the rarity and trouble in getting such gear, but Suho's poise hinted at a clear fix. Suho shared a vital fact. Kim Jian had once become famous because of a certain partner item in his past life. That same item, Suho now believed, could change both brothers' lives again. He explained that the item was perfectly suited for the possession trait that linked Kim Jian and his brother. This wasn't just a patch, it was a chance at rebirth. However, Kim Jian stayed suspicious. He asked why Suho was only helping now, after so long. hurt. He thought Suho wanted something back for his aid. Kim Ji-on had once asked for help from every place, welfare centers, guilds, state offices, but none answered. He had gone from a top hunter to a forgotten man in a wheelchair. Feeling left behind by the world, Kim Ji-on had become angry. Suho admitted he might not be able to change those views, but he wanted the chance to try. He moved forward, lowered his head, and said sorry. Suho admitted he was late in arriving, but he truly wanted to assist, not just with words, but with real duty. Suho stated that it wasn't neglect, but a lack of resources that slowed him. He finally found a way forward and asked for the chance to help now. Hearing Suho's honest words, Kim Ji-on finally relaxed. No one had ever offered to help them without conditions, and his defense slowly turned to regret. Suho vowed to ensure Kim Gwan's awakening wouldn't stop their benefits. If Kim Ji-on agreed to return as a hunter, he'd help him leave his current job. Suho even offered to help Kim Ji-on get back his unpaid wages from the PC cafe. The move was real, and he stressed it would be done through legal paths. Though confused, Kim Ji-on said no to the offer kindly. In reply, Suho promised to lead him to a hunter guild where he could start building his life again. Kim Ji-on doubted any guild would take someone like him, but Suho comforted him. What he truly needed was the right partner item. Everything else, he promised, would follow soon. After meeting others, Suho got word from Park Gyu-min. Another surprise call, he reached the Korean Hunter Association with interest about the sudden contact. As Suho left his car, he was met by Park Goon, who excitedly called to him. His surprise appearance caused a short moment of shock for Suho. Goon stated the reason for his visit. His mother had made food just for Suho as a thank you, and he came personally to give it. Goon thanked Suho truly, explaining that the good news reports and social media focus were all due to Suho's earlier help. Suho took the praise modestly. Suho clarified that he had only shared the trip because the food was actually good. He hadn't meant to cause a stir or start any official news. Goon admitted that while Suho hadn't told the media directly, it certainly felt like his moves led to the focus. Suho noted the doubt around who really told them. As their talk turned lighter, Suho asked if Goon had picked his class. Goon answered that he had become an archer and was looking for a guild to join. Suho saw the chance and offered to lead him to a good place. Goon's timing fit perfectly with Suho's current plan to help new hunters. At that moment, the focus moved to Nexus, a major guild. Suho had sent letters of support there before, and the group moved fast to welcome those under his name. Suho approached the vice chairman's office with a light knock, announcing himself before entering. He had been called without a clear reason, but he stayed poised, his standing already well known. Walking inside, he was met with a polite greeting. The vice chairman had invited him not for a lecture, but to gauge his recent performance. Praise followed as the vice chairman lauded Suho's work in the awakening department. Suho brushed it off as luck, but the official maintained it was a major achievement to manage such tough tasks. The talk turned toward a delicate subject. The vice chairman mentioned Suho's involvement in a military graft case, one that fell outside his formal responsibilities. Suho, amazed by the knowledge, asked how such secret details were found. The vice chairman's grin showed he had more access than expected, implying his intel network was vast. He mused on Suho's rapid reaction during the event, hinting that top figures like Director Lee Won-ik and Park Ki-eun might be caught up in the scandal. The room grew heavy as the possibilities lingered. To test further, the vice chairman decided to lure him with a specific question. Suho answered firmly, saying he had done his own scouting based on private tips, bypassing official routes. When asked about the value of those tips, Suho noted he had already studied all the files and gathered more data from personal allies made during his hunter days. He confessed to using informants and agents with broad networks. The vice chairman leaned forward, interested in the scale of these contacts, and how Suho had made them. Irritated by Suho's vague reply, the vice chairman suddenly struck the desk, demanding the names of the informant sources. Suho stayed quiet, stating he could not betray private ties with state agencies. Pressing harder, the vice chairman asked if those groups were linked to their own association. Suho claimed he wasn't sure, but his gaze showed doubt toward the man questioning him. Becoming agitated, the vice chairman pointed to their alleged bond, insisting that such intel should be given to him for the good of the group's expansion. Suho, unimpressed, mentally rejected the idea, Trying to change the mood, the vice chairman wondered aloud about mole activity within the Daemon Association. Suho confirmed he'd heard similar rumors from reliable people, adding to the doubt. The vice chairman laughed, acting pleased, saying he already feared internal leaks. Suho stayed wary, careful not to show whether he truly believed the claim or was just playing along. Seizing the moment, the vice chairman voiced a wish to meet the informants in person. Suho, however, said no. These people were afraid of being seen, and meeting them would risk everything he had created. The vice chairman suggested Suho could arrange a meeting under the cover of being a client. Suho remained non-committal, not giving a straight answer, which only increased the stress. The vice chairman's anger flared as he doubted Suho's loyalty. Staying calm, Suho gave in slightly, stating that he would ask the informants one time for permission to gather. Content, the vice chairman asked for a reply before the day ended. Suho agreed, his civil manner hiding a sharp thought. His plan had worked, and the chairman was now fully hooked. Later, Suho went to the non-awakened testing room, thinking his review had been finished. The clerk in charge, however, met him with a shaky look, holding a pile of files. Suho asked plainly about his review status. The staffer struggled to reply and dodged the question with a nervous laugh, showing signs of messiness behind the scenes. With an apology, the clerk explained that the awakening department was swamped and couldn't finish reviews on time. Suho was told to wait until the rush ended, with no set date. Suho thought quietly. The backlog wasn't normal. The workers handling tests were clearly stuck in something much deeper. It was unlikely this halt was just from a busy schedule. In a nearby room, employees rushed to manage a sudden surge of draft evaders. The mess was out of control, and just making the list was burning up precious time and funds. Returning to the main floor, Suho asked where he was meant to wait for now. The stressed worker realized with a start that Suho hadn't even been given a desk yet. Left without a plan, Suho walked through the department with no goal, wondering aloud what he was meant to do. The lack of order was clear from how unready everyone appeared. Finally, he found a spot outside to rest. Another agent met him, and the two began trading news over coffee in a rare moment of peace. The agent chuckled, seeing that Suho had basically been pushed aside. When he mentioned Suho's part in catching draft evaders, Suho noted it had happened just recently. Suho recalled the strange timing. The awakening department hadn't offered any help during the raid. Most staff had just watched without helping. Something odd was going on in the shadows, although Suho played it down. The fact was that the department wasn't managing the crisis well. Private matters had become mixed with work. But Suho knew not to show the problem openly. Interested, he asked his partner if he knew much about office politics. He noted that he wasn't picking sides. He just wanted to stay safe by knowing the facts before trouble arrived. While others gained power through schemes, Suho had only used his blade. In the past, his focus had been on staying alive, blind to the deeper power struggles happening in the background. His partner explained that two main camps currently ruled the group's internal layout, the vice chairman's team and the special unit director's team, each fighting for control. Before Suho's return to the past, both groups had seemed joined. But now, Suho saw the reality. Director Lee had quietly taken over Park Kyun's role, merging power under one secret plan. Suho mused aloud that, like the earlier Son Baekhyun case, Director Lee had likely collected proof slowly before trapping Park with soft control, ensuring fealty through stress. His partner confirmed that camp lines were now clearly drawn. The awakening and management offices fell under the vice chairman's power, locking his hold on those areas. Meanwhile, the gate and resource offices answered to Director Pai. The chairman, however, had no set camp. He simply focused on outside deals, staying neutral as long as his term lasted. As they kept walking, Suho's partner asked if he had more questions about office secrets. Suho declined, saying he'd remember the data for future safety before leaving. The partner offered to set up a temporary desk for Suho in the gate department. Suho declined politely, not wanting to draw notice or cause confusion between either camp. Instead, he asked for study guides so he could get ready for department tests at a cafe. The partner agreed with a soft laugh, liking Suho's careful yet civil style. Later, Suho reached the Paju Nexus Guild, keeping a promise. His trip wasn't social. He had work to do with a group waiting for him inside. Greeted warmly by friends, Suho was quickly let in, though it was a workday. The team didn't wait to clear the board for what he had in mind. He told them that now was the moment to start. The faint stress in the air hinted that this was more than a simple visit. It was the start of a new plan. In a safe room, Suho spoke to the group. He vowed to give tools, help, and intel vital to revealing the graft hidden within the group's heart. His team members, already partially clued in, confirmed they were ready. The coaching he offered wouldn't be easy, but they were prepared to see it through. Suho showed the final goal, to use the current camp split and use it to bring down the vice chairman. The internal fight was no longer just noise, it was the path to their victory. As the sun fell below the line, the vice chairman reached the spot, impressed with Suho's pace and skill. He saw the hunter's quick work as a great asset. Stepping out of the vehicle, the vice chairman asked about the simple look of the meeting spot. It didn't fit the weight of the moment, but Suho reminded him of the group's need for privacy. The vice chairman became worried, thinking the hidden spot was on purpose. Picking a rundown building over a grand office hinted at secret plans from the other side. Inside the hall, masked figures quietly watched as Suho and the vice chairman walked in. Their presence was heavy, and they had clearly been listening long before any words were said. The vice chairman panicked internally, seeing that every word he had said outside might have been heard. The mood was thick with quiet force. He tried to calm himself by using Suho's name, but the stress only grew when Suho remarked that the spot was perfect for what had to be done next. Suho suddenly stated the place was ideal for finishing the task. Without warning, masked friends moved into action, grabbing the vice chairman and his guards. The vice chairman yelled for answers, but Suho gave none. He simply told him that he had been taken, and no more talk would follow. A fast blow knocked the man out. Suho's last words before the lights faded were soft and cold. He told him to sleep.
The man moved on the cold floor, dazed and lost. Slowly waking up, he found himself in a dark, strange room, unsure how he arrived. Fear crept in as he noticed the quiet. He sat up quickly, his eyes wide with terror. The room was ghostly silent, with no sign of any people. Dazed and afraid, he called for help, his voice echoing into the dark with no reply. Suddenly, a deep growl broke the silence. He froze. Something was close, something lethal. The noise grew louder, coming fast, knowing he wasn't alone. He crawled back, fear taking over as he prepared to run. Hectic, he ran down a hall, his breath ragged. He yelled for help, desperate to flee the unknown beast. Rounding a corner, he saw a dark shape in the distance. Hope flashed in his eyes as he yelled for aid. The shape stepped out, showing itself as An Suho. Calm and steady, Suho ignored the man's panic and looked him over with a cool gaze, untouched by the mess behind him. The bound man, full of fury and fear, yelled at Suho, making threats. His terror turned to rage, hoping to scare his way to safety. Suho stayed still, unimpressed. A system note appeared. He was calling a blood weapon. A dark red light formed as he easily brought the tool into being, showing that threats wouldn't be allowed. With fast, sharp skill, Suho struck, cutting through the man's hand. Blood hit the floor as the man yelled in pain. Suho, steady as ever, asked if the man was brave or just stupid. Suho used a healing power, light moving around his hands. Despite the man's yells, Suho knelt and started fixing the cut. His face showed no pity, only cold skill. The hurt man wept, dazed and shaken. He couldn't see why he was being handled this way. Suho ignored his moans, saying the man clearly hadn't learned his lesson. Mocking the man's ongoing pride, Suho noted his nerve to speak so freely even now. The fear in the man's eyes came back, and he quickly said sorry, begging not to be hurt again. Suho stood tall, holding the blood-soaked bat. He told the man to help if he wanted to skip more pain. His voice was hard, holding the weight of total rule over the room. He pointed to another man lying nearby. Chang, sick, the famous leader of a crime gang. Suho noted the man's past, showing his history of bad loans and drugs. Suho made it clear that Chang's 6 sins had doomed him to non-stop pain. Then, turning to the man he'd just hurt, Suho gave him a new name, Park Yumin. A swap for Changsik. The man woke with a start on the cold floor, lost and scared by the dark around him. His dazed eyes moved about as he saw he was lying in a place he didn't know. A deep growl echoed far away, sending a chill through him. Fear set in as he realized a monster might be coming. The odd noise wasn't just background, it was getting louder, shaking the silence. Without thinking, he got to his feet and ran across the dark hall. The growl grew louder, echoing from the dark behind him, bursting through a door. He saw another man standing calmly in the light. The relief on his face was instant, as if a savior had arrived. The figure turned, showing a bound beast at his feet. The calm man's look was a sharp change from the mess. As the scared man saw the beast was tied up all along, he started to question the scene, now face to face with Suho. Suho walked forward without hurry, his face unreadable. The scared man paused, finally knowing him. Though he spoke Suho's name in shock, it was clear the meeting wasn't a kind one. Trying to take charge, the man yelled, threatening Suho with rage. He tried to look strong through words, forgetting the spot he was in. With a quiet wave, Suho called a blood-red blade from the air. The room grew tense as red energy formed in his palm, leaving no doubt he was for real. As the hurt man shook in pain, Suho knelt by him and started fixing his wounds. Suho showed no pity, speaking coldly while mending the harm. With the healing done, Suho spoke casually, saying the man still hadn't seen the reality. He warned that more fighting would only lead to more agony. Suho pointed to another man nearby, saying he was a crook facing non-stop punishment. Looking at Suho's cold eyes, the man took his new life. He saw that staying alive meant total obedience. Suho warned him to act right from now on, making it clear there was no exit from the role he now held. Desperate, the man vowed to help in full, asking only for a chance to live. Suho answered by throwing him a small pill and telling him to swallow it. Suho said it was a tracking tool that would only answer to his command, hidden from any scan skills. With no exit, the man took the pill. Suho then told him that the only way forward was to act like the man he was taking the place of. Suho gave another warning, telling Parkuyu Min to manage the cleanup quietly, no matter who got blamed. But he made one rule clear: no innocent people were to be hurt. Gumin at once agreed, sweating and forcing a grin. The stress grew with Suho's presence over him. Suho then noted he would be watched closely and warned not to mess up again. The first job was given. As soon as Juyamin went back to the association, he was to fix a pending draft, dodge case. Scared and ready, Gumin noted it with a shaky nod, taking the task. Suho looked over the fraud case, asking about Gumin's role and his workers. Gumin confessed that the scam was set up between himself, the office head, and the non-awakened chief. Suho told him the stolen cash must be returned, and those involved must stay quiet. Gumin admitted he only had his share, unsure if the others still had theirs. Fear came back as the weight of the job hit him. Suho told him to find the rest or pay the gap himself, stressing secret work above all. No info could get out, or the result would be worse. Suho then told Jumin to finish Suho's review at the Awakening Department as soon as he got back. He made it clear that both the field test and paper exam would be taken for real, despite Jumin's fear for his own life. Shaking, Jumin said, "Sorry," and asked for mercy. But Suho stayed hard, giving his last warning. Hitting the ground, Jumin moaned in pain. Suho stood quietly above him, stating he didn't like saying things twice. Night arrived as Suho left a far building with Gyumin out cold over his shoulder. Two men waiting outside watched quietly, wondering what had taken so long. The silence had been scary. One man noted the total lack of sound during the job. Suho's skill was scary, his moves very exact, no back with his group. Suho called them together for the next move. He said they would use Park Gyumin as a tool for fixing the office before Pishong Yul could take total power over the group. Suho handed out a book full of the bad deals of Park Gyumin. One of his men took it with a dark look, seeing the depth of the sins inside. The task ahead was plain. They were to start by taking out only the graft that Pai Seyong Yul already knew about. Though the book held many crimes, their focus was small to avoid drawing bad notice. Soho's plan wasn't just revenge, it was smart fixing through mind games and force. Soho told his team to use Park Gyumin for office cleanup, no matter what Pai Seyong Yul knew. He noted that once Gyumin's role was done, they would toss him away without a thought. The group confirmed they had no ties with Gyumin. With no issues, Suho told everyone to go back, ending the job. They got ready to move, making sure Gyumin would serve his role until the end. On the way back, Suho explained Gyumin's loyalty was due to a hidden control. When asked if such tools were real, he casually said it was a lie meant only to force the man to obey.
In a parking lot, a group starts to split up. One man tells his team that he and Jawan will go home, while the others drop off Park Gyumin and return to Nexus. As the group enters the car, the driver looks at some phone logs but finds no good intel. He notes the lack of names and decides to look at the numbers called most by the suspects. Zone Man asks how long the probe will take. The answer is sure. Everything should be done by tomorrow, or even today, pushing for fast work. At the office, one of the team, dressed in black, quickly calls for the boss. He warns everyone that the building is shaking, hinting at a possible fall. The stress is high. The man explains that he found another phone number linked to Pishong, Yul, the suspect they were following. After looking at the logs, he finds out it's Pai's second phone, a big win. His partner praises him for the hard work. They agree this find could lead them closer to the answer. Despite the risk, they talk about dinner, offering a short moment of peace. The scene moves to Haewon's return. His partners, glad to see him, welcome him after his time away. His return is viewed as good timing since they need his help now. A memory shows that Haewon had recently finished drug help and was on a break. His trip gave him a chance to rest, and now he's ready to work. Haewon enters with a bright hello. His partners seem happy to have him back, knowing they'll rely on his skills for the mission. Haewon's happy mood is a change from the serious talk. He jokes about traveling with only a card and no bag, showing his easy style after his recovery. He shares that the money from making cures let him live better, thinking on his past trials. His trip let him escape the hard times. The group laughs at Haewon's jokes, as he mentions Busan. However, he says a place he went to had shut down after a gate incident, adding a dark touch. The talk moves back to food as one man jokes about the trip, saying the Busan accent made the food better. Haewon laughs, but the group goes back to work. Another man tells Haewon off for joking about getting high, but Haewon says it's no joke, showing he is serious. As the group talks, they plan the next steps. Haewon is asked for online help, but he jokingly says no, talking about a Greet dungeon for his friends, though they stay on task. The team is talking when one man still in the room asks what they are doing. His partner grins, hinting the task involves Haewon. He replies with joy, saying they are making clothes. This gets the notice of the others, leaving them curious about the odd task. As the team follows their friend into a room, they see many boxes piled up. The question is asked, what is all this? As the items for work are shown. The man explains, these are the things used to make clothes. With a small grin, he notes they are making just one suit for now, though the scale looks huge. The items include slimestone, a low-level thing people wouldn't take for free. The man says it gets hard like stone when mixed with slime monster parts, making it good for the work. The process is told more. These stones will be melted into one mass, acting as cloth for the suit. The group looks at the odd item, dazed by the strange task. The scene moves to the next part. One man notes that the melting process will give good XP. The other answers, taking the task with a sigh. A partner offers to get more items in the meantime. He reminds the group that the things are needed to finish the suit. It's clear the stress to finish on time is growing. Another man sighs in anger, asking about the final item. His partner reassures him that if items run low, they'll buy more to finish the suit. Meanwhile, in a far village, one man uses his magic scan to find the item he wants. He confirms it is in a shed outside the town. As he gets near the shed, he remembers the item he's hunting. Sure, it is there. The air feels heavy as the search gets tighter. The man starts his magic scan, getting ready for whatever comes. Stress fills the air as the target gets close. The search hits its peak as the man's power starts. The scene is full of energy as the focus stays on a hidden thing in the shed. Just as the man feels he's close to his mark, the mood shifts. A sudden wave of blood hits the scene, and the man gets his blade ready. The fight grows. Blood moves everywhere as the man fights hard, not letting the mark get away. The stakes are high, and the fight is just starting. The dark mood grows as the cursed thing in the soul prison moves. It speaks in a ghostly voice, saying the man has come to the right place. The being, known as the parasitic spirit, shows its form. Stuck in the cursed item, it has been locked for ages. The spirit starts to move, ready to show its power. As the energy around the spirit grows, the air gets thick. The man readies himself for the fight. Suho looks at the scene, saying that normally, the spirit would stay still in the soul prison, unable to move. But this time it's different. The spirit seems to move, using its area like a worm in a sleep state. The man gets ready, knowing it's time for the spirit to come out. Suho uses his steal/move, a strong attack for the parasitic spirit, ready to cut through the next thing. The parasitic spirit starts its attack, entering Suho's mind. The evil ghost wants to break his thoughts and rule his moves. But the hero stays strong. As the dark force hits, Suho hits back with his dragon blood move. Power flows through him as the two forces meet. The spirit's power grows, but Suho fights back hard, set on keeping his mind safe. The fight between the spirit and Suho grows, with the ghost trying to take total control. The hard battle keeps going. Suho's dragon armor starts, blocking him from the dark thoughts. The dragon's power keeps his mind safe, stopping the spirit. With a final burst of power, Suho beats the parasitic spirit, cleaning it out fully. The soul prison is clear, and the evil being is gone. Suho thinks on his win, feeling the dragon's power in him. The fight was won, but there's more to do. He grins, knowing this win brings him closer to his goal. He takes the last items for the next part of his mission. A few days later, Suho talks about the news with his team. Despite the trials, he stays sure they are on the right road. The trip is long, but progress is made. Haewon, still happy, tells his friend to stay positive, saying things are better than when they were in Yongdongpo. His joy is met with a joke about cheat codes. Haewon laughs off the joke, telling the others to move forward. His partner, shaking his head, decides to help Haewon and tells him to keep going. A sense of friendship fills the air. Haewon walks away, his intent clear. Despite the jokes, it's clear his moves will lead to good results soon, even if he moans. Suho is on a call, telling someone about the mission state. He mentions giving back all the cash to the people on a list and making sure they stay quiet. The talk moves to the draft dodgers, making sure they don't say things that make life hard. Suho's intent to fix the issue is firm, and his orders are clear. As the talk keeps going, Suho asks about two men, Director Lee Won, and Manager Lee Si Hyun. He wants to handle them at once, showing his fast style, on the phone. Suho tells the person to manage his review case. He is smart in his way, focusing on what is needed to move. He asks for the resource team to be told, stressing the value of the items and skills they have. He knows this team is key to hitting their goals. Meanwhile, in another place, a worker in the resource team finds hidden items, things not even in the books. Among them is an apple, which holds a strange light, showing the weight of what is next.
Kim So-kan, a reviewer from the resource department, introduces himself. Holding a coffee cup, he stands with poise in an office. He explains his position and states his plan to assess the resource management department's output. On Suho, in formal attire, welcomes Kim So-kan and acknowledges the intro. So-kan goes on with his briefing, explaining the department's setup. He starts by outlining the split of duties, with various teams managing specific item categories. Safan continues to explain the layout of the teams. He notes that there are 5 groups in total: consumables, elite teams for risky items, and others handling standard and scrap goods. Sukan begins detailing the evaluation steps for the resource management department. He says the assessment will consist of 2 segments. He explains that the initial test focuses on logistics, which looks like physical labor. He explains further, comparing the first test with the second, which involves moving special items deemed much more hazardous. He assures Suho that despite their scary nature, these trials are just for training. Sokan mentions that the first test will be tedious due to the manual work, but it is required for the review. Meanwhile, he highlights the practical hurdles that come with managing resources. The duo walks into a massive outdoor warehouse run by the resource management department. Sokan introduces the site, which is packed with different goods and gear, showing the scale of the department's work. A worker shouts out an item ID as the area turns hectic with the flow of goods. Sokan tells Suho to watch the various styles of item handling within this facility. Suho is then shown the system for sorting and placing the items. Sukin points out how goods are grouped by different teams and stresses the need to know where every type of item is stored. They head to a part of the warehouse where more work is happening. Sukin notes that the logistics here present various tests. Workers keep sorting goods, and the mood stays high. Pressure. Suho appears sure of himself, calm despite the mess. As Sukan speaks about the variety in field tasks, a small stir happens when an item dangerously tilts over. Sukan tells a worker to act at once, noting that even basic logistics can be risky. Suho, still poised, remarks on the random nature of the profession. A small mishap occurs in the facility, leaving one of the staff hurt. Sokin, staying level-headed, handles the crisis and tells them to bring a stretcher right away. He uses this as a lesson on the randomness he mentioned, noting that items can shift or tumble due to mana reactions, causing chaos. Suho listens closely, still steady after the event. Suho, despite the messy moment, stands firm and ready to continue the review. Sukan grins. Noting Suho's grit, they get ready to finish the evaluation, unbothered by the accident. After the event, Sokin warns Suho about the many mishaps that could occur during the testing. He notes that beyond falls, there are several other safety risks. He asks Suho to be wary and take the needed training. Suho replies with a steady smile, telling Sukin that he's alright despite the prior slip. He thanks him for the worry but says that he isn't bothered by it. Sokan sees that Suho's brave manner is quite rare. The thought hits him that Suho seems totally fine with the scene, which creates a short moment of respect for his poise. Suho walks through the facility, feeling a hint of nostalgia. He thinks back on his past times working in the resource management department, remembering how hard and tiring it was back then. With a sure smirk, Soho casually says that work like this sorting job feels simple to him now, a big change from the harsh times he faced before. As he walks deeper into the building, he confidently hunts for a certain item. Despite the messy area, he is set on finding what he needs. Suho finally finds the object he was seeking. He stands by it, confirming with a short, got it, as he grabs for it. The item, an odd stone apple, is shown. Despite its plain look, a screen pops up, showing the item's presence and stats. Suho checks the stone apple with a curious look. He notes how rough it looks, though he at once feels something odd about it. It leaks an energy that doesn't fit its look. The stone apple, which looked like a basic scrap item, starts to react as Suho looks closer. A flash of red mana is seen, showing the true heart of the item. Suho sees that the stone apple masks a lethal secret. He quietly thinks that if the resource department had someone with better skill, this hidden risk could have been stopped. The item triggers a secret trait, and a toxic snake starts to form from the apple. Suho fast identifies it as the poison-eating snake, a lethal creature. The poison-eating snake strikes Suho, biting him. A system alert pops up stating that Suho has been bitten and that a unique quest, the trial of the snake, has started Suho. Steady despite the toxic bite, starts his powers. He gets ready to face the beast with calm grit, even as the venom starts to move. Suho thinks on the scene, seeing that the trial he faces will test him in ways he didn't expect. Despite the risk, he takes the task with pride, knowing he is now forced to face the results of the item's secret nature. Suho thinks back to his prior life, noting the monsters that use toxins as their main tool. He recalls how beasts like the poison dragon and poison demon were a constant risk, causing fear with their toxic traits. He adds that, in his past life, he only learned to fight these beasts after making it through many trials and facing the final gate, where his fighting skills were truly tested. He remembers the deep pain it brought. Suho's memories go on, and he thinks about how he had perfected the skill of handling venom. The poison that now flows through his body feels familiar, though the scrap is far from over. He readies his mind for the coming task. The witch Suzuki appears, her strength clear as toxic magic flows near her. Suho knows her name, aware that she is feared for her skill with poison magic. Her talent in this field makes her a lethal foe. Suzuki smirks and speaks of her skills, saying that while she ignores others, she will surely make Suho face the full weight of her toxic power. Suho, unbothered, notes that there is no bigger shame than being beaten in one's own field. He makes it clear that despite Suzuki's spells, he is ready to manage the venom and won't back away. Sukon sits back at his desk, thinking on the value of hands. On work, he says to himself that even if someone is great at theory, practice in the real world is very different, and much harder. He says that even the most gifted people often fail when facing real tasks, making a small jab at those who are great on paper, but lack the life experience to prove it. Sukon gets back to his work, thinking about how the coming tests in the resource department will strain Suho's skills in ways he doesn't yet see. Suho, walking with poise through the warehouse, starts to get ready for the work ahead. Sukon sees his lack of worry for the tests, noting Suho's firm pride in his own talents. Sukon grins and tells Suho that he brought all the needed items for the review. Suho, briefly lost, wonders if he got something wrong. Sukon then tells him to focus on the work at hand. Suho sees that he will have to go through a much more complex review than he thought. The stress starts to rise as he faces the hard, manual tasks Sukon has placed before him. Suho, now buried under the huge pile of work, starts sorting through the items Sukon gave. The task is massive, and the goods are mixed with tricky tags and codes to test his focus. As Suho sorts through the piles, he mutters about how hard the task has grown. But he stays driven. He sees that despite the huge test, he must keep going and finish the job perfectly. Soon after, Suho finishes the sorting task without one error, surprising Sufan. The speed and skill he showed lead Soken to admit Suho's amazing talents. Even in such a messy setting, Suho and Soken talk, and Soken says that no one mentioned the stone apple during the test. He guesses that no one saw it, which feels odd to Suho. He starts to wonder if the stone apple was being missed by everyone. The talk turns as Sukon tells Suho that the plan for the next part of the test was made early, and the special test will start soon. Suho is a bit stunned by the speed of it. Sukon explains that the first test will likely end today or tomorrow, and the special test won't begin until then. Suho feels the stress rising, but stays steady, knowing his next move. Suho goes home after his shift in the warehouse. He is already preparing his mind for the special test ahead, but something feels off. He feels an odd sense of doubt, as if something is gone. As Suho walks by his place, he looks around and sees a tiny change in his area. There is a faint stress in the air, though nothing clearly odd happens. Suho, thinking about his next move, finds it strangely fitting that he can spend time at home. As he enters his flat, he starts to think about the unknown trials to come. In his flat, Suho faces the truth of his state. The system chime rings, giving details on his current trial. The note about the trial of the snake pops up, listing the costs of failing the test. Suho reads the trial's rules. He is told he must keep the venom supply steady, or the egg of the poison. Eating snake will vanish. It is clear this task won't be as easy as it looks, needing constant watch. Suho sees the difficulty of the job ahead. The poison must be given within a tight window. If Suho doesn't act fast enough, the trial will end in a loss. This creates a rush as he gets ready to start. Suho opens a jar full of poison, getting ready for what is next. He scowls as he starts to pour the toxin into a glass, knowing the next move could be dangerous. He looks at the poison with a firm look. Even though this venom is of the lowest level, Suho is fully aware of how strong the effects can be. His nerves start to show as he readies himself. He takes a deep breath and starts to drink the toxin, trying to hide the doubt in his body. The bitter flavor hits his tongue, and he fights to push through. Knowing the task isn't simple, the poison starts to work, and Suho feels a wave of pain. His body shakes as the toxin enters his system. Despite the bad feelings, he grinds his teeth and won't let the trial beat him. Suho fights through the sick feeling and the spins, focusing only on finishing the job. A system note confirms he has entered a low-level toxic state, increasing the weight on him. Suho thinks to himself, I have to beat this. His grit grows as he sees he cannot let himself fail. The trial has turned into a fight against both the venom and the clock.
A strange biting feel starts to move across Suho's body. It begins in his gut, a sharp heat that crawls through his insides. Though it hurts, he stays steady, bearing the pain. The pain grows as an odd presence moves through his frame. He feels a strange power moving in him, affecting his body. His focus tightens, seeing this stir is no basic sickness. He finds the source of the ache, his solar plexus. Something vital is happening in him, and though it hurts, he knows it is part of something bigger. A system alert tells him that the low-level toxic state is gone. He feels the effects fade, the odd feeling leaving. His area seems to shift as the toxin is purged. He asks aloud if the egg he holds took in the poison. Slowly, he sees that the egg might have played a lead role in cleaning the toxin from his frame. Driven, he vows to properly feed whatever process he is in, making sure the funds are managed well to continue his work. A new, low-level toxic state hits him out of nowhere, but this time he is ready. The effects set in fast, and he acts at once, trying to lower the harm. He drinks from a vial, feeling his body gain strength. The venom looks less strong than before, though still painful. His better stamina helps him push through the peak of it. He sees the caps of his strength, knowing there are still risks. Even as he gets used to the venom, he will need to get ready more carefully in the future. The poisoning grows as a stronger, more lethal toxin takes over. His body starts to stumble under the weight, but he won't back away. Entering a lower-level toxic state, his health drops. The pain is huge, but he knows he must go on. His body scraps with the poison, but he is set on living. Seeing the need to go on, he takes in a more lethal dose of the toxin. He must bear this for the egg to open, no matter the agony. Suho falls to the high-level toxic state. His frame fails, but he keeps pushing himself, fighting to stay alive. The venom is at its height. Blood starts to leak from his body as he falls. His power fades, but he stays firm, won't fall without finishing his job. As blood marks the floor, he readies himself for what is next, though close to falling. He is set on seeing his work through, at any cost. Suho, on the edge of passing out, grinds his teeth as he fights to endure. The toll of the venom is massive, but he knows he must push. His body is quitting, yet he won't give in. He starts his healing power, hoping to win some time. The energy wraps around him, but the ache is still too much. His grit is tested as he fights to stay awake. As the mending starts, he knows it won't be enough to fully save him. He grinds his teeth and focuses, set on living at any cost, but he is balancing on the edge. The healing light grows around him as he scraps with the pain. Every breath is a war, but he holds on, using all his willpower to fight the rising ache. With a loud yell, Suho bears the full weight of the mending. His body acts out, but the pain finally starts to drop. The poison's hold slips as the healing strength works. The system confirms the exit of the high-level toxic state. He drops to his knees, bloody and spent. But a sense of peace hits him. The immediate risk is gone, catching his breath. Suho lets out a sigh, but it is short. His body is beat, and though the venom is gone, he knows he hit his limit. He sees the results of his trials. The poison, eating snake egg has opened. The beast wraps itself around him, seeing him as its boss. His fatigue turns to wonder as he sees the result of his struggle. With the quest done, the system hails him for his win. The poison, eating snake is now his partner, a strong ally born from his pain and grit. He feels both winning and empty. As the system lists the snake's skills, Suho thinks on the test. The snake can eat poison and change based on the toxins it takes, making it a great asset for his trip. He muses about the snake's growth, which can get stronger by eating more venom. He sees the beast will play a huge role in future tests. Despite the massive cost of feeding the snake, Suho is firm. He is ready to pay whatever it takes, seeing that this beast could be a key to staying alive in the wars ahead. The poison dragon, now by his side, eats the leftover toxins. Suho watches as the snake fast eats the items, happy with its food. He notes that raising such a strong beast will be pricey, but he's ready for the bill. His grit is clear as he pours more toxin into the pet's dish. Smirking, he takes the test. I've got cash to spend, he thinks. The road ahead will be hard, but with the poison, eating snake by him, he feels ready for whatever arrives. The poison, eating snake starts to work its first meal, and Suho watches closely. It's like nothing he's seen. Feeling like blood jade. The snake seems to have rare skills tied to its eating of venom. Suho says it can only work poison as it shifts and moves it. The beast's gut process is unlike anything he's seen, but he sees its power for taking in more lethal toxins over time. The snake, now full, goes back to its bed, and Suho thinks on the long road ahead. He'll have to raise it with care, making sure it's strong enough for the tests to come. Suho looks at the mess in his room. Blood and broken jars mark the floor. He sees just how much time he spent shut in the room. He was focused only on his work, ignoring his space. Checking the clock, he is shocked to see he's been in the room since before 6 p.m. the day before. Exhaustion hits, and he wonders how much time went by in his chase of the quest. Despite the mess, he laughs. At least he could come in late. Stepping out of the room feels like a tiny win after such a hard test. As he leaves, he is met by a team leader who looks shocked. The boss asks why Suho looks so beat, seeing how messy he is. Suho brushes it off, saying he was just doing something. He doesn't want to give the facts, knowing it would be hard to explain. The team leader looks a bit wary, asking if anyone else was with him. Suho says no humans were there, but the boss still doubts. They both move to the next job, in the hall. Suho moans about the long quest, saying he's been busy making items for hours. His anger grows as he wonders when the work will end. The team leader says there is still much to do. He tells Suho to work harder and not quit now, despite how far he's come. Suho, feeling buried, raises his hands in anger. He thinks about how tiring it all is. He wants the quest to end, but he knows it is far from done. The next part of the test is shown. The team leader says the second test will be in the special warehouse. Suho is curious, recalling the talk of risky items. The boss confirms the second test is about cleaning, breaking, and sealing. Suho knows the basics. Cursed items are usually broken if they can't be kept. They enter the special facility, where the boss says breaking is often the way to handle cursed goods. Suho listens, knowing this part of the test won't be easy. Suho is met by a known face on the screen. The boss says the man in the lab coat is the hard-crushing scholar, a name earned for his skill in grinding items down to their core without fail. Suho thinks back to how he got items like the first illumium, thanks to the scholar's hard way. He asks aloud how the scholar's style from his past life helped him get such goods. The team leader asks if they should go to the second test. Suho nods, ready for the next move. He readies himself, knowing the tests are getting harder. The boss gives Suho safety gear, telling him to put it on. Suho, knowing the steps, mutters in small anger. He has done this many times, but it is still part of the work. Once the gear is on, the boss says the cleaning test will start soon. Suho rolls his eyes, getting ready. He knows this won't be easy. Suho is shown the hamu fruit, a weird item with lethal power. The boss says the cleaning ways for such goods are easy, but using a secret formula is a different test. Suho thinks about using the hamu fruit to get close to the scholar. If he showed the formula now, the reaction could be huge, but it could also help him move forward. Despite his thoughts, Suho decides his plan is what matters. He can't waste time thinking, especially with the job right in front of him. Suho tries to focus, noting the hamu fruit comes from a demon tree, making it strong. It's a sign of the risk. He must move with care as he readies for the test. The cleaning way for the fruit is shown. It is simple to burn it with a mana torch, but it is still a risk. Suho thinks on the results, knowing the fruit is power could cause bad fallout. Before he acts, the scholar takes the fruit and looks ready to toss it. Suho runs to stop him, warning that a lazy move could let out toxic spores. His gut kicks in, knowing how fast the scene could turn bad. A flash of energy pops from the hamu fruit as Suho stops the scholar. Toxic gas fills the air, but his fast moves help stop the harm for now. The test goes on, but the stakes are now much higher.
A strong flash of power pops from a man in safety gear, sending water and bits into the air. He is doing a cleaning process that creates a bright, hard reaction. A group of watchers stands behind glass, looking shocked. One, likely the boss, yells out, asking what the man is doing. The man answers calmly, saying he just did a cleaning. The watchers stay stunned, unsure of what it means. The watchers stay lost and ask the man for more facts. One asks for details on what was done. The man says with pride that the cleaning worked, though the results aren't clear yet. The watchers, now more curious, doubt the man's claims. The man tells them the work was good, causing more confusion and interest in the group. The buzz grows as the man says the cleaning brought odd results. The watchers start to see the weight of the work, left in awe by the win. The man speaks on the cleaning, saying all curses were taken from the item, making it safe. This news catches the group's interest. He adds that the item even has a tiny mending trait, making it worth more. The watchers get more hyped, wanting to see the full weight of the find. A watcher asks how the cleaning was done. The man says that while it wasn't done with standard tools like a hammer, it's still possible to clean an item without them. One watcher sees the weight of the work, noting that old ways needed a certain body strength. The new way, however, doesn't need that power. The man tells the watcher to write everything down. This find needs to be noted, as it is a huge win. The watcher says with joy that this could stir the school world, as it hits old ways. The man stays calm but admits their work is vital. The talk shifts to a report. One person notes the find will likely go global. The team sees how big their work is. The man laughs, telling his group this way could shift the field. But he worries a bit about his evaluation, though his peers' joy masks it. The talk ends on a fun note, with the man joking that the find will hide any test results. The buzz for their win stays high. A new person asks how Suho learned such a rare cleaning way. He is amazed and curious about the source of this new skill, wondering how the man got such data. Suho answers, saying he found the way by luck at a sealed gate. He admits he didn't even know about cleaning formulas. Then the find was just luck. The watcher is shocked, saying Suho must have great luck or skill. Suho humbly denies it, saying it was just luck. But the watcher is hit by his cool manner. The scene shifts as an observer says Suho passed the second test easily. He says well done with a grin, noting the great results. Suho thanks him, but the talk turns to the plan for the next steps. They talk about shifting the schedule based on the test. As Suho thinks on his next move, he decides to see another friend, Kang Solji. He has some time, so he goes to find them, unaware of the odd events to come. Suho goes to Kang Solji's desk, saying a casual hello. Solji answers with a flat tone, noting him but showing no joy. Suho, still in a good mood, tries to talk to Solji, but gets a cold reply. Solji looks busy, hinting at something on his mind. Not letting the quiet stop him, Suho keeps trying for answers. Solji answers more shortly, his mind split as he keeps working. Meanwhile, another person steps in, giving Suho a chance to head out for the day. The offer is for his hard work, saying his shift is done. Suho thinks on the offer but asks about the special facility. He wonders if he could look around, even if it might be a bad plan. The new person agrees, saying it isn't banned, but he wouldn't stay too long. He hints that the deputy boss Suho just met might be too touchy for that. Suho, eager to look more, makes a choice. Despite the possible stress for the boss, he goes with his curiosity, Just as Suho is leaving, a thought hits him. He recalls something vital about the sealed gate and wonders if it might lead to another new cleaning way. Hyped by the thought, Suho mentions it, getting the notice of those near him. His news creates a rush, and the mood shifts as they get ready to check this lead. Suho has a moment of défait vu as he watches the deputy boss, who looks deep in his work. The scene feels known, but he can't say why. Suho watches the deputy boss closely, noting his lack of focus on him. The leader stays on his task, totally unaware of Suho's look. Suddenly, Suho's focus is pulled to something odd, a rope-like object lying on the floor.
Suho stands before the deputy team leader in a sun-drenched office, his attire tidy and his look unwavering. The leader confirms Suho was the one who cleared the Mega Crusher, a hazardous entity that had caused major chaos. The room feels tense, yet Suho stays as calm as if the feat were common. Panic shows on the deputy team leader's face as he desperately asks for aid in tackling another similar risk. His stance sags slightly, showing how critical the situation is for the office. Suho watches him quietly, weighing the matter without any outward reaction. After a short silence, Suho lifts a finger and says a specific item must be readied first. He asks about a tool called the third-person pilot, shifting the focus from manpower to tactical gear, facing the window with the horizon behind him. Suho explains that the third-person pilot is kept in the resource depot and can be used to eliminate the Mega Crusher effectively. His voice hints at certainty in both the device and the strategy. Turning grave, he admits that taking items from the depot is usually difficult due to rigid rules. However, he mentions a newly added second purification method that lets the support division re-evaluate and permit restricted gear. Hearing this fix, the deputy team leader finds hope and quickly consents to move forward. Suho observes the response closely before giving a brief nod, marking his approval of the following steps. The next day, Suho gets word that the resource department has recorded another incident. Instead of looking worried, he listens with easy poise, viewing the event as expected growth. In a hallway, staff discuss his recent review and note that senior management has set up for him to train in the gate department. Commands arrive fast, showing his growing fame. Although hailed as remarkable, Suho answers with a slight grin. His quiet exterior masks tactical thoughts about the perks this move might offer. Holding his phone, he muses on how steady contact helped win his promotion. Shortly after, he is given charge of gate department training, including upcoming field tests in spotting and handling. Entering the gate department office, Suho formally meets Director Go Sungrok. The new setting marks a turn toward more power and steeper goals. Director Go Sungrok greets him kindly, but stresses the department's heavy load caused by random gate events. The director's praise holds a hidden warning about the stress ahead. Go Sungrok further notes that frequent gate openings drain assets and require strong leadership. His face shows both worry and high hopes. Listening closely, Suho promises the director that he will not fail. His steady look reflects a quiet pride built by past wins. The meeting ends with a solid handshake, locking in mutual hopes. As Suho exits the office, his steady look suggests that this move is the start of a planned climb within the company. Inside the conference room, the management team leader tells Suho that he got a perfect score on the gate department written test. The folder in his hand shuts firmly as he notes how rare such a result is in the association. He further notes that if Suho also gets a perfect score on the special division test, he will be the first perfect scorer in the history of the Korean Hunter Association. The remark raises the stakes for the next review. Instead of acting excited, Suho calmly asks if they will go straight to the field test. His steady manner suggests he prizes real-world testing over praise. The management team leader explains that he runs the management team and will personally lead the test. He then asks if Suho knows the makeup of the management department. Charts outline 3 branches: the team managing standard gates, the trade team renting and selling gates to private groups, and the sealing team in charge of secured gates. The talk highlights their unique duties. Suho names the 3 teams without any doubt. Impressed, the judge confirms the test will focus on standard gates and asks if there is a specific gate Suho wants to check. When asked about where he wants to go, Suho says, "Any spot is fine," subtly guiding the pick. His tone hints he already has a scheme in mind. He casually notes that the chosen spot is not a sealed gate. The judge laughs softly, not knowing Suho's deeper logic. Suho grins slightly, while the judge acts with a bit of confusion at his pride. The mood turns as an unspoken stress builds between them. A short while later, in Gangwon province, the two reach a building site where a spinning blue gate hangs near the soil. The country setting contrasts with the shaky energy leaking from the portal. Young Cheolman, the trainee who filed the report, meets Suho politely. After brief greetings, they go near the gate, which is confirmed as sealed, despite the earlier label. The team chooses to move with care and leave at once if the risk grows. Without doubt, Suho steps forward, ready to go in. A system screen pops up as they cross the line, marking entry into the gate and loading its data. The screen labels it as an F-rank dungeon with a low entry limit. Inside, the area shows stony land under a warped sky. The familiar layout of the dungeon sparks a quiet realization in Suho. Recognizing the view from his past life, Suho concludes that this gate mirrors the one where everything once started. His calm look turns hard, signaling that this test may be much more vital than thought. In the gate's open field, the management team leader asks An Suho if he is happy with the site picked for the test. Suho answers well, saying he had long wanted to enter this specific gate. The team leader suggests starting the test at once. He begins checking the review data, noting that Suho has already cleared the external handling and square check tasks. After confirming Suho also cleared the inner check, the leader shows shock at his perfect work. Suho simply says that he followed the steps exactly as the book said. Watching him calmly holding a bottle, the team leader jokes that Suho looks like a top student who only read manuals. Curious about the bottle, he asks why Suho brought it into the gate. Suho answers easily that he brought coffee to have during the check. The easy tone clashes hard with the gravity usually seen in gate tests. Both men sit on the grassy hill inside the dungeon, drinking coffee while viewing the clear sky and far-off cliffs. The quiet view feels more like a trip than a risky zone. The team leader notes that gates hold views never seen in dull cities. He admits this unique setting is one reason he likes the management division, despite the hard work. Though he knows every department claims its work is the toughest, he says this place fits him. His words hold pride in handling random gates. Suho listens softly and recognizes the common line often used to draw in new people. He secretly labels it as Chiolman's romance tactic, meant to lure rookies into management. Breaking the quiet mood, Suho speaks to the team leader directly. The leader listens well, not knowing the talk is about to turn. Suho suddenly says that he also wants to join the gate department. The claim shocks the leader, who shows clear confusion at the sudden plea. Keeping his cool, Suho explains he knows the talk about him being a fit for special divisions. He admits that even Director PI has said the same thing, despite that fame. Suho firmly repeats his wish to move to the gate department. He adds that the team leader was the first person from the group he got to know. Thinking further, Suho suggests that this bond may be why he feels pulled to the department. His slight grin masks deeper goals behind the polite talk. Dazed by the sudden reveal, the team leader sees that Suho made this choice on his own. The test in the gate quietly turns into the start of a planned career shift. In the bright field of the gate, the management team leader acts wildly to An Suho's sudden reveal. His mind runs fast, viewing the stress like a sad love scene, while Suho stays calm and watchful. Trained to steady himself, the team leader quickly shows his backing, saying he would root for Suho even if he joined another branch. However, Suho notes that he does not want the special division but the gate department. Without delay, Suho asks for the team leader's help in making that move happen. The plea catches the leader off guard, leaving him briefly without words. Suho explains that while the special division might offer long-term perks, he currently has more to gain in the gate department. His logic is useful, rather than moody. He notes that the special division mostly focuses on catching people, which stunts broader work growth. When asked if he is for real, Suho firmly confirms his aim. Seeing the grit in his eyes, the team leader asks for the exact way Suho intends to do it. The talk shifts from shocked to tactics. Suho points to Director Pi Xiangyil, who has clearly hinted at plans to move him to the special division after training. Internal staff power makes that choice hard to fight. To fight it, Suho suggests bringing in someone with more power. The team leader guesses he means the chairman, but Suho denies it softly. With steady pride, Suho says that only the association president can top such power. He finishes that if normal pull fails, shaking up the board itself might be needed, showing his brave goal.
Kim Soo-kun weighs the association president's coming promotion and thinks how inter-faction fights could get in the way. Though the president looks neutral, hidden wars in the group threaten to affect the final call. An Suho looks at the scene from a wider view, focusing on public talk rather than inner games. He decides that framing news stories would be more helpful than fighting factions head. On a planned tactic forms in Suho's mind as he views headlines about the Royal Hunter and the Special Division. By shifting focus, he plans to guide the mood around the promotion. Sitting on a grassy hill, both men muse on what happens if the Royal's life becomes widely known. Suho expects loud public noise and constant news if the Royal joins the Special Division fand. Out papers stand for the flood of wild stories that would follow such a post. Political fights and public interest would rise fast, putting the association under a heavy lens. Suho suggests moving to the gate department at the peak of the storm. He figures that such timing would hide the issue under bigger talks, though doubt remains about whether the move would work. He lists how other branches might try to hire him if the fight grows, except for the management and awakening divisions tied to the vice chairman. This leaves the resource and gate departments as the only real choices. A chess piece in his hand stands for his knowledge of being part of a larger company game. Joining the resource department would lock him in heavy chores and limit his long-term goals. Pride bolsters his choice as he recalls his bond with Director P of the Gate Department. A short stay there would act as a path for future schemes. Sukon acts with shock at Suho's push to work with him. Suho acts as someone without close peers, yet inside he sees that his bond with Sukon is different from the time before his return. Despite public praise and clear fan backing, Suho stays distant. Fame does not mean trust, and he finds being close awkward. Stating again his main goal to stop the gates, he concludes that the Gate Department offers the quickest path to that end. The choice fits perfectly with his hidden long-term task. Sukon warily agrees but warns that the Gate Department's power might be less than it looks. The spot offers a chance, yet its pull stays small. Suho takes the limits calmly and shows trust in Sukon's view. Quick power does not worry him as much as a smart spot. As both men rest on the grass, the talk turns into quiet bonding. Under the easy mood, Suho's shift to the Gate Department marks the start of a planned scheme to close the gates forever. An Suho opens a pack of smokes and lights, one pulling away briefly from the tense talk. He muses that, beyond the Gate Department's tactical worth, this path is his own choice,
not just a political move. Kim Soo-kan asks where Suho heard talk about rare loot in the Valley of Iron. Suho casually says the data came from the web, showing he picked this far-off gate over safer spots near Seoul on purpose. Standing on the hill, Suho explains that a mighty beast called the Monster Lion showed up in the Valley of Iron. The story says that beating it would give great prizes, which drove his trip. Soo-kan reminds him that the Valley of Iron was changed from a public gate to a sealed one. The shift happened after the sudden arrival of the Monster Lion broke the gate's peace. Pictures of a loud lion stress the size of the risk. To work as a public gate, beasts must return constantly, and entry must stay easy, but the system broke under the lion's rule. Views of ruin show fallen hunters and bloody soil. The Monster Lion topped level 100 despite the gate's cap of 99 and beat many foes without taking a scratch. Suho calmly says the lion not only broke level caps but also grew more. Its defense and magic shield were already huge before it moved past level 110. Soo-kan counts the gap between entry needs and the beast's power. With a suggested level of 99 or less, beating such a beast looks impossible by the rules. Without delay, Suho suggests slaying it regardless of the laws. His steady look clashes hard with the size of what he wants to do. Soo-kan sees that killing the Monster Lion was Suho's goal from the start. The earlier political talk now looks minor next to this secret aim. Suho admits the charge openly, showing no sign of backing down. The plan has always been about fighting the sealed gate's top boss, despite noting how wild the task is. Soo-kan half jokingly asks if Suho can really do it. The plea holds both doubt and a small hope. Suho admits that body stiffness from long training stopped him from doing gates lately. His easy excuse masks the scale of his pride. Soo-kan acts with annoyance at the idea of clearing a sealed gate for such a small reason. Still, he listens as Suho drops his voice and calls the matter a private plea. The talk shifts to something more formal and deeper than stories about rare loot. As Soo-kan asks for the facts, Suho readies to show a deeper reason for hunting the Monster Lion. Suho reveals that what he really wants to talk about is how he means to fight inside a sealed gate. His steady grin worries Kim Soo-kan, who sees that Suho's pride is not simple talk, but the result of a secret power. Soo-kan looks at him in silence, sensing that Suho has never shown his true power to the world. Although Cheolman remains officially a retired hunter, Suho sees that his better battle sense tops normal hunters. Suho tells him that as long as the results help the Korean Hunter Association, the blame will not be a problem. He vows to leave at once if the risk grows, keeping a steady and winning tone. Soo-kan stalls, but finally agrees, saying he rarely backs such risky plans. His call comes from trust in Suho, rather than faith in the strategy itself. The talk shifts to real tasks, as Suho asks about Soo-kan's class. Soo-kan notes he recently changed to an archer class, though he asks why Suho wants to know. Suho says that if things get worse, Soo-kan must be ready to run. He warns him early, and stresses that everything seen today will stay strictly between them. A red glow moves across Suho's hand as he starts a blood weapon. Power thickens into a blade-like shape, marking the reveal of power he has hidden until now. In a fast move, he shuts the gap and hits a valley lion. Screen alerts keep proving that every lion has been beat, showing massive speed. The field fills with red streaks as Suho slices through many lions without a break. None stand against even one solid hit from the blood-filled blade. He stabs the red blade straight into another lion's frame, pinning it to the dirt. The beast drops at once, unable to fight the focused power. A system note says blood jade has started as power grows in his hand. The force grows, spinning fast around his palm. Suho bolts forward again, leaving lines of red light behind. The lions try to act, but his speed and aim make their moves pointless. Another valley lion falls as the last hit lands well. Alerts confirm steady wins, proving the beasts are no threat to him. The dust falls over the spot, showing bodies all over the floor. Suho stands steady, showing no fatigue or doubt. Soo-kan drops in shock, breath shaky as he admits the lions are no match for Suho. The show leaves no doubt about the true scale of Suho's power. Suho keeps slicing valley lions with tight, governed moves, yet he sees that killing the small beasts will not lure out the true risk right away. While his blade cuts their lines, he knows the boss stays hidden, waiting for the right state. Kim Soo-kan watches in shock as Suho steps through the air itself, moving spots in the sky with odd poise. The skill looks like air stepping, letting him move freely over the field, as if gravity no longer holds him. From above, Suho slams his blood-made blade down, hitting a lion with massive power. The beast drops at once, and the spot fills with red lines tracing the path of each fatal hit. Soo-kan's face pulls tight as he mutters that this scene is a wreck for the Valley of Iron. The once sealed gate, already shaky, now takes more damage from Suho's huge show of power. Suho stands among the dead bodies, red power fading near him. He figures that after causing this much mess, the secret boss of the gate should finally show up. A heavy shake hits the ground as a huge claw comes into view. The mood shifts fast, signaling that something much stronger than the valley lions has woken up. A giant lion, bigger and meaner than the rest, roars with wild force. Its presence alone warps the air, and the ground splits under its weight. Red energy still wraps Suho's arm as he faces the beast, without doubt. His stance stays steady, showing no shock or fear at the boss's arrival. A system alert pops up, saying a boss monster has arrived. The sealed gate's true king finally steps onto the field, answering Suho's planned bait.
Suho stands at the foot of a stony cliff, while a huge lion-type beast watches from above, its presence ruling the narrow canyon field. A system screen labels the beast as a level 113 monster lion, showing its power has grown again past earlier guesses. Worry spreads in the watching team as they see the level gap is huge, yet Suho stays still, judging the scene calmly. Review of the foe's growth hints at a gap of nearly 40 levels, a split that would usually make a direct fight impossible. Despite the stats, Suho weighs the land and the beast's stance, deciding the battle stays within safe bounds. The lion drops its frame and lets out a mean snarl, marking the start of a real fight in the canyon. A loud roar bursts out as the beast lets loose a boss level fear aura, sending a heavy wave of stress across the stony soil. One team member drops against the cliff, buried by the heavy mood that stops movement and cuts breathing. Suho starts dragon blood, and the system clears the fear aura, letting his poise and body control return at once. Pride takes the place of stress as Suho steps ahead and baits the lion, inviting it to hit without doubt. The beast moves heavily, its huge paws splitting the dirt while Suho stops his blood weapon mid-move. Dark power grows around his arm as he readies a new skill, ditching basic blades against the beast's tough skin. A skill called Ghost Shadow Spear shows up as spinning purple power that forms into a thin spectral tool. Suho fixes his stance and starts a throwing move, guiding focused force into the spear's heart. The shot bolts forward at top speed, piercing the canyon air as the lion readies for a direct hit. The purple spear stabs the lion's brow, yet its thick skin takes most of the hit, leaving only a light cut. Suho views the result without shock, seeing that the Nemean lion's toughness tops normal boss-class beasts. Old facts come to mind, recalling that the first of 12 classic tasks needed beating this exact beast. A short thought of a mighty hero linked to the story hits Suho, reminding him of the lion's old fame. Regret hits briefly as he thinks that someone else might have taken the glory of beating such a beast. Grit takes the place of doubt, and red power starts spinning wildly around his arm as he calls a blood weapon. Watchers warn that a close fight is crazy due to the lion's top spear, like claws and solid skin. Ignoring the risk, Suho bolts ahead while the lion runs straight at him, claws ripping through the soil. At the point of hit, glowing red marks flare on Suho's arms as he readies for the impact. Both huge claws drop at once, aiming to smash him with massive power. Suho stops the hit head on, holding the claws tight and stopping their rush before they hit his frame. Shock shows in the lion's glowing eyes as it sees its full power has been stopped mid. Swing keeping his grip, Suho pushes ahead, keeping his body past the reach of the claws. Red power bursts from his arms, boosting his muscles while checking if the beast's hits can really hurt him. With a steady look, he readies to test the beast's power directly, set on breaking its legendary guard with pure force. Suho slams both red-coated fists down into the lion's head, letting out a focused burst of blood power that pops on hit. The beast flinches and slides across the canyon soil, yet its gold skin shows no big break despite the direct hit. Landing softly, Suho views the result and sees that even his boosted hits barely touch the beast's guard. The Nemean lion gets up from the dust with no clear wound, its red eyes glowing with anger rather than ache. Weighing the failed hit, Suho decides that pure power cannot top the beast's weird hardness. Grit fills him as he drops his stance and readies to step up the fight. Suho speeds up fast, circling the lion while red power wraps tighter around his arms. A quick dash takes him to the beast's side, where he drops basic hits and shuts the gap totally. Picking wrestling over hits, he hooks an arm near the lion's neck and locks his grip tight. The beast shakes wildly, roaring as Suho tightens his hold and shifts his weight to trip it. Muscle fights muscle while he cuts the air, forcing the classic hunter into a war of stamina. Old ways guide him, recalling this beast could be beat only by choking rather than stabbing. Mad, the lion lets out a boss-level fear wave that moves through the canyon in growing shock lines. Suho at once starts dragon blood again, and the system clears the fear aura before it breaks his grip. Though the beast claws at him meanly, he holds the choke, ready to end the war through steady pressure. Suho tightens his red-coated grip on the Nemean lion's neck, knowing that letting go even once would end his only shot at a win. With boosted arms, he squeezes the beast's throat more as blood power bursts wildly against its classic skin. Pushed back, the lion slams through canyon rocks while Suho holds the choke, without letting up bits of stone fly as the beast fights hard, its roar hitting the field in a desperate scrap. Despite the shaking, Suho keeps his spot locked behind the hair, forcing the beast's air tighter with planned force. Watchers look on worried from afar, seeing that the result rests solely on if Suho can hold out longer than the beast. Stress shows on Suho's beat-up face as the lion's claws rip back, tearing his suit and drawing blood. Even with wounds, he won't let go. Shifting his weight to break the beast's footing, slowly, the lion's moves fail as air runs out and its huge frame starts losing power. A final burst from Suho tightens the choke, forcing the beast into a total fall. System alerts pop up, marking the hunt's end and signaling a level up for Suho. Though the gate is called clear, Suho limps away from the dead lion, admitting through heavy breaths that the win cost him dearly.